The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Good afternoon, super fans, and welcome back to the MPL Arena. My name is Hans Galeria.
And I'm Kalusi at panibagong aksyon at bakbakan na naman ang naghihintay sa atin ngayong araw.
You know what? With what happened from yesterday and even yung mga nakaraang araw, nakita natin ang Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora as they made sure to stay at the top of our standings. Nagpakilala rin ang Kite Brothers at ang bagong bansag na Baby Cakes Duo.
Mainit yan, Hans. And I'm curious to know, may makakapagpapigil pa kaya sa kanilang dominating win streak?
You know what? We're about to find that out. Pero hindi lang naman doon ang nagtapos ang mga laban natin because even outside the game, there was also celebration courtesy of the MLBB Golden Month.
Tama ka dyan, but today is a new day at I'm sure marami pang sorpresa ang nag-aabang sa atin sa loob ng Land of Dawn.
Kaya ano pang hinihintay natin? Huwag na natin patagalin pa at ilabas na natin ang lakas ng Pinas. This is MPL Philippines Season 15.
And we got two matches for you guys lined up to round out week number 2 as it's day 3 for us here in the MPL Philippines. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, joined on the desk this time around. It's Leo and Brigida. How are you guys feeling?
I was but a spectator to last night's debacle.
Yes, sir.
And crazy night, I'm going to say. Crazy night. I don't know what to expect for today's broadcast.
Yep, I was a Restreamer yesterday.
She was.
And it was the complete opposite of what we saw last Friday. Full of sweeps, so I'm not sure for what to expect for this day's matches.
Well, now that you're on the desk and Chantel's over there, I don't know. Some people might be thinking it's going to be a long day, but we know that at least for one of these teams, the trajectory for them is definitely rising now for Twisted Minds going against TNC. The question is, will they be able to get their first win ahead of them? But before that, we want to thank our sponsors, of course, and it's Infinix. You can play like a pro with the Infinix GT20 Pro, and that is the MPL official tournament phone. Grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off, and of course, the exclusive freebies, sa GT20 Pro. Don't forget the hashtag Lakas Solaro.
That's
Like
the
that?
exact phone that our athletes are using.
La Casalaro.
That's why they're
rising. Lakas Solaro.
And if you want to be able to play anytime and anywhere with Smart's Power All 99, now with 10 gigs for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok, plus only calls and text, all networks. You get more data, more GG, still just 99 pesos for 7 days. Load now.
That reminds me, I do need to reload my Power All. You know. Yeah, I end up, for some reason, I know Brigida talked about her stream, and I feel like when you're streaming, you know, you're re-streaming, you're playing ML, you're doing all this, you're gonna go through some of that data, and you need to have have your power also.
Yeah.
Don't forget to grab it while you can.
I think it's a great time to reload some diamonds as well.
Oh, don't get us started, please.
I just have a feeling that it's a really great time to reload some diamonds. I don't know why.
Could not get Cho.
I was going to say, Brigida, let's not talk about diamonds because I just spent nearly all of them.
Too soon.
Too soon. Trying to get my KOF skin.
About 45K.
About 40. Whoa. Okay, I don't know how many diamonds that would actually be, but this is the standings right now currently. TLPH is there up at the top, still sitting at 6-0 in terms of games. They've got the 3 points on the 3-0 match. And standings with Aurora, Falcon also up there on the top. This is interesting though, right?
Yeah, hello.
Three in the bottom, not even having champion.
Where's my head?
But Omega and Rhythm
On the
are
top.
coming to play today. I'm guessing there's something new that they're looking, and they're gonna need it. Given that not a single win yet, toward the end of week 2, not even a
Yeah,
game
shout out
win.
sa mga viewers.
Yeah,
Welcome to
it's a different
ChezyGaming.
feeling from what we see from
Yeah, and we
18
are back
Gwen,
on Restreaming.
because at the very least, even despite their
After
losses, they
ilang
come
months
out
ba?
of them very optimistic.
Last restream natin,
and,
M6
a lot
pa
of
eh.
us acknowledge that they are actually onto something. We might
Yeah,
see
shout out sa mga
significant
viewers
growth from
natin
this
dyan.
point onward,
Welcome
but
sa
as you
ating
mentioned,
live stream.
two teams who are clearly struggling
shout out sa mga
have
tropa
to
sa
show
Infinix.
us that they've learned what to do starting today.
This
Yan,
is tough.
Retail
because this
team,
is
shout out sa inyo
literally the
lahat.
story of being on a different end of the spectrums. You know, for all these teams here competing, Twisted Minds obviously still looking
Yeah,
for the first
today's
Omega
match
2, and that's
schedule, we
the part
have
that is
Twisted
TNC
Minds
is-
against
I feel
TNC.
like a lot of people
And
used to see
later
them at the
on
bottom,
tonight,
now
we
that they
have
their 2-0 record,
Omega,
maybe would
Smart
say
Omega
they end
against
up winning
Team Liquid
here. That's
PH.
a great just kind of change of pace for the Phoenix Army and TNC as an organization as a whole.
Yeah.
Even if it is a
Yan,
streak,
last,
and nothing has changed
tama ba? Tama,
from the last
last
time we
week
saw
lang
them in
pala.
action,
Yung week 1, day number 1, nandiyan kami nag-set
they're
up
on their winning
sa
ways,
retail
so
booth.
they're continuing to rise.
Yan yung mga
Other
pumupunta
opponents
sa
that
retail
what is
booth.
that, less
Shout
than
out sa
10
inyo
minutes
lahat.
are seemingly trapped inside their own minds.
Yan, may
We have
mga
Twisted
tawag
tale
doon.
of this new team that just came out of
May
nowhere,
mga
out of the
in-game
fallout of a
prizes
few
doon. May mga
franchises.
ano kayo doon. Pwede kayo makakuha ng t-shirt, tote bag, and other AIoT coming from Infinix.
Fueled showdown. Why is that a feud-full showdown? I mean, Brigida, do you know much about what the feud is in the past here?
Shout out kay
What's going on
Roboduck.
for our first matchup?
Well, if you're familiar with the players who are
And
playing right
kay
now,
Sir
you would
Joms,
also
shout out
have an
sa'yo.
idea that they were mostly
Okay, so Sir Joe Marito. Team niya to, Team
teammates
Liquid.
in different variations of their former teams, and some of those are actually
This
shown
is
right here. The next play former teammates
new
with
revamp
Yawi,
na ano,
would also
na
include the Echo,
TNC.
former teammates who were
Kumbaga, nandito na
previously
si, ano, si
together,
Yawi
their Zaida, their
as
Yawi
the
team,
roamer.
they
Kumbaga,
haven't
dito
played
nakita mo agad yung ano eh.
outplayed, and it doesn't stop there. It's even the
mechanics na
most
nabigay
recent Blacklist
niya, no?
international lineup which we've seen. So there's Lord JM Haji, MP the
Ni
King.
Yawi
It's
sa side ng
literally
TNC.
a,
Yan yung mga gusto
mix and
magpa-shoutout
match of
dyan.
all these players who
Ganun
were
nyo lang.
once playing together.
Maybe that's why
Tawag
this
doon,
matchup,
comment
despite
down
it
below
being
lang.
a
Babasa
brand
natin
new
mga
matchup, the first time in
shoutouts
2015
nyo.
to happen.
And shoutout sa mga concept store ng Infinix na puntahan namin. Sa mga nagtatanong kung kailan yung ano namin, 3v3 MLBB tournament, mukhang naka-hold on post tayo. Babalik tayo ng week 3 ng March.
You know, things have gone down in and
We
out of
are
the league.
coming
that have
back.
led them
Oh,
to-
wait lang, ating red
And
calendar
that's really been
natin.
the story so far of this
On
season. You know,
March
just season
19 and
15 in general
20,
has
we'll
had
be
a lot of these
having a
histories where it's like, okay, these
TBT
players used to
MLBB
either be on the same
tournament
team
at
or
SMCT
they are now
North
going
EDSA. Kaya
against each
kita
other, or they
tayo
were in a
doon.
different country, now they're back in the Philippines, and they're going against one another. And that's all part of the kind of story for them, but it's also something you have to consider, like, even when it comes down to the coaches behind
shout out
you know,
dyan.
in the draft, which we know is so important once we lead into these matches here. It's that familiarity
Yan, ito yung
between
mga
the
ano
players
natin,
and between those
event
play styles as we get a
schedule.
good look at them here.
Week
But
4,
also,
nasa
that's
ano
something
tayo?
to consider once you go in and
Nasa
actually get into the
Tanawan,
game,
Batangas,
right?
kung
A lot
tayo
of people have been
magkakaroon ng
paying
Infinix
attention
Concept
to
Store
TNC.
event
What makes them
3v3
so strong,
Mobile
and why
Legends
are they
Bang Bang
continuously
Tournament.
rising right now? As we take a look at the stats here, Kozin and Zaida's kills assisted by Yawi. Brigida, can you break down the stats here?
Yep, as you can see,
Sure, lag ba
this
tayo?
was
Hindi naman, no?
the name given to both Zaida and Kuzen by Yawi. Yawi yesterday when we had the post-game or post-match interview.
Shoutout sa inyong lahat.
A
Ito
lot
na,
of
while
these
waiting.
statistics which we're currently seeing right now are either led or participated in by Yawi.
Yan, share nyo na yung live stream natin ngayon.
Main
Sa mga viewers natin dyan. Ngayon lang tayo nakabalik sa pag naging busy tayo sa
TNC just keep going
ating
after
work.
and keep going for. I think
Tayo
they've
isang gaming expert
actually
ngayon
earned
sa
their spot
Infinix.
as a team
Yan, tayo
with a
nag-organize ng mga event
really high kill
sa
participation,
mga concept
which
stores.
speaks volumes about how they really try to play out their games.
Yan,
I
kaya
think
shoutout sa mga
they really
players o yung mga
have
naglaro. Baka may mga
that,
nadalo dito mga
identity
naging
of them in which they
champion.
play for that snowball type
Comment
of
down
early
below kung saan
eccentric
kayo naging
and,
champion sa 3v3.
aggressive play style that teams really have to watch out for.
Yeah, and I like what you mentioned here too, and a lot of people will notice it, just Yawi's impact as a whole as a roamer here. Now on the flip side, we're going to be looking over on the other side, Twisted Minds. Very different in terms of data that we're going to see for Twisted Minds, just because they're still looking for that
Again,
right
outplayed,
formula. And can outplayed.
dito
That's one of the
sa
questions that
Twisted
has
Mind.
been asked here for them. This is Twisted's kill distribution based on their opponent's role.
Yep.
You know, you
Pag
have
natin
this kind of breakdown here. What does this mean for us,
live
Frida?
stream.
I'd say the mid control is something a lot of us have been paying attention to. The mid duos and their rotations and how they're able to pressure the
Yung
map.
mga gusto mo na dyan,
It wouldn't be so bad for
mag-inquire.
you to get those
Kung
early
paano
kills
sa
as
mali,
well
libre.
as the mid duo. You
Libre
provide
yung
space,
natin
you
mga
open up the
tournament
map, but
natin
what
sa
we see
Infinix
right now
Concept
based
Store.
on the
Punta lang kayo sa
statistics is
mismong
it
sa mismong
stops
concept
there.
store
It
kung saan
kind
kami
of
nag-facilitate ng mga
no longer
tournaments.
allows or it doesn't reflect
May
in a
chance
way
kayo makakuha
that
ng exclusive
should be
merchandise coming
benefiting
from
them in the long run.
Infinix.
Their gold laner and their jungler doesn't really get to participate much in those kills.
Long and short of it, Outplayed has not outplayed anyone that significantly impacts the game. He has gotten one kill, and that kill being on Oheb as the game ended. Twisted Minds losing, by the way. So, big question mark on Outplayed. Can he get the kills where it matters? Sure, mid and roam, a lot of his kills like 11 and 11. But really, if you want to see Outplayed do his thing, he's got to kill junglers. He's
Yeah,
got to kill
we
gold
are
laners.
restreaming English broadcast. Part English broadcast. Kasi may mga chance minsan sila may mga dumadalo galing ibang region. Nanonood ng ating live
Real
stream.
quick question for our community out there. Which Yawi hero should Twisted Minds respect ban? I have my answer right away from this. Is it going to be A, Selena, B, Gatakapcha, C, Cho, or D, all of the above? What do you guys think, Leo?
I'd say the obvious answer is not the correct answer. Yawi's been playing Cho for the better part of half a decade now. So if you did not learn how to play around that and still need to ban it, you're walking right into Coach and DJ's and Coach Jemmy's plans.
At eto na nga, wait lang, ayusin lang natin kung mga ibang setups dito sa ano. Sa ating live stream. Ay, live restream ha. Official restreamer pa rin tayo. Since season 12.
But
Yun na tayo.
the way they played
Kumbaga,
it
5 seasons na
yesterday
tayong official
just
restreamer ng
shows how
MPL.
much you need to respect it. I'm not entirely sure if they're still planning to go with that kind of lineup without the Novaria, or if it was just a specialty or a cheese strategy that they really just wanted to show us yesterday.
And naka-live din pala tayo ha, kay Macren's TV. Baka mabisita kayo doon. We're also live.
And then all the succeeding picks
Kay
right after that
Macren's
were
TV.
kind of a surprise.
Kumbaga,
to us. So,
naka-cross-posted
we'll see if they still wanna go with
tayo
that, but
doon.
for now, I also want to take out the Selena if I had the choice.
So you take out the Selena too. Again, they were the ones that brought up
Kumbaga,
the
ang
Selena, the
pagbabalik
Novaria
natin.
combination. Maybe we see that happen here. If it's
Only
not banned now,
for
but right now, we are going to see
day
the
one.
Marshals and the teams get ready to walk out to start off our match for the day. Again, it's Twisted Minds and TNC. Let's welcome them out.
Ito na ang ating mga teams. And may chance kayo manood ng live. Nandyan yung link sa description natin para kayo bumili ng tickets para makapanood kayo ng live sa, sa MPL PH Arena.
Opening today's series is a team still trying to find that twist this season. They are Twisted Minds. In the
Balik tayo,
XP,
streamer.
it's James. In the jungle, it's MP, the King. In mid, the KDA machine, Hajizi.
Bad GC. Ang pagbabalik
In
ng KDA
Rome,
machine.
Escalera. And in gold, Outplayed.
Yan, shout sa mga viewers natin. Dumadami na kayo. Meron tayong 4 million viewers. Mga kailangan bawiin yung algorithm natin at tagat hindi nag-live. Tawag doon. 3 months din. Almost 4 months tayong hindi nag-restream. Parang last full restream natin is ano pa? October last year.
In the jungle, Zaida!
Yeah, shoutout sa mga viewers natin dyan. 6 million na kayo.
In mid, Lance!
Comment down below sino yung bias nyo ngayon dito.
In row,
Bayot, Twisted o TNC. Saan still pa rin.
and in goals,
Same team pa rin tayo na sinusupport bias sa TNC. Pero syempre kasama doon Aurora. At tayo Infinix eh. And yun, personal phone natin, Poco, sakto sa TNC.
and the
Poco
coaches,
F6.
Coach Bonchan and Coach Imba DJ.
Wait lang. Ito, yung GT20 natin, ito, GT20. Ito, yan, GT20. Yan yung mga gusto ng gaming phone on a budget. You can consider the MPL PH official tournament phone, which is
Twisted Minds clearly
the
have been
Infinix
struggling for the first 2
GT20
days of
Pro
MPL
5G.
Season 15, and they themselves, they know it. They brought in a
Yan yung mga
new player
kinukonsider
or,
maglaro.
they brought in Escalera basically.
Ang ayaw
for their
matulog,
lineup
yan.
instead
Kasi
of
may
having
bypass
Sui as
charging
their
yung ano.
rover, and we've seen
Tawag doon, may
perform
bypass
yesterday.
charging yung
There
GT20
has been
Pro.
some
Kumbaga,
sense of direction
kung
in
isa
terms
sa
of what
mga
they want to do.
gamers na hindi
There
natutulog
have
at
been
lagi
attempts
nakasaksak
here
yung
and
cellphone and
across the map in the
worry
games, but then it has
na
clearly
baka
been
masira
lacking
yung
still.
battery.
They
Ayan,
seem
bagay
to
na bagay sa inyo yan, yung
try a little
GT20
bit
Pro
of
ng
too many
Infinix.
things at the same time.
Yeah.
So hopefully we see them narrow down what they want to do one step at a time as they head into this match.
We'll see if they can, because right now, rising above it all is TNC Pro Team.
And,
Leo,
yun
how's
nga,
this looking for us
live
here?
tayo
Looking like
kay
the
McFriends
season 9
TV.
all over again.
Naka-cross
Strongest
posted
we've ever
tayo
seen
doon ngayon.
TNC Pro
Kumbaga,
team
tagal din
in
di
a hot
nakapag-live eh.
minute. I'm looking at the lover boy. I didn't get the memo. He was going by that once more.
Hindi ko lang alam, parang may bug.
If he is
Hindi ko
here
siya makita
and
na
he is everywhere, then you know TNC
naka-post
Pro team is going anywhere they
sa
want to go.
page niya. Wait lang ha, ko may trouble ba dito?
Hey, Renmar believes it.
Yes, he does.
He's a true believer. What did he say yesterday?
Yan.
TNC and 5.
I think he
Wait
even
lang, post
as
tayo
early
sa
as
story.
week 1, right? He already
Naka-live tayo.
has been either just the first or second series of TNC, and he already believes that they are heading into the playoffs. And I think the spider chart already shows as much of how TNC has been performing really well, KDA wise, and in a majority of the statistics. It's only in terms of first blood in which Twisted Minds is actually able to kind of balance it out against the TNC, but it's so hard if you get the first blood still.
Yan yung mga gusto magpa-shoutout ha.
The early game as a whole.
Yun nyo lang dyan sa comment section. Gawa tayo ng poll. Wait lang. We made a poll. Kung sino yung tingin nyo mananalo.
Was it season 9? It's been a while, man. You know, I want to hear how they prepare for the game. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our ping test for our teams.
Low. Game na pre.
Eto
Para
na.
makahipa. Hoy, tara na.
Wait lang.
Alay pampahype tol.
Pakinggan natin yung ping check.
Di na ako invite. Imbitado sa Unidos. Maganda ata, encourage na rin sa ito Pagkasipa, winter na. Pwede mo?
Okay, well, what do we hear? Let's go ahead and translate it for our international viewers out there. What do we hear over there? What was Yawi saying?
He's saying that TNC still remains hungry.
They still remain hungry. Well, maybe the keys to victory from Infinix will go ahead and help figure things out. Brigida, what are the keys to
Yeah,
victory?
we have here the Infinix
As we've previously mentioned about Yawi, he
keys
still
to
has to
victory.
keep behaving Yawi, keep doing what he's been doing,
Let him
allowing his
let him
teammates
out
to do
and
their
play
jobs.
for
And of course,
TNC.
their
Keep
overall
favoring
participation has been
Yahweh.
a significant difference
And
from
more
that of
than
Twisted Minds.
Plan
On the other
A.
hand, Twisted
Tama.
Minds has to allow
Kumbaga,
output
for
to
the
be part
longest
of the
run
process a little bit more, or
ng
for us to see
TNC,
him
ano naman
actually
natin, di ba?
join the
Laging
fight when
maganda
it's
yung
his
early.
actual timing
But the
or
problem
his
is,
timing
walang
off, because that hasn't been a
pang-end.
trend for Twisted Minds just yet. It's
Tingin
been
ko
a
with the
very
help
hard
Niyawi
first
dito
2
sa
weeks
TNC.
for them.
Mukhang magbabago
And,
na
of
yung
course,
ano na
for
yun.
both of them,
Magbabago na yung
it's important
scenario
to have more than
for
just a
TNC.
plan A. We've seen the potential plan Bs from Twisted Minds bringing in a new player, but if it still doesn't work for them, they have to
Twisted
have
Minds,
another
we have
backup plan.
here the blue side. Medyo alanganin sa win rate. 0 win rate
And that's the main strength
for
I think Twisted Minds has.
TNC.
Even preseason, you have the geniuses in Coach
And
Monch
yun,
and Coach
para sa mga viewers
It just seems to
natin,
be a problem with execution.
Execution's definitely the problem here.
yan,
with Twisted Minds.
magbabalik
Jump into
ang
draft here,
Infinix
game number
Concept
1
Store
against Best
event 3v3
against TNC.
MLBB
I know we wanna
tournament.
have them, you know, have
Third
these
week ng
multiple
March.
plans and everything else, but I would also
March
like to see them
19 and
just
20 to be
polish up
exact.
on the foundations, because honestly, from Twisted Minds, that's kind of
March
what's been lacking,
19 and
really,
20 to be
even in the
exact.
early games,
Magkakaroon tayo ng
sometimes
tournament
they
again ng
just seem to
3v3
fall
sa
apart once they get
SM
too far
City
behind,
North
whether that's in the
EDSA.
jungle pressure that's being dealt by the
Kita
teams
it's
they've
tayo
beat
doon.
so
May chance kayo
far.
makakuha ng
Just not
exclusive
really being able to
merchandise
respond in terms
coming
of
from
team fighting.
Infinix
Still
and
obviously looking for that first win on the blue side for them.
MLBB,
I'm wondering what this
MPL.
priority will be for them as they go through these
Yan,
bans, because right now,
ano naman ako,
the
comment down below kung saan nanonood.
TNC. Fanny
Kung
was
saan ang
actually
location
the choice
para
over
ma-check
here.
natin kung
Twisted
saan
Minds
umaabot
alongside
yung live
Hilda
stream
and
natin
Herod.
ngayong araw.
And so if the Suyo's not banned, are we just thinking Twisted Minds is going to go with the Suyo? Is that the right call for MP the King?
There's a chance, or
Eto,
even
mag-start
the
na
Granger
ang
is possible
ating
for
banning
Twisted
case.
Minds.
Let 'em out.
They decided to take out the Harriet. So it's just really the
Topani,
Suyo which is
Hilda.
left, or if not that,
And sino ba to?
the Luyi is also still
Harriet
available for
ang
Twisted Minds
tinanggal
if they ever
dito.
want to go that
Joy
route.
and
Though we've been seeing Hajizi play a bit more
mental block ako lagi.
mid lane.
Nagsha-shoutcast ng ano eh. Pero mental block sa mismong in-game.
He's been, quite on point in terms of the mechanics when it comes to that. But they take out the Luyi.
Shoutcast tayo ng ano. And hosting din tayo ng mga ano concept store event natin. Yan, shoutout sa mga dealers natin
I don't think
na sobrang supportive
Unless they
during
surprise
mga
us too.
3v3 events.
TNC
Yan, shoutout sa inyong lahat.
who did the surprise Selena first pick.
Yeah, and the fact that that's actually still open, but I just don't see Twisted Minds doing that.
Pero ito na nga
I think
tayo.
because you mentioned this already, the Harith is
First
out, and
pick
they do
for
kind
the
of wanna go with
side
priority
ng
over Granger.
Twisted
This is the
Minds.
best, one of the best case scenarios that they can do is just allowing Outplay to have
May mga viewers
a better
tayo
team
na ngayon
or
pala
just a
nakapanood ng
better team.
MPL.
They go on Matilda,
Yan, wala
so
na
they
po
do kind
sa
of surprise
natin
things
sa
out where
tournament
they
yung
Matilda
Blacklist
on the
and
first is the Granger Suyo, though. Is that
RSG.
is this worth the trade in terms
Pero
of those
magbabalik ba
heroes?
ngayon si Matilda?
Twisted Minds probably
Matilda
saw this
Airlines
coming, right?
ng
Them
Blacklist
decided to ban out
noon.
Hilda, though, at least they minimize the chances of
Yung shoutout
their
yung ano,
blur
mga
or
tropa
their,
natin sa Infinix.
area of the map being invaded early on. They also have the Matilda, so they have a little bit more of
Ano natin yung mga tropa natin sa Infinix Retail.
Alpha Hayabusa because of the Matilda.
Yeah.
And even a Nolan, like you're not as soft or trapped deep into enemy lines if you so decide to burst the back line. So I get it, you know, like the Matilda seems to be like a catch-all for Escalera.
Yeah. They can play it a little bit more safe.
Yan yung mga gusto magpa-shoutout tayo dyan. Libreng-libre.
They might
Mga pa-shoutout sa mga tropa nyo or mga loved ones nyo. Yan. Babasahin natin yan during our live stream. Live stream ha, official live streamer pa rin tayo since season 12. Ganun nakahaba.
As you mentioned, Alpha for MP, the King, and the Nolan. But if not, they also might want to
We are live sa ChezyGaming Plays
mid laner heroes for Haji.
and ChezyGaming main page natin. Then na-cross posted din tayo kay Macrens TV. Yan, shoutout sa mga ano, sa mga tropa natin dyan sa ano,
Very supportive.
sa Infinix. Infinix Retail and yung mga friendships natin dyan sa Infinix ano, marketing naman. Yung mga sa Infinix booth pala, alimutan ko sa retail booth natin. Shoutout sa inyong lahat.
I mean, this was also started during the off season, I think. Like,
They've been listening to the stories. Oh,
that's the Barretts, yeah.
okay, they take out the Barretts.
It's a Lord James special right there.
Yes.
Pero wait lang, kanina
Flicker
natin
the
to
Donuts
saglit.
welcome.
I went to high school with that guy.
Oh.
Let's check.
Just wave on the screen.
Okay.
Whoa.
Simultaneously.
What is this?
Live
Looks like
streaming
foreign
naman
currency.
tayo. Ay, alam mo tapos sabihin, live din tayo sa YouTube.
Astrology cards.
Sa sobrang tagal ko nang di nagla-live stream, nalimutan ko na kung saan tayo
They take
nag-online.
out one
Yan.
jungler and a mid
Yan,
lane.
YouTube natin, ChezyGaming, TikTok, ChezyGaming,
The Nolan's
sa
still
Facebook,
there.
ChezyGaming
Mark's still
Plays,
there.
and ChezyGaming tayo dyan.
CC to continue hurting Lord
But
GM.
we are back.
Man, that's really gonna narrow down the options for
And hopefully next week, mapag-shout, mapag-live
There's
stream
a-
ulit tayo.
Which is funny that Benang didn't go through in the first phase. I feel like every single, maybe, well, I don't want to say any absolutes here. but
Tagal naman na
almost
natin
most matches, Benang has picked up the first
Wala tayong time mag-stream, pasensya na. Even yung live rank games natin, hopefully maibalik natin yan kahit once a week or every weekend lang, yung mga live RG natin. Siguro after ng season, this season, parang ilang days na lang ba yung season natin sa rank games
Will
natin.
indeed be a rogue lead because that's Yawi. I'm assuming he wants to pick up something. I mean, the show's still open actually up to this point.
Pero ito
it's a
na nga.
good play to go ahead and just kind of wait. You know, pick up the Valentino now.
Yan, check nyo yung
Let's
mga
see what Twisted Minds picks up, then TNC.
Tawag nun, mga natin dyan, line up natin for both teams. Matilda, Pobius, and Iritel ang na-lockdown na dito ng East. And for the side ng TNC, we are rooting for TNC. Pasensya na Sir Joms.
Yeah, you better make those last two picks work.
Yan, kay natin, community manager natin na previously naging ka-partner natin sa Infinix gaming expert.
I mean,
Sir
they might want a
Jomari.
bit more rain.
Yan.
Uh,
Noong nakaraan, first day, magkalaban din yung team na
speaking of
sinusupport
magic
namin.
damage, that is going to be
Tawag
the
nun, what you call this? Aurora for Infinite, syempre sa Twisted Mind.
Yep, it has been threatening.
And baka this week, baka i-release natin yung mga pictures. Yung mga kuhain mga videos sa atin coming from week 1.
For MP the King, I guess. So Lord JM for Yawi can decide to go for a Yawi hero here. I think Cho wouldn't be so bad. But this is a Julian. And at the same time, if they want a bit more of
If he
ways to
does,
reach.
if he goes Cho, he's gonna have actually a pretty difficult time, even though he. For TNC so far, and hopefully they can take this kind of lineup.
Yan,
make it
support
work for
nyo
themselves
The
too. But
official
Twisted
tournament
Minds,
po ng
I would also say that
Infinix.
this lineup
Ayun ang
is something
MPL
different
Infinix
than what we've done because
GT20
even in the
Pro
roam this time for
5G.
Escalera, man, I'm wondering
Yeah.
if this will actually help him be activated enough alongside MP the King to get done what they have to win a game.
And the question is that enough of a front line to protect your softies in the Iritel and the Sicilian?
Phobius, I would say yeah.
Just focus though!
Yeah, but it might get... Yeah, you might expect the Bovies to
Yan,
be
start
separated
ng
at some
ating
time.
laban.
Well, let's find out here. It's game number 1 in our first match of the day. It's Twisted Minds still looking for a victory, and a TNC looking to continue the rise into the sky. And as we look at this already, early aggression, Yahui just showing face alongside Lancey here.
Yep. At the very least for Twisted Minds, we're expecting to see possibly a lot more participation. There's a reliable source of
ayusin natin
magic damage
tong
or
what call this
damage,
yung
burst
camera
damage
natin.
overall that can come in
Or
if
camera
the mid trio does
angle.
decide to rotate together. Some Sicilians are clearly based on the emblem combinations picked up here by Hajizi as well. We
Yeah,
could be
nagkagulo
expecting
dito
the
sa aming
aggression
bahay.
to come in from Twisted Minds, and that's also what
Maraming
we
kids.
would like to see from them. But just the same TNC, I doubt we'd see Yawi and Lancy far from each other for the
Kaya nga
entirety of the game. They're so fast,
start
they're so
ng game
quick to
number 1
rotate,
natin.
and one of their strengths is exactly what we're seeing right now. Their capacity to just control this river and be
May
aware of
marinig
their
kayong mga nagsisigawang bata, nagalaro lang din
And the
sila.
hard
Huwag kayong
part
maglala.
about this too, for
Everyone
TNC
is safe in this
specifically,
house.
Is actually being able to, number one, catch Twisted Minds with the lineup that they have, but also being able to follow through. I mean, think about it. A Matilda alone is going to allow you to do that. That's going to also takes a little bit of extra protection running that purify. But then too, when you're trying to catch MPL, this is
Laban, wait lang check natin kung na-post ba dito sa ano.
See if they commit to either a pickoff or a setup with a Raging Sandstorm or what have you. They have to be able to actually secure those follow-ups and those kills here. And that's what Twisted Minds can actually do with this mobility that this lineup gives them. So the Turtle's going to go ahead and get pulled out by Zaida. They keep together here. They're going to fight for it.
Yawi,
maiipit dito, pero ganun pagkakalo doon, buy time niya, padilapit agad yung members.
By Lancy, popped the
Ng
pursuit. Lot of damage sent in. James secures a kill on the Lancy. Lord JM very low, gonna go down. Not
Pero
enough damage.
eskalera, makukuha si Lord JM doon. Yan, sama dito sa watch party natin.
James.
Holding their ground. Turtle gonna be secured here by Twisted Minds.
Yan, Turtles din nakuha.
By Escalera.
Yan, lagay nyo comment down below sino yung bias nyo rito.
Win for Twisted.
Twisted Minds ba kayo or TNC Pro
I was just
Team?
saying that. They're going to have to commit to those fights. And I guess at least for the early game, they answered the question, is that Phobius enough to stand front side? Well, it looked like it
Dito,
was.
Yeah, but actually for that particular team fight, it
Obvious
wasn't entirely
and
Twisted Minds deciding
na natin
to
dito
start
yung
first.
kay
TNC, that was a well-coordinated engage coming in from both Lord JM
kasi kanina
and,
ita natin during
as
the
well as
turtle
Yawi. But of
turtle
course,
pit
we've seen
habang
the bigger reforce out early on,
sinusubukan kunin
and
doon ang kanilang
Twisted Minds
pagkakaipit din
responding
kasi.
immediately to that engage.
Kaso ang nakaka-secure
TNC,
dito
they've
MP
lost
the King.
resources prior to that fight, and Twisted Minds sustained overall. It was just too much to handle for
Nasustain
TNC.
yung
Not
Twisted
even their
Mind.
lineup right now.
Yung atake na ginawa ng
Enough burst
TNC
damage to deal with
during
all
that
these members
turtle
together
take, yung unang turtle
with
take ng ating laro.
formation that really favors them in that team fight.
Despite the loss on the major objective, I'd reckon TNC are still on
Yan, yung mga gusto magpa-shoutout dyan.
Lord JM,
Pero
very
Lord
low. Primal Ram
JM,
coming through.
maiipit
Where's
sa
the
dalawang
damage?
members,
James
pero
just
siya pa
not hit.
makakuha.
Lands on the flank. Can they finish the job? Zaida holding his ground. With the
James
sever.
get
Is
the
that enough?
kill
Triple
and
touch
ultimate
Yawi
coming from
sidelines. James
Cecilion.
falls. That's a one-for-one
Gandang
trade.
bawas doon.
XP laners down.
Pero
Yawi
unti-unting
jumping in.
nauubos si Yawi pero kaya pang bumalag.
Pushback, MP the King. Close call both sides.
Wow.
MP
Yawi
the
has
King
to survive
makakaligtas.
that. Trying to wait to allow Zaida to come in. Not able to get it.
Yeah, shout out kay Mark.
Going to go back.
Welcome sa ating live stream ulit.
In normal circumstances,
Yan, follow
you
nyo
wouldn't
si
consider
Macrens
doing the
TV.
You're using the Raging Sandstorm anymore to stay in that
Uh-oh.
5 above down bottom.
1v1. Golden
1v1 of that out of lane. Wala pa rin makaka.
Yes, but
Good Yawi.
not can finish it. Oh, played. Gets taken down.
Grabe.
Now we took it personal.
The Ducati ran out of gas.
Grabe
This is
yun.
exactly what we've been saying. The fast rotations coming in from TNC, and for 2 consecutive team fights, it's that quick
Mukhang kailangan na
rotation and
magbalik
ability to
ulit
respond
ng monitor
allowed
dito.
them
Ang
to
labo.
not completely let Twisted
Nung
Minds take
nakikita
the lead.
natin,
Time to go
pero
Turtle, says TNC, pulling it
yan,
over.
turtle.
Massive man advantage. Other side of the wall. Twisted Minds trying to come through.
Ito na pasok ni Yawi dito from the back, pero na-ultimate na rin dito. Zaida makaka-secure. Pero hindi matapos yung laban out, makakuha na isa. Yawi is down, pero pabalik patras na yung members dito ng TNC. Anong masasabi nyo sa
At the very least, TNC complete.
ibang-iba na yung
all together
TNC
in that objective
from
take.
before.
They took what they had to. Checking out the,
Kumbaga yung revamp,
items and
revamp
the gold
lineup
as
ngayon ng
early as
TNC.
now. It does feel like
Nakakita na si
they're
Boss
still
Dogs
trying
ulit
to
dito
manage.
ng liwanag.
okay.
Oh, man. Okay. He keeps the turret together. But, man, as you were saying, you know, they get the turtle out of that, and you have to commend to what's happening here. They're still maintaining pretty much equilibrium, but it looks like Twisted Minds wants
Pero
to make a play. They
Twisted
at least
Minds
want to get
dito
this turret down.
nag-a-apply
That
ng
they will
pressure.
do. But TNC will continue to farm around the map and find what they can.
Kumbaga, TNC is nagro-rotate ng sa map, pero yung Twisted Minds dito, ang focus yata is mag-secure ng kill, mag-apply ng pressure sa ating laban.
Yep. this is going.
Yan, samahan nyo kami dito si ChezyGaming at your service here at
aside the fact that Outplayed is actually able to play
MPL
really well in the lane
Season
up
15
against
official
Kuzen, and
restream.
we've seen it.
This is our
earlier.
watch party.
They're actually able to focus a bit more of their attention
Yan,
towards
shoutout sa mga nasa
rotating
Infinix booth
to
ngayon.
Outplay. And now it's rewarding them clearly. They switched up the lane.
Yan,
Outplayed
bisita kayo pag pumunta tayo ng
top.
ano na
So for TNC, it's surprising
MPL
to see that
PH Arena
they're the
sa
ones
Greensun
being
Hotel,
sort of read
Makati.
out. It's interesting because
Yan, may
TNC for the
mga
longest
games
time
doon
have
yung
been playing
Infinix
an
na
absolutely
possible
early
makakuha
game, but
kayo.
now Twisted Minds, now they're up top too.
ng mga exclusive merchandise. Pero ito na ang ganda ng pagkakapasok ng Osen. Makakuha pa ng isa pero James babawi din kaagad. Hinahabol dito.
Enforcements down goes
Maxi, pero Saida, unti-unti dito nakakaano. Bumabak sa Emihas. Dalawa ang bumagsak sa
Good
ating
response.
mga teams.
Looks like they're going to go ahead and just take their route to the turtle now. Kozen will go ahead and help them out for this, but it was
Pero
a
ang
trade
wala
to
natin
even there, and it was good use
secure
for
na
Twisted
natin
Minds. You know,
turtle.
they had all that utility, they brought it up top.
Pero Yawi, ang
but then
gandang
Lancey
pang-box out
bought
na
enough
ginagawa
time
dito
to
kay
let the
MP
rest of the
Ducky. Hindi
response
niya
come
hinayaang
through for
makalapit
TNC. So
o
again, all this leads
magkaroon
to
ng contest
nearly an
dun sa
even
turtle.
game right now, at least at this point. You know, still working on some of the turrets. There is that turret advantage right now for Twisted Minds. But looking at the items, are they falling into place for both teams?
Yan,
Yep, so far,
Ramashi
even just
Kumar,
Yawi,
salamat sa
looking at
pag-live
his,
ng sa
first,
pag-like
item,
ng
which is the
ating
MLBB
live
shield,
stream.
and allowed
Shout
them
out
to
sa iyo.
Actually engage
Ramashis
team fights a
Kumar.
lot more against Twisted Minds, since most or majority of their early game damage is again coming in from
Pero
their
dito,
mages, from their
dikit pa rin eh.
Bunker and
Dikit pa yung
Escalera,
ano
two of
natin
them
eh,
from
yung
Escalera. So he's able
gold
to sustain it
natin
a bit
dito.
more,
Wala pa
like
talaga
what we've seen in
nakakalamang.
the first team fight during that first turtle.
Pero
So
yung
now they're a bit more
aggressiveness kasi
equipped
na
to fight,
ginagawa
and
dito ng
with
TWIS
that
eh.
Sky Piercer pickup as well from
Nakaka-counterplay
Kuzen,
ngayon
they're gradually able to find
ng
the opening up against
TNC
Twisted Minds.
with their rotation. Kumbaga hindi papalag yung TNC hanggat hindi sure o hindi sigurado na makakakuha sila ng kill. Pero yung pressure naman na ina-apply ng Twisted Mind against TNC, kumbaga parang binibigyan nilang impression eh kung saan kayo susulpot.
Okay, they're actually gonna
May
go ahead
race
and
ba
just
kagad na
try to
darating eh.
take this, but they're gonna, Lord Jam has to flicker out. Pops a primal wrap, they might have to respond.
Pero MP the King,
Four members of Twisted Minds.
nandito hinahabol. Lord JM, Vision Tay lang muna for
You notice what's
TNC.
happening here too, right? They're continuing to put pressure on the map, and now they've gotten
Yan, shoutout sa mga
a little
viewers
bit of a
natin
lead
dyan.
first time
Ay,
in this
mga
game.
natin.
Twisted Minds, they
Tawag
have to be
natin,
careful
mga
even when
ka-squad
they
natin.
consistently rotate together and,
Kay
try to
Jennifer
look for
Balmonte
changes.
Caraga,
Yawi
yan,
and
shoutout
Max
sa'yo.
has that tendency
Yung mga ka-squad
to
natin
go for
sa
the
Vengeance
plays,
Guild.
always make them think twice about wherever they're currently
Kay
positioned.
Jen Caraga,
But
shoutout
TNC,
sa'yo.
There's a chance that they can
Yan, kung
fight
gusto nyo
against the
mag-appear yung
5-man
pangalan nyo
line
sa
of
taas,
TNC,
ayan,
such as now.
ito pala, sa taas dyan. I-like yung stream natin kasi pag mga heart hindi siya nag-reflect kasi pero nagkakabakbakan na nga. Alanganin yung buhay dito, mauubos na Yawi.
Look at the iframe
Ang ganda nung dito.
Yeah. It saved MP the
Ng
King
pwesto ni
so
Iritel.
many
That's
times
what I was talking
Parang
about.
pre-hit
in
lang
this
from the
entire
back.
game. And TNC,
Mukhang ang
once
call na
they're
dito
forced to run away,
ng
disengage,
Twisted Mind, simulan na
they
yung
wouldn't want to
Lord.
chase after them
Pero
anymore.
Saida,
Suddenly, it's quiet.
nasa likod lang.
TNC's planning something.
Vision
Trying to
play
hold it
for
on to this
TNC.
Small camp down bottom in that brush. Watching the Lord get reset.
Yan na, once again, this is ChezyGaming,
Waiting for the dance to
the
start.
Infinix retail gaming expert. Kung gusto nyo sumali sa ating mga events, we have mall caravans, hindi, mall tours yun eh.
Recollect, but
Yung ating mall tours na papacilitate tayo ng 3v3 MLBB tournament sa mga Infinix Concept Store. Later this month,
their sustain or their front line
magkaroon tayo ng ng tournament ulit sa sa SM City North EDSA March 19 and 20.
Jumps in to a death brush. Lord J bursted so quickly.
Pero James dito, Yawi makukuha ni MP the King.
Feel the magic damage. Zaida coming through. Cuts a line between them and
Pero
the team.
makakakuha pa, outplayed.
Their way through. 3 for none so
Dalawang
far.
tatlo ang bumagsak dito
That's
TNC at
exactly
wala.
what I mentioned. At this point, Twisted
Sa
Minds just can't
Twisted
take on
Minds
any
getting a
person they
huge
decide to take on from
advantage.
TNC. And over
Plus
the two,
the
attacking
Lord,
from
pero
Myers
hindi
too.
bumibitaw dito. Si Kosen, tamang baril-baril lang from the back, pero wala makakakuha. Escalera nagpailaw.
Take one, Zyda falls alongside that tier 1 in mid and that tier 2 in the bottom lane.
This is such a good game for an Irenthel, for
Ganda
outplay,
dito
because he's able
ginagawa
to
ng
just
yung
rely on his team
patience.
to be at the front. I mean, look at MP the King himself.
Hinayaan lang
being on the
mag-overcommit
front side.
dito
Lord JM?
yung TNC
And the
while
flicker,
Twisted
the
Minds.
onward.
Oh,
Ngayon naman, bababawian ng TNC to sila makakakuha ng isa. Pero Pobius tumaldag sa gitna. Lord James babagsak pa side ng TNC.
Smashes through that holy shield up top.
gotta wait for this. They
Diretso
gotta deal with the
rito.
lore. They do.
Yep.
But man, what
Ang
a
Twisted
again, an
Minds
interesting fight there, Brick.
against
Yes.
TNC Pro
That was a
Team.
very decisive engage coming in from Lord JM and Yawi. At this point, I think they're just accepting the fact
We
that
have
they
here the
have to
instant replay.
just do their jobs, go in for the setups, and sustain as much
Ganda
as
ng
they can
pick-up na
despite
ginawa doon ni
the very
Pobius.
high amount of damage coming in from
Kaya nalimitahan yung
Twisted
pagkilos
Minds.
yun,
As you see
right
here,
there.
with
Nalimitahan
MPL
yung pagkilos
going
or
on
yung
with those
pag-abante na
basic
dapat
attacks
balak gawin ng
onto Lord
TNC.
JM. And you would think that Eden would be the perfect fit for that
Dinistrap
drop
doon
to
ni
buy
James.
some time. But even
Yung
despite that,
pag-abante
even
ng
despite
TNC or
Eden's
binabalak
it's
ng
very
pagbawi,
own hit,
pero
Twisted Minds, just looking at the items, just looking at MP the King.
naghahanap
you wouldn't
ngayon
want
si
to
Yawi
clear that Julian. It's so hard to take him down even also with the rose gold.
ng pick-up lane play para mahuli dito. It's either yung yung Julian
even the Bloodwings, which will allow him an additional
or si
boost of
si
movement speed, just
Iritel.
to catch him off guard.
That's part of the problem here for TNC. They did just pick up 2 Sea Halberds
para
over here for the
makasecure dito,
lineups that they
maiwasan
have.
yung
But
burst
it seems to
damage
be
na
the
binibigay ng
problem
dalawang
is
hero na to.
actually able to get through that sustainability, get through that tankiness that Twisted Minds has right now. Even for MB the King, again, this is what most people have witnessed and felt in their ranked games, and now this is the first time that we see Julian come through for
Pero
the MPL
pasag na
Philippines
yung mga
match,
outer
and it seems
towers
to be
dito
working
ng
really well with the play
TNC.
style
Dito medyo
and the way that they
mahihirapan
want to
kasi
work
may,
around
may
MB the
possible
King.
na
He can be a little
na
aggressive, he
split
can be a
push na
little
pwedeng
forefront
gawin ng
because he knows
ng
that, okay, I've got
Twisted
this
Minds
kit, but
against
not only that,
TNC.
I've got Escalera to get me out of dodge. And James, man, he's been doing work
Yeah.
on this Phobius
Yung
pick.
shout
And when he has
out
Vengeance
kay
available,
Mark
he feels even more
Villanueva
confident to just
Sereño,
go 1 versus 5
kay
if he has
Macsense
to.
TV, shout out sa iyo.
JC has even been
And
touched.
kay Jennifer Balmonte Caraga, shout out sa mga ka-squadmates natin. And Ramashis Kumar,
How many stacks he has?
shout out din sa iyo.
A lot.
I can only imagine it to be even just 30 minutes into the game and nearing 200 or more than 200 stacks
Nandito na
for
ulit
the
yung ating
Sicilians. And
second
even when
lord
MB the
ng
King
ating
decides to
laro.
go up front, as you mentioned, he's
Nagkakaroon
not
ng build-up
entirely
sa
the,
Lord Pit.
front line here for Twisted Minds. It's always James making sure that he's to some extent zoned out
Pero
members of
Yawi,
TNC. Speaking of
nasa
zoning,
ilalim ngayon.
Okay, this is going to be a reset right here. It's held at under half health. We'll see if either
Lahati,
Romer decides to
continuous
just
ba
go
to
in. It
o
looks like they're going
magkakaroon
to
tayo
fight
ng
it
reset?
out.
Pero Yawi, nagbumitna na pero Zaida makakasecure ng Lord. Pero Yawi ang balik nito. Siya yung maiipit sa ilalim. At mapapabaksak. Hawak ngayon ng TNC yung pangalawang Lord ng ating laban. Pero kwent naman nito, isang kanilang roamer na si Yawi.
Great decision to contest that objective since Zaida wasn't really behind either way. He was also level 15,
Mama-maximize ba to
so
o
it just really
mayu-utilize
had
ng
to, or he
TNC
just really had
against
to depend on
Twisted
his
Minds? Pero
teammates and
kinat
of
na
course his
agad
own
dito
retribution. But
ng Twisted Mind
they're
yung
just
Lord
clearing
at
up
sa
that Lord
litang na
secured by
maburburst.
Yeah, they're going to clear that really quickly.
Mukhang
Again, it was, you know, we kind of
hindi
have to go for it. What
sulit
TNC was saying.
yung
Yawi was
sacrifice doon
sacrificing
ni
to get
Yawi
that
for
Lord, but I'm wondering
TNC.
what that will result
Hindi
to
rin doon
across the map for
mayu-utilize
them, because still, you know, they
ng
only have
Phoenix
those 2
Army
turrets down to work
nakuhang
with.
Lord.
They're not going to be
Saglit
confident enough
lang
to
na
actually
natunaw
push
doon.
down either, because of the way that they can be displaced or even outmaneuvered by Twisted Minds. You can see it,
Yan, please follow
stacks right now in the Sicilian.
yung mga page natin. We have ChezyGaming and ChezyGaming Plays. And naka-cross posted din tayo sa page ni Macren's TV. And we are also live sa ating sa ating YouTube channel.
A single VATS feast onto the tankiest members. That'll be a lot to deal with if you were TNC.
Stack on top of the glowing one, so there's a lot of trickle damage happening, and then suddenly the burst from Outplayed, the burst from MP the King. Twisted Minds, amazing damage profile set in. That's why they win, what? 4 out of 5 direct engagements against TNC in the 16-minute game.
Yep.
And he gets a Divine Glaive just now. So it's going to hurt even more so for the damage that Hajizi is able to pump out. And really, we're at just kind of a...
oh, you mean both of them?
Yeah, both of them.
Both of them have the Divine Glaive.
They got it.
Oh.
Yeah, they both got it now. So at this point, that damage profile that we're talking about split between Twisted Minds' lineup is going to be difficult for TNC. Now, how can they overcome that? Really, it's going to come down to that next objective, the next Lord, in less than a minute away. They might not want to just completely Yawi go in. If he sacrifices himself and they're down numbers, even if they win that Lord, we might see the same thing where they might secure the Lord. But if the 5-man for Twisted Minds is still alive, they would be able to just clear it out again.
You gotta start asking the hard questions here. Who's gonna find Hajizi?
Yeah. It's a difficult task for TNC, especially their damage dealers, since Twisted Minds, they're doing such a great job at blocking the damage. Even just James deciding to throw in his bodies up against TNC, looking for Kuzen. Unfortunately for TNC, Kuzen still hasn't died up to this point. But at the same time, those Sky Piercer stacks, you can't feel them as much. And at the same time, you'd be forced to run away just when you see James coming up at you. So there are so many things to be
match
considered
number
here if you were
1,
TNC.
game number 1.
Of course, you'd want them to group up together.
Yan, trivia.
Probably
Nasa
where we
Filipino
have
broadcast
their
ngayon si
powers
ano,
come into effect.
si Chantel and si Brigida naman nandito sa English broadcast.
Getting the vision that he needs.
Mukhang expect nyo na lahat ng game ngayong araw aabot ng game number 3 or ultra late game naman. Kumbaga, mabibigyan tayo ng mahabang laban ngayong araw. Dito sa week number 2, day number 3 ng MPL PH Season 15.
Updates on where members of Twisted Minds are coming from TNC. And I'm gonna say now, Twisted Minds, this is a Twisted Ube.
Yeah.
This is.
Pero nakabakod dito yung Twisted Minds. Pero TNC with Yawi and Lord JM nasa ilalim.
The Circle Eagle, he's got that. But it's still a push and pull between them. This is
Kumbaga,
probably the closest
nakita
thing we've seen
dito
to a Lord dance in a while. Between both
Ni
teams, almost at the
Hajizi, tamang
19-minute
boost
mark
check
for
sa
this one. It's
ilalim.
half health now.
Nakuha si ano
Both
dito.
roamers have the options, but also Lord
Si
JM.
Lord
We have to keep an eye
JM
on
na
Lord JM's
nakapwesto.
positioning because he could initiate with a flicker
Pero
or shadow
Yawi,
combo.
vision play,
Right now,
tamang
they're gonna
zone
be
sa
pushed
ilalim.
off here.
Pero magko-commit yata dito yung Twisted Minds. Biglang umabante. Pubius. Kakaldag na ba? Pero Matilda Airlines.
Yawi very low. James looking to finish the job.
Pero unti-unti nauubos din si Yawi. Target lock ni Pubius pero hindi pa nakakaisa.
Yawi's alive, but James.
Pero Lord JM nakita dito ni MP the King. Kulang na ng isang hero dito. Yung TNC Pro
This feels
Team.
like TNC getting a taste of their own medicine. They've really been a team that's reliable in terms
Ang
of
ganda ng ginawa dito ng ano, ng Twisted Minds. Hinayaan mo niya medyo lumalim sa Lord Dance dito yung TNC. Once nakita ng opening, hinabol dito si Zaida and Dance. Si Lance dito kasama si Yawi. Kumbaga yung call bigla ng Twisted Mind against TNC. Tara pre, abante na tayo, medyo lumalim ng konti. At doon nagkawatak-watak yung members ng TNC Pro Team. And nakita natin yung aggressiveness ng Pubius. Alam niyang hindi siya agad maburburst, but ngayon, pumasok na sa base. Makakadepensa pa sa ngayon yung TNC. Back out muna o atras muna yung call dito ng Twisted Minds against TNC Pro Team.
is yet to take an ultimate for this defense. They still gotta clear this out though.
Pero kung Dabuto, mukhang balak basagin na dito. Yung inhibitor tower on the bottom lane, pero ayaw magpakasigurado dito ng Twisted Minds.
Really okay with
Kumbaga, ina-apply yung pressure pero hindi tayo mag-overcommit o mag-overextend. Kung saan ito yung disiplina na pinapakita ngayon ng Twisted Minds against TNC Pro Team.
Either James or Escalera, they'd be doing it first. And they don't get to necessarily find the right targets. Outplayed and Hajizi. At this point,
And
Escalera
i-plug
just
na
has
rin
his
pala
eyes
natin,
set on
kung
them.
ikaw ay
These are
taga
the players
Mindanao,
that I have
Davao
to
base,
ensure are
or
safe.
Visayas naman,
At this point, Outplayed
Cebu,
no longer even has his boots anymore. He also
meron
has
tayong
the wind of
job
nature
opening for
along with him. So
for
if ever
Infinix.
Zyda does get to find an opening, or even Kuzen, he will have a way
Yan,
to
kung
play
balak nyo
around and
maging
still make it out
gaming
alive.
expert katulad ko. Yan, parang siya, in-house
Friday
gaming
protection map.
event organizer for TNC.
Plus, he's got sprint.
Yan,
He can fly
comment
around.
down below.
This is
Lalapag ko yung email address ko dyan sa baba mamaya.
TNC on the other hand, I'm still seeing a lot of,
Yan, we are looking for gaming
It is, and
expert
that's one of
for
the things, though,
Visayas
is
and
going back to
Mindanao.
the question earlier.
Most
Who is gonna be
probably
the guy for
Cebu
TNC to
base
find the right
and
target?
Davao
Because
base.
It's so difficult to find the right target, and honestly, the best one
Yan, mag-ano kayo doon, magkoconduct kayo ng tournament
It's gonna be stopped.
sa mga concept store for Infinix. Pero ito na nga, Twisted Minds! Umabante na ulit. And James pa rin. Grabe yung aggressiveness na pinapakita dito. Talagang binabardagal dito yung yung members ng TNC.
At this point is
And
enough
hindi niya
to threaten
hinahayaan
TNC.
na maabot
Escalera can offer the guiding win just for him
dito.
once he's done
Yung
his job.
TNC,
because
yung backlane
the
nila,
range
umaga
in Twisted
protektado
Minds
dito.
lineup is already enough for just
May
that
Phobius
bit
yung mga
of damage
members
that James
dito.
will have to tank all by himself. Hajizi
Ng
also just
Twisted
picked up the Holy
Minds.
Crystal right now, so we can imagine the amount of damage that will coming from this guy.
Yeah, we forced the flicker back.
Pero Yawi
They can't even
dito,
try to take their own
napagamit
purple.
ng
This is
resources.
really hard for TNC.
This is going to be tough. Zyda's going to have to pull something amazing off if he wants to even try to steal this,
Almost
but I don't know if
one-fourth lang
Twisted
yung
Minds are going
buhay
to give him
ng
an
Lord
opportunity or a window to.
Sinusubukan makaagaw dito ng TNC, pero MP the King securing that Lord, pero may isang babaksak.
Sacrificing himself, popping immortality.
Bumagsak na dito si Phobius, pero outplayed naman. Double kill. Dalawa bumagsak. Make it 3. 2-to-1 trade. Make it 4 in favor of Twisted Minds.
It's only Lord JM.
Lord
Body
JM
in the sky, but that's
defending
not
the
enough.
base, pero hindi na siya tatagal dito.
Twisted
Ang call dito is wipe out na. Twisted Minds getting game number 1.
And Twisted
Match
Minds
point para
does
sa
it at
kanila.
least for game number 1. They'll drop first blood in the series.
Once
against
again,
the
this
rising
is
TNC Pro team.
ChezyGaming.
You
Infinix
can see the
retail
smile on
game
their faces.
expert.
Twisted Minds, they've been lying for this. Right now, their
Magbabalik
fan base,
muna
the
mamaya.
Minds, they're standing up.
Magme-merienda lang tayo.
As they should. What a game. I mean,
Yan, Twisted Minds
again, the
getting
lineup that
game
they
number
had,
1 against
it almost
TNC
seemed for a
Pro
little bit
Team.
there, especially towards the late game, that it was just unkillable. Like, really, James was just, at that point, he was just throwing. And I have vengeance, and I'm just going to keep going, and they did a really good job at least forcing Yahweh to go ahead and use his Raging Sandstorm if he had to, burn his Flicker if he had to, so there wasn't that surprise setup that we usually see from his league so often. But even using the Quicksand Guard, where then he didn't have that to rely on, and there was just a lot of good layering here from Twisted Minds. So, based on what we've seen in the past from them, this was really a huge improvement in the synergy that we've seen from these players, at least here at this point in game 1.
There's only one thing that I can say about it. He was able to get out and join the fight alongside his team. Aside from that, I felt a significant change in how he was moving up against Kuzen. There were those cool micro plays that were actually surprising to a lot of us, since it didn't feel like Outplayed was able to perform or show us those kinds of plays early on in the season. But with this decision to go for the has been something they never let go of. Outplayed was just having the best possible time of his life. He was taken out twice. They were able to gain access to him somehow, but it wasn't just entirely dependent on him either way too. So
Yeah.
he was just able to carry out his job most of the time. And if he wasn't able to completely carry it out up until the very end, at the very least, they had Jeezy alongside them.
What I liked about this as we look at the highlights here from the game, and especially for Outplayed, is this was the first time really that I felt like there was the team was playing together.
Yeah.
You know, they were actually rotating really well together. Their timings on a lot of this stuff was on point. I mean, even some of the fights where they had to engage, disengage, and then follow through again was really able to showcase that they've worked on this. And then, again, this is a team, Twisted Minds, I know it is only week 2, but they needed this win here. I know it's only game 1. They haven't won the match just yet. TNC will go ahead and adjust leading into the next one, but this is a great victory for not only the team and the fan base as well. And going forward, hopefully they can continue to play like this, because it just seemed like everyone was there for each other on the right moments and able to go ahead and just kind of shut down what we've seen from TNC work for them in the previous games.
I think TNC went a little slow. They definitely could have picked the pace up a little more, especially with Suyo and Khalid here, and an Edith. Like, as long as the Edith has 1 and 2 and a flicker, you could definitely get away with a lot of kills. But I think TNC sat on their hands for a little too long, and I get it, I understand. They were trying to get the farm on Zyzen, but I guess they didn't step on the clutch fast enough to be able to get the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I was about to say what made this entire Phobius, which we initially might have questioned at the beginning, all the more worth it for Twisted Minds, was just how much they were able to, as Nice would say, it just really felt like they were playing together a lot more in this game compared to the first few instances which we've seen them play. It was like the follow-up was almost always there. They were always reliable to either dish out the damage or look for whatever has to be taken, all the while James buys them some time or zones away the other members of TNC for them.
Yeah, just to note that game time's not...
it's not...
That's not correct. So.
I think it's 20...
Yeah, we were...
20...
Yeah.
21?
But it seems like the majority of the stats are.
Yeah. They should be, because there was only 2 turrets for TNC the whole game. So, and again, they did get some of the turtles, but yeah, they lost those last lords. Yeah. So, you know, again, and like you mentioned, even if they solved the problem of maybe it was outplayed or something else, like Hajizi was just stacking on stacks. You know, like at one point too, even if you catch Hajizi, you're gonna have such a hard time catching the rest. And I think that's where really for Kozin, he was having a difficult time really trying to actually find those windows for the Granger on actually like, how can I get to the right targets? Who is going to be able to do that? And that's why Lord JM and Yami were working with really double time on trying to find those targets, but and set things up, but it just, they weren't able to pull that off. Yeah,
and we also mentioned something about the Valentina not being as effective for TNC throughout the entire game. You would assume there would be constant bullying from Lancy and Yawi. They'd be the ones to constantly scout where MP the King is, block the ways for Escalera and Hajizi, but it just backfired. And this is the exact scenario you would not want to be up against if you're against a Sicilian and an Irithel. They get the early game. What more once it reaches the late game? And you have this lineup which has little to no range. It's just mostly on the Granger. It's just mostly on Kuzen, who, by the way, is also our rich guy with a 755 gold per minute. But in all the previous games we've been seeing, it's mostly dominant snowball games, and this is lower value compared to those games.
In the wake of yesterday's masterpiece by Coach Semi and Coach Imba DJ with that Box Selena draft, this one was a flop, I gotta say. Like, they picked the Valentina in a spot where they tried to outwit Twisted Minds, and in exchange,
their minds got twisted.
That's
what you want to say, right?
They brought a 64-in-1 Swiss Army knife to screw on a light bulb. Like, the solution was nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
Ah, man, it's tough to think about it that way. But also, I think one of the things about it too is when you look at specifically what TNC could have done here and how they could have changed the course of that game, I think that might have been it if they were able to be a little more aggressive in the early game, if they were able to capitalize on that a little bit. Because honestly, any team facing off against a Sicilian, for example, is going to have a really difficult time in the late game, end game, you know, because of just stacks, damage profile. But even so, maybe the biggest problem was the Valentina, because I don't know about the specific counter for it, but I think most of the time, especially towards the late game, the only ultimate really that you were taking, or maybe throughout the entirety of the game, was the Circling Eagle. And, you know, when you have that and then you can't even really fight these fights, or you're constantly disengaging anyway, the Valentina is just kind of shut down. I mean, even your kit, where technically you see, okay, well, maybe she can utilize the Terrify, you know, part of her abilities. Really, you weren't able to see any of that.
I don't think the Circling Eagle that was copied was ever used to engage first.
It would put TNC in a worse position.
Yeah.
So there was nothing, close to nothing, the Valentina was doing.
Yan, shout out sa mga viewers natin dyan sa YouTube.
Yeah, I think he did, yep. Man, lighting them on. They're getting reverse sweeped over there. So they had 3 games. I feel like maybe that's foreshadowing for us. Also because Brigid is here.
I bet you Pamela is watching right now, like, you get your
Sa Facebook, through Facebook, ChezyGaming.
It's not just here that we
ChezyGaming.
surprising development.
Yan, shout out sa anak kong makulit na nag-Roblox ngayon. Kay Yuna.
I call that
And kay Liam na kanyang pinsan, na kanyang pamangkin. Shout out kay Liam.
For a competition overall, because think about what this can also mean. I know I don't want to jump too far ahead, but what if?
Yan, match point para sa side ng Twisted Minds.
If that happens.
Suddenly, the Phoenix gets soiled again.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point of rising if you don't
Kay Yuna and kay Liam, shout out sa inyo mga nag-Roblox.
Saw TNC win for 2 consecutive times, and then their statistics were.
Yung shout out din kay Antenora.
How many days
Na
since
nagmerienda na.
since their last back-to-back win?
Kayo, anong merienda nyo? Quick merienda lang yung ginawa ko eh.
Statistics too, but Twisted Minds just might not allow that to happen.
Days passed since we lost our streak 1. The new
Ready
statistic.
tayo on week number 2, day number 3 for MPL PH Season
I'll tell you now, like,
15.
where was this team when Twisted
And
Minds?
this is ChezyGaming.
It looks like this works.
At your service, yung mga gusto magpa-shoutout dyan, comment down below kung saan kayong galing nanonood ngayong araw.
So there must be something going on, and you know.
And based sa ating poll ngayon,
Makes MPL Philippines a must-watch.
And I like that they
Yan.
prioritize Escalera there too in the picks. But
For
before we
match
get to game
number
2,
one
head over
winner.
to our all-access pass. Let's throw it over there.
nandito TNC. Uy, si Jaraya,
Jiraya?
nandito nanonood.
Just kidding. Nandito pa rin tayo sa MPL Arena kung saan nakikita natin ang Twisted Minds leading 1-0 kontra sa TNC Pro Team. Still hands, kasama ko dito si Kalusi, and of course,
We have
a
here
member
Kalusi.
of our MLBB community pages.
Yan, kay Boss Gimar, shoutout sa'yo.
Hello.
Yan, happy birthday daw, sabi ni Boss
I
Gimar.
wanna know.
Welcome sa ating live stream, ang ating napakagwapong natin yan. Katrabaho natin. Sa ano, sa East.
Siguro nakita niyo ko sa
Ace Express North EDSA. Boss Gimar, shoutout sa'yo.
sa Facebook. Ako yung gumagawa ng mga sponsor. Kapag may nakita kayo mga excellent.
Yan, galing sa 1A7.
So for context,
1A7 squad, yung mga nakakalaro namin dati, mga nakaka-stream natin.
yung lahat ng mga nakikita
Yan,
yung
1A squad, shoutout sa mga
MLBB
squads nyo dyan.
pages, yung mga KDA leaders, yung mga ganyan, siya yung gumagawa nun, right?
Yes. Numbers guy. Ikaw
And
ba?
shout out to
Numbers guy ka rin ba?
Infinix,
Well, I try, but
retail team, and marketing
That's good
team.
to know.
Shout out din sa
Eh, but
inyo.
I'm curious to know lang, pwede bang i-share mo sa amin, ano ang nag-motivate sa'yo para gumawa ng stats this season?
And sa mga yan, mga dyan, players natin na gustong sumali sa ating 3v3 Mobile Legends Bang Bang Tournament, magbabalik tayo on the 3rd week ng March kung saan we are having 3v3 tournament sa SM City North EDSA.
Yung performance ng bawat players para ma-highlight naman natin yung ginagawa at yung mga effort ng bawat player sa mga laro nila.
Alright, every week ba naming maaabangan yung mga stats mo?
Yes, every week kasi nandito na ako. Sipa lang, go lang.
Ang kulay nung ano,
Yes.
I don't know if you saw.
Color-coded.
But it was so colorful, color-coded, all of the teams are there. Tanong ko lang, nagbabala ka bang mag-analyst by any chance? Kasi parang yun din yung ginagawa ng mga members ng coaching staff natin eh. Is that something that has ever crossed your mind?
Yan yung mga gusto magpa-shoutout dyan sa ano natin.
Gusto ko natin sa statistics major pero napunta ako sa bonsai. So, palay mo.
Okay, why not? You know what? Kung sakali naghahanap ang mga teams, you know where to find this guy. Makikita niyo siya all throughout. I also want to know, Kalusi, right? I think you still have one more question.
Yes, and since topic na rin naman natin yung stats, ano namang masasabi mong analysis
Pero
sa
ito sa
nangyaring
ano,
game kanina?
galing niya gumawa ng stats. Kung kasama kayo sa ano, official group ng MPL PH, siya yung lagi nag-update ng mga stats doon with regard sa players, sa mga teams, with the KDAs, siya. Galing ng ano niya, ng system niya doon.
And we did see it. Kani-kanina lang, kaya naman the Minds got a victory in game number 1. The question is, will they be taking it all the way? Or will the Phoenix Army rise from the ashes and take the series for good? Ibalik na natin sa ating mga casters.
Pero ito na nga, babalik pa tayo sa drafting piece.
Evan, all-star contributor to our group over there, the Stats Man. Big respect to all those people, man. I'm personally not a numbers guy. The only numbers I know are the numbers in the gym. And that's about as far as I get.
45 plus 45?
Yeah, 135.
No, but Evan Jesus Bungibot is
Wait
also a
lang,
top
ba't
contributor from my page.
nag-feedback yung
like,
ano
who's
natin
this
yung
guy?
subs?
So whenever I
Let's
post
see
something
what's
and then
happening.
it's something of substance,
Yeah.
it's that guy.
Honestly, whenever I see his posts, I
Study.
initially think that it's from either someone in the back end involved in the production.
Because it's so detailed.
Yeah, because it's so detailed. I wonder how he's able to get those statistics, but
Computer major, apparently.
yeah, and he wanted to be a statistics major, but those are like kind of related. I don't know.
It's a deadly combo.
It makes it work.
It's his passion and now his profession.
Oh, man. If only we could all do our passions and our professions together. Oh, wait.
Drafting phase, match number 1, game number 2, TNC
Oh, well. Oh, we're
on
back.
the blue side and Twisted Minds on the red side
looking at
naman.
the draft here. Game number 2, we do have
Kailangan ngayong mag-adjust ng TNC para makabawi or else
we got Twisted Minds
matatapos
over on the red. And,
in a sweep
looking
tong laban na
to
to.
the fans
Match
already
point
come out
para
first
sa
phase.
side
It's the Eve, the Louis Yi. There's the
ng
Jushin now,
Twisted Mind.
and the Fanny. So I mean, look at this. They do have a 75% win rate for TNC in the games they played, and Twisted Minds changed that 0% win rate on the blue side the previous game.
Win
So they
rate
can do it
coming
here.
from
Game 2.
TNC Pro Team on the blue side, 75%. Bakit na hinihintay ng TNC na pagbawi
Yeah.
What are those rules?
Don't get too tricky
para
with the
sa ating laban?
And as of now, they already took out 3 mid lane heroes. The Jushin, Louis, and the Eve. So maybe if ever we do see the Valentina, right, they pick it in a much better position and timing. But as we're seeing it right now, the Suyo still available. Both the Aerith and Ranger are still up for grabs too.
There's
It's
it's Twisted Minds that bans it out. They're like, we're going to ban out the Matilda this time. We don't want it to go in the hands of TNC. So TNC, what are they going to priority? Is going to be the Suyo.
Pero dito tayo ngayon
It's going to be
ulit.
the Harith as that was still open. That's 100.
Rayo pick, we have Harit sa side
hero that
ng
has
TNC Pro
not really
Team.
fallen off since what, like M6 or even pre-M6? Season 14?
In M6, Harith dropped maybe A- or
Yeah.
B+ situation. Again, his range is problematic. But yeah, currently, he's an S-class, like him and
S-class.
Granger.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they want to pick up the Suyo here though, or if
Suyo
they have
Granger?
something in mind too. Again, since they did debut the Julian earlier.
They can go Suyo X.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
Suyo-
they still okay. Now they do go for the Suyo and the Cho.
Chuyo.
Yo,
Chuyo. And this could technically...
Suyo and
We could see
Chu
this flex, right?
yeah.
We could still, depending on
Escalera,
what's
ha?
going to happen here
Hindi
for TNC,
ito.
they could
as the
control in the
roamer
XP lane. They could end up
ng
going a roam with it here.
Twisted Minds.
Not sure what they exactly plan to do just yet, and a lot of that will be the contingency on TNC. Now for them, what do you think they're going to go, Brig?
Yeah, I'm thinking of if ever they do want to pick up their XP laner here as well. Either the Badang, it's still there in some ways. I wouldn't want the Badang to go in the hands
Pero
of
ito na
Twisted
nga,
Minds, so that there's a barrier in their
lockdown na
lineup, but they pick
rito.
up the Hilda instead.
Hilda and
So,
Nolan para sa side
the
ng
trend
TNC
of,
Pro Team.
rotational speed might just be the target or the priority here for
Kumbaga ano pa rin,
Even
focus pa rin ng
getting
mga
the
XP
Nolan
laner natin, yung mga ano, sustain
immediately before
with
heading into the
damage
second phase.
heroes.
So,
Yung
at the very least,
durable
we're seeing
sa mga
no
bakbakan.
Matildas, but the Hilda and the Nolan, those are two quick rotating heroes immediately in hands of TNC.
Well, that's what Mr. Dan was mentioning earlier. You know, they do kind of need to be a little more aggressive in the early game, maybe put a little more pressure, maybe follow through on that, and those are basically two heroes that can really do that. We have seen before, though, you know, with, for example, junglers like King Kong, when he plays the Nolan, sometimes he just
Obvious
goes
pa
and
rin
farms
dito.
off by himself, puts pressure on side lanes
Sinecure
later,
ng
and kind of
Twisted
plays at the
Minds.
macro
Kung
level.
napad yung game number 1 kanina,
They should have gone faster.
baga pantay sarado ni James yung backline nila kung saan hindi makalapit
Twisted
yung
Minds
members ng
now
TNC
know
Pro Team
what's in the gold. TNC's gonna
against
attack
Twisted
that,
Minds.
take out-
Ganon kalupit
How did
dito.
the Granger
Si
know
James
that?
magbantay ng kanilang
It had to be
kanilang
banned
team.
now. Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
Well, what's scaring me is the lack of mid laners still.
Yes.
The Valentina might rear its beautiful head again.
How can you not love the Valentina that way? Whoa.
Well, it's a special shout out
Doggy
to
Onyek.
Oh, wait. I know that guy. That's Kylie. That's Kylie from Onion.
Onyek?
Yeah.
wasn't he? Oh, that's Doggy. Never mind.
Totally different people.
It's a totally different person.
Back to the draft. Tigreal here. Taken out. There is no roamer still for TNC. What's left for
They
the
can take
lover
it.
boy?
Yeah, the Eartel is available
Oh,
though.
carry.
If
Oh, something tells me the lover boy got to pick the Hylos.
yeah.
Hylos or Gatot?
Hylos or Gatot.
But the Eartel, as I mentioned, might be an option for Outplay, not unless they want to go for something else. I don't think we've seen a different gold laner though show up just yet in the season. So
This is
they
gonna be a
can mix that
Valentina.
up.
Nandito si Jiraya.
If only we could play a Jirya.
Master Jiraiya.
Jiraiya, Jirya.
You said Jiria?
Jirya, Jiraiya.
Where's the giant frog?
I don't watch Naruto's.
Naruto's?
I'm just,
What?
Sablay ka na Isu.
it's Kufra.
Hold up.
I think yesterday's casters were
Yawi
excited
Kupra.
to see this.
Para
And
sa
now it's
side ng
happening.
But it was on a
TNC Pro
different
Team
team.
dito.
Talk
It's a
about
different team.
the ultimate counter to your personal hero, your avatar. Ain't no dashing around a Kufra.
Yan. Kay Ate Mitch, shout out sa'yo. Kay Ate Michelle Romero, shout out.
What does he want to use up against this kind of lineup? The Eartel seems like the safer option, but there's a
Ito,
Moscow.
hinahanap pa kung sino yung last member, last hero
There it
dito.
is. Good call.
Pero Moskov dito, maganda dito.
So,
He's ready to out. Like, this is
Against
the
Harit.
hero in the gold lane. I feel
Mukhang
like.
makaposisyon ng maayos dito si
Moskov
Outplayed.
is like the third best in the whole game right now. You're looking at
Parang ang
Green,
daming
third
dito na
best,
sinabi ko
Harry,
yun ah.
and
Moscow.
And then everyone else just follows.
Once again, this is ChezyGaming. Live tayo sa YouTube
a
and
little bit more
Facebook.
of the-
And sa ating second Facebook account through ChezyGaming Plays.
But
And live din tayo sa page ni Macrens TV na cross-posted tayo doon ngayong araw. And for latest happenings para sa mga 3v3 MLBB tournament ng Infinix Concept Stores, you can follow me and Roboduck.
have to be a little careful in the early to mid stages of the game.
Yeah, at this point too, you know, for Twisted Minds, taking a look at the lineups here one
Doon
last
tayo
time.
sa, ano, sa
Relying
kay
on
Roboduck,
the flickers, the athleticism
ang ating
is gonna be
kabady
as
sa
strong
mga
with them here as
3v3
they get
MLBB
into
tournament
game
or
number two. We're
Infinix
gonna
sa mga
find out
concept
if
stores.
Twisted Minds can go in with
So
a
this is
sweep
match
against a
number
team that's
2,
been
game
actually
number
doing
2,
really
TNC
well,
Pro
sitting
Team
at 2-0
against
right now,
Twisted
TNC Pro
Minds,
Team.
match point.
Can they go to a game 3? As we
Para
get a look
sa
at these early
ating-
rotations this time around. Well, TNC step on the gas a little bit sooner.
Ating The Minds. Ito pala yung tawag sa nila sa mga ano nila tawag nun, fans, The Minds.
Or regenerate on both.
And shout out kay Sir Joms, kay Jomari Benobra, kompletong-kompleto ng pangalan.
The
Yan, the community manager
Game 1, like they were built to just
ng
go around
Twisted
again. But this lineup,
Minds. Pero ngayon, ano mo tayo? TNC muna tayo ngayon.
need to play the map.
Yes, beginning with outplayed even, maybe he can...
Yan yung mga gusto magpa-shoutout, comment down below para mabasa natin yan sa ating, sa ating live stream. This is ChezyGaming, official streamer for MPL PH Season 15.
Both can be really threatening in the early game if they work together well.
Already flicker burned for outplayed. Not wanting to get taken down this early on. So good usage of that.
Yan, naghahantay na yung sponsor ng monitor.
Side too. Yawi will find Escalera, but ultimately nothing is going to really happen here until that first turtle does break out. We take a look at how things are starting some
sobrang
early
tagal na
builds.
hindi hindi tayo nagre-stream, hindi nagamit itong natin, setup natin.
Outplayed, trying to
Ito yung
keep it a little
kinalabasan.
bit more safer in
Binahayan
the
ng
Interesting though to
langgam.
see
Look at
how
that,
Lord JM's the one being stopped from rotating first out of the EXP lane.
Possible pala mangyari talaga ito.
There will be
Binahayan ng
some sort of
langgam yung
advantage in terms
ating
of Twisted Minds
monitor.
positioning
Kaya
themselves
naging
though, but
very
Escalera.
Yawi finds him, puts him down to a quarter of his health. And just like that, Escalera has to hold this pixel brush as the turtle spawns.
So yung ating turtle Yawi
Right
na
now,
position
holding it
dito
together,
at
Escalera's
tabak. There are
quite low,
4
so he has to be
members
really
dito
careful
ng Twisted
approach
Minds
here.
na abantay sa
Yawi jumps
kanya.
Oh,
Nagawa ng play
Feathers are
dito
coming
pero
through.
Lancy
gets hit by James.
maiipit
Now
doon ni
was that
James.
the
Pero
kid?
first
That's gonna be a
blood.
here for TNC.
At
The fight
TNC
continues.
makakasecure ng first turtle doon pero hindi ito magpapaawat ang Twisted Minds. James, 3 members, 3 against 1. Maiipit sa tatlo. Zaida takes the kill.
Went
1v1, Cozen takes down outplayed.
That was a solo kill.
That was revenge.
Solo
from
kill
earlier.
din sa
But Escalera
bottom
will be able to
lane.
find him though.
The recall.
Oh!
The
Catch!
smooth criminal gets away
Kontik
with it.
nang makuha.
Such a close call.
Pero
But then
nakaiwas
again,
doon.
TNC clearly, they're taking control of the early game. Also, despite what we previously mentioned
Sabay-sabay
about Lord JM
tayong
and all that,
sumigaw.
it felt like it wasn't necessary for him to be there either way because Yawi was just
Yeah,
on
this is our
point with
official
all those
stream
tyrant
watch party
defense,
natin.
tyrant
Kasama niya
rage
kami manood
combos
dito.
that he
Ang
was-
ating
he just
4
kept
million
using.
viewers
And
dito sa ating live. Medyo tayo eh.
Answering back.
Nasira na yung algorithm natin
And
kaya hindi
Escalera gets hit 6 feet
nakapag-live stream. Pero
Oh,
doon
this Cupra's working wonders.
Makapatumba
Outplayed could be in
doon.
trouble again.
Si Escalera with the chew. Pero ang call ng TNC dito, harasin yung members ng Twisted Minds.
SOD not going to connect. Little bit of extra gold going the hands here. Kozen, look at that. I mean, based on the solo kill and then that little extra gold on the plating, he's got a nice little gold lead now against
And shout out sa mga
Outplayed.
core
There's still
streamers
focus here. He doesn't
natin.
have
Kay
flicker.
Gojo sa Turo Place and Tables, Zekiel and Conejo.
Yawi's jump. Bouncing ball.
Mga Southeast streamer noon, mga OGs.
The whole gold energy shield down bottom.
Yeah, even the junglers actually. Zaida leading 2-0 in terms of kills is
Tayo
already
dito,
1K
TNC,
ahead
4 kills
of MP the
against
King.
0
And earlier, it did feel
against
like
Twisted
Minds,
Minds.
they were
Maaga
able
pa naman
to
to, pero yung
have such a
momentum
greater
kasi
game because there
napakahalaga
was no one to
para sa
stop
side
MP
ng
the King from just
TNC.
getting his farm. He was highest in terms of
Kailangan
gold,
nilang matapos ng
when the
maaga
game
yung laban na
ended
to
earlier,
or
but doesn't
else
seem to be the case
pag
right
nag-scale
now.
dito ulit
There
yung
seems to
Pobius,
be a bit more
mahihirapan
aggression
silang
coming from the
patumbahin
big dogs,
dito.
Yawi and Lancy. So they're able to
Si
set up the
James.
brushes for themselves.
Galing sa
They're able
Twisted
to
Mind.
position ahead of time, and this might happen
Baga
once again
yung
if they get
puntos
to
na
target
meron
down
dito is yung si Yawi.
Started here.
With the
Escalera might be
Kupra, pwede
looking
siyang
for a
gumawa
kick.
ng magandang pick ko play
Knocked out
dito
from the
sa
turtle. They're just
saka
gonna
pepesto
blitz
si
it now.
Lancy
No
para
really
maka
room
ano
to
pwede
just
airstrike
even contest
din
that.
with the kill
Outplay does throw out an
na
SOD.
pwedeng gawin
Someone
dito
in
ni
the corner.
Zaida. Kumbaga, yung rotation wise, maganda yung ikot na pwedeng ibigay dito ng TNC with Lord JM
Like they
pa
were just
na
up
Hilda
top
mo
near
na
the
tinatawag
turtle
sa
pit
ating mga
a
RGs.
second ago, but Yawi again.
Kumbaga, tago sa damo
How do you
lang,
position yourself
then
with your
yun na,
Twisted Minds,
hanap
knowing that there's
ng
a threat
possible
that
hero
there
na
will be able
pwedeng
to jump?
i-ice with and i-gap. Kasasabi lang natin
Compromising and taking down MP.
nakakuha
Yeah, this
si
is what
MP
we
the
wanted
King
to see,
dito.
you know, even last night. Right now, Yawi utilizing this coup front
Kumbaga,
to
maghanap
point.
ng
Just
possible
making it work. I
hero
mean,
na
a lot of
pwedeng
times he hasn't had
ipikot
to
and
do anything
ma-take
fancy
down.
either. And maybe later on we see that, but
Ngayon,
there's such
yung
good
call ng
timing on
TNC
his
Pro Team.
setups.
Oh!
Oh, feather dash strike.
All right, preemptive clear
Against
here by
the
Lancy.
Minds.
Forcing back
Twisted
Escalera. And that's... Oh!
Outplay, mababawian si
Outplayed.
Cosendo ng
And
dabote
Cosendo,
at pinailawan na nga.
Flaring up with the recall.
Oh my goodness. Kuzen just earlier with a
Yan,
solo kill.
shoutout kay Sir Carlson, kay Martin, na laging natin ng kalaro.
Take him down. About 5 HP on James.
Taga-RG tuwing break time sa
That's
Infinix.
Lord JM. One more hit. Don't get it. He misses. And the recall.
And sa
Former
aming
TLID
retail head,
This is the feud.
kay Sir
We were talking
Elton.
about
Shoutout sa'yo, Sir
He's down here
Elton.
by himself, waiting for Kozen.
Way of the Dragon, caught in by Escalera. Hajizi flickers through. Finally, out he goes.
Yun sa aming napakalakas na former trainer kay John E. Sins.
Up top, Lord JM.
Yan, kay Robodoc. Shoutout sa'yo, Robodoc.
Fear of misery, and he holds the brush.
All right. They really wanted to get that kill onto Yawi right there, but checking out the items, still
Hindi
Kuzen
basta-basta
leading
rito.
up against Outplayed, but he's been able to
susuko
gradually
yung
close
Twisted
the gap
Minds.
since he's been getting very important kills away from TNC since earlier. You wouldn't want Outplayed to catch up on this Moskov and open up a lot more possibilities. But still, TNC, they have this Feather Air Strike 2. They can still take control of the Turtle Pit.
Lancey, well timing that ult. He knows that when it comes down to it, it'll be off of cooldown. The pre-fire making it work. 100% Eternals
Escalera.
go into TNC. The kick by Escalera finds sight of the answer to Zaman Force. Escalera goes down. MP the King very low. One more. The bouncing ball dashes through. The surge. Lord JM with the final blow, taking down the King.
And that was the disconnect that we've seen in the past from them, James.
Pero ito, Feathered Air Strike.
Close combat.
Sinubukang pumasok doon ni Probius with
Going back
James.
to the point,
Pero
that's
siya
what we were talking about.
maiipit,
Even for
tatlong hero yung
Escalera, he was
nakaabang
by
or
himself
nakabantay.
when he
Dalawang hero
decided
yung
to
nakabantay
go
dito
in
kay
for that way
Lancey
of the
with the
Dragon
ano.
Kick, gets killed, and then the rest of the
With
team
the
falls
Parsa.
apart. So now Twisted Minds finds themselves quite behind. You know, almost 7,000 gold at almost the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, you somehow feel the difference of Yawi just really taking command of TNC and directing where they're supposed to focus and target their skills, but hold on.
Pero Yawi, vision play, kasama dito si Kusen, pero maiipit nga ba? Nasipa pa loob. At doon na nga, MP the King takes the kill.
He goes down. Pick up here for Twisted Minds. Zyda's damage is actually even able to go ahead and threat James. Now James, he will get even more tanky on this Phobius like we saw in the previous, but so far with TNC's lead, with the confidence they have to move around the map, having 4 turrets down, and again, Twisted Minds has not, they just got their first one. That one does go down. They have to be a little more careful on how they approach these objectives.
That's currently where the metagame is right now. As a Nolan, you're at a very specific position wherein you're #1 in burst. Even Suyo and Joy don't come close.
Yeah.
Yep. And even when Yawi went down earlier, Zyda on the Nolan, just given this mobility too and presence of mind, just made sure that there would be a trade, that their gold lead wouldn't minimize as much. They took that turret down bottom, but Escalera is here alone again.
Lord JM going to hunting. Gets
Pero
pushed out
Lord
of the
is
Pixel Brush.
nandito na.
Escalera holds the Y brush. The rest of Twisted Minds coming through. That is
Sisimulan
outplayed all
itong
across
kunin
the map.
ng
They do find
TNC
Lord
Pro
JM.
Team, pero hindi naman ito basta ibibigay ng Twisted Mind. Escalera is down.
No, the spear. The SOD, and it looks like it's a back for Twisted Minds as James gets popped here, traded out for with Yawi as TNT secures the Lord.
The 1-for-2 trade. Unfortunate that Outplayed wasn't able to land the spear and join that fight. So TNC will go ahead and grab themselves the objective, only using Yawi. So still at this point,
The
they'll be able to
Lord
make
is
more
marching down
moves
the
in towards
bottom
the base of
lane.
Twisted Minds at this point.
Yep, and they're very decisive. They
Kaya na ba
can't just keep
tong
going for Escalera. He
i-utilize
decided to
ng
prioritize
TNC
the
para
Dreadnought
makapasok
armor
sa
and
base
has
of
only
Twisted
recently
Minds.
picked
So
up
Twisted
the
Mind,
magic robe.
same ng
So
ginawa
they
nila
can
during
feel
game
the
number
damage
1.
coming in from Lancey, who
Ika-cut
up to
out
this
na agad
point
dito yung
hasn't
Lord
really
para hindi
went
na
down.
makalapit
Imperial
sa kanilang
Dance
base.
also on the glowing wall and the wishing lantern. So you could already imagine the amount of damage.
And
even
huge
if you
shout
are one
out
of
sa
the,
mga
supposedly
katrabaho
tankiest
natin sa
heroes
Infinix,
in this lineup.
In the
kay Sir
jungles.
Carlson,
That's a huge difference
kay
in
Jerome,
that MP the King
kay
is
Sir
dealing with.
Elton, kay Ethan,
And they
kay
are just
Martin,
about to take out all
kay Portia,
outer turrets. No holy shields as well for
and
this
kay
Martin
Renville,
turret.
and
There's a conceal
sa
coming in from
pinakamalakas
TNC.
nating multimedia
jumps
and
in.
trainer,
Yawi with a full combo,
kay
taking
John
on MP.
E. Sins.
Outplayed, fighting
Yan, shout out sa'yo, Roboduck.
This is not ideal for a Moscow. They trade
Yan,
out for
kay
Lord JM, though.
Sir John.
SOD behind
Yan,
Coach.
shout out sa inyo sa buong retail team ng Infinix.
James Escalera as well. Might go down.
Pero mega kill na nga dito.
Two currently.
Si
And they're
Lancy.
gonna take down all of the minions, clearing them out. Twisted Minds keep their inhibitor.
There was fights everywhere there. And TNC comes out on top of the fight, and they should be able to get a little bit more here if they can actually put some damage on the turrets. But so far, Twisted Minds does hold on to the base turrets.
Yep, luckily for them, their main damage sources were the first to be able to
Nadepensahan
walk
pa nga
away
ito.
and keep themselves in a safer position. A well-timed Purify as well coming in from Kozen just to avoid that Spear of
Twisted
Misery
Minds.
and that threat of Twisted Minds getting to take him down altogether at once. And of course, Lancy being just very reliable, even though the Curse of Crow did not exactly connect. It was timed at point wherein Escalera was invulnerable. That was already enough for Twisted Minds to disengage and run away. So still the lead can be still very much evident between these two teams. There is no direct answer yet whatsoever, especially towards Zaida. No one wants to get near Zaida at this point, not even outplayed, and it's a very difficult position for Twisted Minds.
Ngayon,
Very different game
TNC
too
yung
for Lancy. You know,
kalamangan.
this time he's a lot more of value on the far side, like we mentioned in the previous game. He's able to pump out tons of damage. He's quite hard to catch himself with the Wings White Wings, but then a Purify. And maybe it's going to change a little bit once Escalera gets a little bit more magic defense, because right now he doesn't have, he's only got really the anti-Karas finished, still working on the next defensive item. He might pick up the Athena shield soon, but once he does, maybe that helps. Again, there's a lot of magic damage here from TNC that they have to play into. MP is still trying to catch up as well, does just now pick up the Sea Halberd. So this next Lord, this might be another difficult fight. Yawi's going to go ahead and charge on up. He does have an immortality here too.
Does not go coast to coast, instead trying to protect his front line. Escalera with a flicker and the kick, compromising Kozen, and there's the back line, looking for one. Lancy falls. James taken down here. Lord James looking to finish the job. Zaida just roaming around, waiting. MP the King holding on for dear life, and the
MP the
steal.
King, makakasecure ng loot, pero siya babaksak din dito.
MP got the Lord. I mean, they
Tatlo yung
delayed it for
bumagsak
so
sa side
long. TNC
ng Twisted
really
Minds
took
against sa
the
isa.
pedal off the gas, but he still ends up getting the retry
Getting
off. So Twisted Minds
a
might want
huge
some more
upper
time, but
hand.
can they defend against the push that
para
TNC
sa
is gonna
side
go
ng
for the base
TNC
here?
Pro Team. Mukhang ang Colditis basagin na agad yung base.
Look for the right targets. But the damage is
At
not just there.
makapasok na dito at dalhin tong sering to game number 3. Pero dedepensa pa nga ng ganda ng pagkaka-ultimate dito ng Moskov.
He's there, popping Yawi's
Makakahuli ba? Pero Zaida with the kill.
Down he goes. Zaida gets another
With
one.
the double kill,
for
make it
Momokogo,
double.
as Outplayed falls as well.
Double trouble for
He's still going.
TNC.
James in trouble there.
And
Zaida,
Lancy
immortality
with the
pop.
ultimate.
James in the backline punished underneath tier 3. And now TNT's gonna
Grabe yung balikan.
Turret.
Oh,
Nung
they have a
laban
couple
na
things
yon,
to
nung
clear
pick
out,
up
but this can't be the end here.
gameplay sana, pero ito na nga ang call ng TNC. Kaya na ba tapusin? Walang minion waves sa loob ng base. Nag-iisa dito si Had GC. Para dumipensa, pero bumitaw naman ng ultimate dito. Si Force sa pedal airstrike na mababaksak ko si Yawi. Pero ultimate mo ang hindi magkukumit dito, si Moskov.
It's outplayed and James left here.
Enough ba? And double! And we are going to game number 3. TNC takes game number 2.
And they'll even
We
out
are
the
back
series
to
1
best
for 1.
of 1.
TNC looked a little dicey at the end there, but they'll get the job done.
Zaida!
Yan, shout out sa lahat ng viewers natin dyan sa mga nanonood sa panig ng Pilipinas. This is ChezyGaming, your official restreamer for MPL Season 15 and your Infinix gaming expert. Yan, kita-kits tayo sa mga concept store here on Luzon. Pero hopefully, makabisita rin tayo dyan sa Visayas and Mindanao. We have here the Infinix GT20 Pro 5G, the official tournament po ng MPL PH. Hindi lang MPL, even ng ibang mga esports title. Yan, ginagamit din ng GT20 Pro.
For that TNC brought to the table. part of that too is just you.
Yan yung mga gusto magpa-shoutout dyan, comment down below. Or kahit i-like nyo lang yung yung natin, yung live stream natin. Shoutout kay Morris Villanueva, Sereno. Shoutout pinsan. Kay Ate Mitch Romero, shoutout sa'yo. Kay Ramashis Kumor, salamat sa pag-like ng ating stream. Kay Mark Villanueva, Sereno, thank you for like and sharing our live stream. And kay Jennifer Balmonte Caraga, yung mga squad mates natin dyan, salamat sa pagpuso. And welcome sa ating live stream. And shout out sa mga nandyan sa Infinix booth.
But talk about a strong
Diyan sa MPL PH Arena sa Green Sun Hotel Makati. Shoutout sa inyong lahat.
Probably swapped it in to stay a bit more long.
And shout out sa Infinix marketing
just
team.
Go for the finish since they already saw the opening towards the end of the game. Even that clutch or last minute kill onto Haji, who clearly was just trying to desperately.
Welcome. Ngayon lang tayo nakapag-ano. Tagal natin hindi nakapag-stream. Parang 5 months na rin yata.
Denied here by Zaida just because of how precise his targeting was towards those key members of Twisted Minds. And you would see majority of the
mag-restream dito, pero we are coming back hopefully once a week. Gusto kong ibalik yung ano dati. Pero hindi na kaya yung every 9 PM meron tayong RG grind. Medyo hindi na kaya. Ano pa lang natin yun eh. Pag uwi galing pa lang galing sa work 9 PM. Baga wala lang tayong para maglaro ng live stream. Pero hopefully during weekends magawa natin kahit mga 2 to 3 hours. Makapag-live stream tayo.
For Twisted Minds would be Escalera going, I found one! The rest twisted.
Just running in chaos here.
Yeah, see you again later. Take them tayo ng short break. See you on game number 3 ng TNC Pro Team against Twisted Minds.
Showcase here, but a lot of the recalls, this again is the feud-fueled match, and I can really feel aim between the players here. But there was some moments of hope, I'd say, for Twisted Minds, and it was just TNC showcasing that, a lot of the decision making they had, it just worked out better for them. This is the interaction I was talking about earlier. Outplayed's quite low here. Zaida goes in, picks him up. Great usage, and then he sidesteps, stays alive, picks up an immortality, and goes and works on James. The rest of the team is there to support him through all of that too.
Yep, and also what you've mentioned about Lancy being a lot more active in this game, working well together with Yawi, just taking control of every single part of the map in which they decide to rotate towards. And it was the complete opposite for Twisted Minds. Despite the Cho and Vixana on paper looking like a very deadly mid-lane duo too, whenever they get to find a single target, they just keep going for those G2 goals, even for those knockups and those follow-up Deathly Grasp as well as Curse Blast, but it wasn't entirely the case for a very high mobility lineup similar to TNC Pro Team. Even if they, let's say, wanted to go for Yawi, it's Yawi always positioning himself first in the brushes, getting to go for the surprise attacks even before Twisted Minds gets to find out where he actually is. So a lot of the possibilities which happened for TNC were made possible by Yawi and Lancy. And it was not until the mid-game, I'd say, where Lord JM was actually actively participating. It was like Twisted Minds were also to some extent successful in making him stay in his lane and not being as annoying as most Hildas which we see nowadays.
And that's the least you could do to a Hilda, right? If the Hilda doesn't get to rotate out, she's compromised. But if the game doesn't end on that point, then you're still going to get bit elsewhere. I think that's the amazing thing about TNC's draft is, yeah, you put so much focus on Lancy, everyone else run roughshod. This is, again, a far cry from Lancy's performance from game 1. Half of his feathered airstrikes were even before the fight started. That's how confident he was, and that's how active he was.
Yep.
We see that a lot now too, when the Farces do come through in a draft. It's that kind of preemptive feathered airstrike, like they'll use it early because they know by the time, even if they get someone down half health or so, that's going to give them an advantage to go ahead and pick up a kill. I mean, this is pretty crazy. Zaida, 1,051 GPM on this Nolan. That's just how crazy this guy was on farming And the reason why, once again, that MP the King had such a difficult time, he was just gapped. I mean, at 1.4, 5,000 gold behind.
3 levels.
Zyna 3 levels. And, you know, you still have to also be like, man, it's impressive that MP the King was even able to get that retribution off on one of those lords, but then still, when the team was spending the majority of the game behind and trying to catch back up, you know, at that point, it's just the cards are stacked, you know, against them, and it's really difficult for them to come back through. But still, I think even when it came down to the gold lane, it was nice to see that, hey, they had some 1v1s,
Yeah.
you know? I think what they end, 1-1?
Uh-huh.
I think there was only two 1v1s there.
Yeah. There was a constant mini cam.
So maybe they settle it in game 3. But also we've got this here, Zai Zen, the duo, ties the feud-fueled showdown. If you guys are just joining us here now, that is the story about this matchup. Again, a lot of these players in the past have either been teammates or they've been on similar teams, or they've had their feuds here and there, and now they're battling it out against each other in this matchup against Twisted Minds and TNC. So that's why I'm saying, you know, when you see those recalls come out, it's fueled. It's fueled here.
It's some sort of them being just so familiar with each other too, and knowing each other from way back. But at the same time, they're on different teams now, so it's just so interesting to see these interactions between these former teammates, and the way they're able to build this chemistry so fast. I think it was a surprise to us, especially when it comes to talking about TNC. Whenever we mention how, yeah, these players, they've just been together for quite
Quite a while.
Quite a while, and they've been having new players, but their chemistry is really showing up.
I think it's definitely showing up. Twisted Minds, like I said, even though they struggled here in Game 2, we saw glimpses of the synergy in Game 1, so hopefully they're able to go ahead and replicate that and maybe get a win in the series against TNC. But before that, we are going to throw it over to the All Access segment with our host. Let's throw it over.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kalusi, Jiraya, salamat May pinapantayan mo kami ng maayos. Kasi kanina kinakabahan kami, no, Kalusi?
Oo, at balita ko, hindi lang siya ang bisita natin ngayon, Hans.
Wait lang, Kuya, kinakabahan ka ba sa kasama namin? Dahan-dahan ka lang, Kuya. Thank you, Jiraya. Sige, pwede ka nang, kasi nakapasok na kami. Salamat paring Jiraya. Dito muna tayo. Kasi guys, kakapasok lang natin sa MPL Arena. Hindi ko alam kung napapanood nyo na siya, pero mukha naman siyang pamilyar. Tapat mo nga doon ng konti. Sino ba yan?
Sino ba to?
Uy!
Ay!
Hello, pwede ba kaming pumasok? Okay, pasintabi muna
Ayan,
sa lahat ng
mangangamusta
mga,
lang kami.
Sa lahat ng mga nandyan Alright, so ang ating official Restreamer for today, walang iba kundi si Exord. Pare, welcome. Sige, dito ka sa gitna. Yan, dito ka sa gitna. Grabe. Ngayon lang natin siya nakita, no?
Oo nga eh. Nakita ko nga kanina, akala ko sino yung sumisigaw sa tabi ko.
Oh, pero ngayon, nandito ka na. Kamusta naman ang Restreaming experience? Kasi dati nagsistream ka lang siguro sa bahay mo, pero ngayon, andito ka sa MPL. Ano ba pinagkaiba?
Siguro parang naka-tempted tumingin sa likod kasi yun yung live talaga eh.
Oo.
Hindi na may delay. Parang naka-tempted tumingin. So masaya rin naman overall. Masaya
may-
bagong experience.
Okay, may pinagkaiba ba yung experience mo kapag nanonood ka lang sa bahay versus kapag dito ka live sa MPL Arena?
Oh, may pinagkaiba rin. Tsaka mas masaya dito kasi rinig din yung crowd. Tsaka parang nakikita ko rin yung stage. Masaya. Parang nakamiss maglaro din sa on-site.
Alam mo, buti nga nabanggit mo yun eh. Kasi sabi mo, nakakamiss maglaro sa on-site. Lately, there's been some questions or some news about free agents getting, back into the MPL stage na nagsisimula sila sa MDL. May chance ba na makita ka namin doon?
Siguro this season wala. Kasi may team na ako this season eh. Siguro next season. Makita niyo ulit ako dito next season.
About to find that out very soon.
Okay, mainit yan. Invite mo naman, Exhort, yung mga fans natin na manood live dito sa MPL Arena.
So yun guys,
Sige, invite mo lang sila, men. Gaya nung ginagawa mo kanina nung nandito sila.
guys, hindi ko naman supportahan lahat ng teams dito guys. And punta na kayo dito guys. Kasi mo na dito.
Final question, hot seat, TNC Pro Team, Twisted Minds. Sino sa tingin mo kukuha ng Game 3?
Yung puso ko, nasa Twisted kasi mga tropa yung mga nandun.
There we finally have it. Exor says, Twisted wins Game 3. Magpapatalo ba ang TNC Pro Team? We're about to find out. Mukhang hindi naman kasi lapanan talaga to ng dalawang matikas. Bata na natin sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Hans, Calusi, and Exort. He's live actually right now. He's here on ground like we mentioned. But I checked out his stream, and he's definitely got a lot of people there watching him. So that's always fun to see who's the Restreamer of the week.
I mean, who wouldn't want to see a former MPL and MSC champion in action in a position that you haven't seen him in a while?
And where's he going?
He does stream, and yeah, he did allude to maybe joining the league once again. But who knows? He was an import once, so maybe he'll get signed elsewhere as a free agent. Who knows?
Yeah.
There's still other leagues starting, by the way. We never know. We never know. Side selection, by the way, right here we have Twisted Minds. They're going to be going to the blue side. They're now not sitting at that 0% anymore. They've got the 25 win rate there, 25%. We'll see if this is the magic for them, the magic side where they can win a series against TNC now. Brick, do you think that's going to happen here? What do you think they need to do? Is it pick Matilda again, or do you think they're even going to get a chance to pick Matilda again?
I'd say if they do want to go for that kind of approach, then it works. Like, it's a great start since your heroes work well together, and it was ideal for them at that point since there was little to no means for TNC to stop that combination, that Phobius Matilda. I think they had little to no hold looking back at that game, so they were just able to keep going in for the fights. But if ever they do want to revert back to what we saw similarly in game number 2, then probably be a lot more coordinated for it to work, since that's what it requires the most. The follow-ups coming in or coming right after those setups from Escalera. As you mentioned, their comms weren't probably as clean as what TNC probably had in game number 2, so they might want to work on that.
That being said, TNC has been a team, at least I would assume this 5, for what, the better part of 4 months now.
Yeah.
They did start their season 15 preseason as soon as November. As early as M6 season, they announced Yaoi was coming home.
Yep.
So they've been together for that long. Compared to Twisted Minds, who I would assume was built like a month ago.
Built a month ago, and I mean, we had this discussion yesterday on broadcast about, you know, really how does it end up working out when you have a team or a roster of multiple players and you're kind of, you know, mixing and matching and you're trying different players in different roles. And now, for the most part, Twisted Minds mainly has just done adjustments in terms of their roam, where in the first week we saw Sensui, now we're seeing Escalera, and so far, again, there's not that much data just yet, but Escalera seems to be working out. I think one of the big parts, though, is still Escalera has to allow MP the King to have a good early game on the jungle.
And the thing is, it's not the only problem they have to deal with. I'm excited to see if they can prove us wrong and beat TNC when TNC gets a decent draft. Because game 2, I call that a decent draft. You know, like TNC was firing on all cylinders. But game 1,
that wasn't a good draft.
There's a definite gimp. Like TNC was playing with a less than full deck. You know what I mean? Like they were playing at 80% power. I'm counting that one off with the Valentina. You know, so if both are at this level, how does that look like for Twisted Minds?
Yeah, I agree. Since chemistry-wise, I think we've already established who we think has the higher chemistry so far, at least as early as in week number 2. And it's entirely another thing to think about how long did they practice these backup plans for Twisted Minds, right? If they did enter the season with Sensui as the roamer and now they're switching it up with Escalera, so how are they able to work around practice with these two possible lineups? Or do they have other possible lineups too in mind? And would you really want it to come to a point where you just have to keep showing us these plans, the backup plans, because that will just say, or that will just tell that all you prepared previously aren't entirely working, right?
Yeah, and this is, you know, what did work for TNC in the previous game was Yaoi on the Kuf right here. He's got 32 games played in his all-time stats for MPL Philippines. It's one of the heroes that was shared when we saw that glimpse of him and Chaknu compared yesterday with their hero pool. And, you know, it just showcases that even when you're not, it's not technically a hero you would expect Yaoi to pick up in the series, but he did. It ended up really allowing and activating his team.
That's why the Cho isn't as much of a threat. You see that that question we asked at the start of the series coming full circle. You don't see them rushing the Cho, it's because they have the answers to the Cho. So what more are TNC packing going into the draft? That's what I'm wondering if Twisted Mind's ready for.
Yep.
We'll see
And
if
we're
they do
about
that.
to see first pick for Twisted Minds earlier. Or, yeah, they're in blue side right now. So, this kind of reminds me of how they... okay. Nah,
Covering the bases.
there's
Just
already
take it
an
out.
immediate answer right now from TNC compared to earlier. But
I think they, in this case too, if it's still open, I could see Twisted Mind still kind of prioritizing even the Harith, like if it's not banned out. It just seems to work out better if they do get their hands on it, you know, and again, unless they want to trade something this time around.
instead of fighting against it, since the attempts coming in, especially from Escalera earlier, you wouldn't want to face that against a lineup with a Harith again. You have to take into consideration so many targets, if ever that is the case. So at this point, the jungler trades are still possible for both of these teams actually, or unless they do want to go for the Harith, since Kuzen has been having a really good time on the Harith earlier when we saw him play in game number 2.
Last ban though for TNC. We'll see if they actually decide to take that out. There's been some swapping too, where it's like, you know, usually you see that Fanny band out over on the red side, but just Twisted Minds has not wanted that to go in the hands of Zyda. And I really got to say too, for Zyda, we talked a little bit about, you know, before when he had to step in the shoes back in for Carl Teasy, he's really improved. Like his play style, his confidence, I would say, just as an individual player has really improved. And he's also just got a great hero pool of junglers. Now, the Harith is banned out, so what does this leave priority-wise for Twisted Minds?
What could they be considering the going instead of the Suyo? I mean, if they want to be a little more focused on the targets, or
Yeah, we are back.
priority on the heroes during the team fights, there will be a much
And this
clearer
is
direction for
match number 1, game number 3.
to engage
Back to best of
whenever
1.
there is a team fight. If he gets the joy, and
Game number 1, nakuha kanina ng Twisted Mind.
But there's a
Then game number 2 is nakuha naman ng TNC Pro Team. Now we are back
Ranger plus X.
Which the Badang's been kind of
sa best of 1. Balak ngayon, tawag doon, kunin ng TNC yung reverse sweep against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds naman, ayaw ito basta sa ibigay.
Team fight flow a lot of the times, and you can even go ahead and catch some of those more mobile heroes.
Ayaw ito basta ibigay ng Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Kumbaga pareho.
Could he be considering a similar
Yan, shoutout kay Kuneho TV.
hero as earlier? Would he be revealing the throw immediately at this point, or will he want to reserve it? I mean, there is
Yan, kung nakita niyo yung post ngayon ni Kuneho TV, yung shield kanina ni Escalera, mas malaki pa doon sa ano niya, sa HP niya.
Their first face wrap with the Suyo.
Alright, so far so good. I'm looking at the checkboxes. Follow
And kay Roboduck kanina nag-comment na dito sa ating comment section.
from your cores. Both sides have done that.
Hanap tayo ng ano.
Take those in, and then
Yan, raffle daw ng GT20 Pro.
for both sides here. I
Kung
think
merong magi-sponsor ng GT20 Pro, pamimigay natin yan.
heroes are one of the top heroes in the mid lane right now in terms of success. Farsa,
The
Vexana,
Vexana.
that really hasn't changed.
Pwede ka nga Joy,
Weirdly enough,
Chu, and Irtel. Yung nilockdown na dito ni Coach Bonchan. Or Imba DJ naman, or side the TNC, Granger.
At this point, I think it's the
Tama ba to? Badang and Suyu.
Silton, Vexana.
Loyi.
That's right,
So many heroes are considered mid.
Eve still sometimes.
And then in the right situations, Valentina. Some teams can get away with it. I'm going back to like Aurora the other night.
This game
We
3
might
might
see
be
it
one
here,
of them.
yeah.
I was gonna say game 3 so far, it could be one of those games.
I don't see a Valentina spot just yet.
There's a Jawhead ban. That's a good choice because usually that's paired with a Suyo.
Yep.
So that'll alleviate some of that pressure that combo does bring to the table. So TNC on the response here to pair this up. We'll see if they end up picking their mid lane option. Again, the Farce is still open.
Or
Not that. Don't
do it.
yeah.
February's over.
Unless they want to go
There it
for
is.
yeah, okay. So they go for the Farsa instead.
Wait lang. Medyo mabagal ang ating internet connection pero
Turn into midnight.
tuloy ang ating restream dito sa ChezyGaming Facebook and YouTube page natin and sa ating second page natin na ChezyGaming
Ranting at the
Plays.
same time.
Hey, he deserves that day off. He did some play-by-play yesterday, so.
And
It
naka-cross
happened a long
posted
time.
din naman tayo. Naka-live din tayo sa page ni Macreds
Oh
TV.
Goodness.
Hey, you know who plays a lot of Kadita?
Kadita against
Exhort has held, legend says, Exhort held global #1 Kadita for like 6 months.
Farsa.
This is so
That's legend? Man,
Might be real, might be true.
that's folklore. Oh, and I got it.
I believe he did. Yeah. I think he was one of the notable Kadita users. But this brings me back. And the first time I felt there's a chance we might be seeing this is when we saw the Novaria Selena come into play, and it gives up the same feeling, right? There's a Kadita once again, and it's Hachizi using it. So what does TNC Pro Team respond with? There's no Rod, there's no Tigreal.
Hylos? Do they just go a Hylos here? Or?
There's a Khalid, but you still want to go for that? The most is
Debut pick.
Debut
again.
pick.
Give a Kai.
Akai.
That is an Akai roam.
oh, okay.
Akai Yawi ang nandito.
And
Debut pick
having a new
for
hero
this
debut here.
season.
A whole lot of debuts this week alone in
Yeah.
week 2.
Back to back, Yawi picking up heroes for, I would assume, the right situation.
Yan, shoutout sa mga viewers natin dito sa Facebook
Yesterday was the
and
Auroras.
even sa YouTube natin. Naka-live tayo ngayon doon.
There was a Novaria,
Today it's
Akai, Kadita, and Julian so far.
Yawi walked into this weekend saying, I'm just gonna flex my hero.
and it worked so well for them.
Man was throwing
Yan, shout kay Mindel.
like it was Robin.
Now we spin it.
Yan, salamat sa pag-like, Mindel.
Beyblade! Dude, if I don't hear that,
Yan, tarang game sa tayo, pinsan.
I'll be literally disappointed.
Matatapos na yung season. Nasa ano pa lang ako. Mythic placement pa lang. Pero ito na nga, game number 3.
We'll see if it works this time
TNC
around.
Pro
It's
Team
down
against
to
Twisted
one
Minds.
game in this
We
best
are
of three
back to
with Twisted
best
Minds
of
and
one.
TNC. Who will win the series? We're about to find out with these lineups once again. A very interesting pick. Now in the roam in the hands of Yawi. We'll see if he's able
Yawi
to pull it
dito,
off.
ha.
And how easy he can
Yawi
pick even back in the day for him.
na
This is
Akai.
Nikita. And will MP the King actually be able to get the tempo that he's looking for on this
Escalera
based hero?
for
that-
Chu.
Yep, I was starting to
Kumbaga,
think of
this
since,
match is ano eh, tawag nun, labanan ng mga roamers natin.
In order for Itoy to engage. It's also the presence of Badam, but at the same time, it's similar to the way how
We have
how
here
Ruby
technical
and
pause
Rome have been a lot
para sa
more,
ating laro.
have been picked up a lot more often
For the
ever
disruptive,
since yeah,
the
ever since
disruptive
the
nature.
joy has been adjusted in some ways where it's more easy for you
Yan,
to
shout out
disrupt
kay
the player
Roboduck,
who tries to go in
si
for the
John
engage.
E.
But now with
Sins
Akai, it'll
ng
be
Infinix Retail
a much
Team.
more ultimate dependent type of disruption. But knowing Yawi, I feel like he'll be playing the more aggressive Akai, going in for the setups rather than just waiting for something to happen and then going in for the counter engage.
Yeah, part of that too is, I mean, it's been a minute. You know, it's been a minute since we've seen
Yan,
really
troubleshooting here of Twisted
before
Mind.
used it, you know,
And sa mga players natin dyan,
XP lane for a little bit. and
we
then
are having
the roam
3v3
circuit
Mobile
fans
Legends
like
Bang Bang
Yawi.
Tournament
So I'm wondering,
coming this March
really
19
how they wanna
and
play a part of this,
20
because
sa
they can use
SM
it
City
in a
North
couple different
EDSA.
ways.
Kaya
And considering the fact
punta
that
lang kayo doon or
you have
hintayin nyo
your
yung
forces
mga
that lead
posting
down to
natin
there.
for online registration. Once again, 3v3 concept story event MLBB tournament.
Magic they'll pull out of the hands here.
Yan,
from
concept
TNC.
store event,
Keep some
3v3
mind, meanwhile,
MLBB
they're playing around
tournament
with a lot
sa
of,
SM City
just
North EDSA
familiar.
this coming March 19 and 20.
I mean, he was sitting in the TNC side
Yeah, they're just very, very supportive.
Yan,
The,
shout
Phoenix
out ng
Army,
lahat ng ano
now
natin,
more than
mga
ever.
RSH and
I
RSS
wondered, like,
all
how's
over the country. Yan, shout out sa inyong lahat.
I know.
What?
I'd show.
We have here the highlight
my
player,
stolen
Hajizi,
Stolen pictures.
the
Stolen photos? Do you have a lot
KDA
of those?
machine
Yeah.
Well, you know who's got a lot of
with Kadita,
stats? It's
gaming
Hajizi.
rate for this
He's got 3
season.
games played on this team. Wait, only
33%. Hindi maganda yung wins and lose ratio niya, pero alam naman natin yung capability nitong world champion natin dito na player.
And then as a roam/mid. And then a roam/mid again.
Well, you
We
know,
are back
he's
sa
got
ating laro.
3 games played. I feel like I've seen him play up more than that, but maybe not. But this time we'll see if he's able to go ahead and pump out that burst that we're used to seeing with the Kadita.
Oh, which reminds me, I used to play that hero too.
Look at this Zaida already. Vertical jungling. He's crossing over. And he went in unpunished, giving TNC a 500 gold lead.
Use this
For
na
nothing.
voucher code
Or what the idea
kung
there.
balak niyong kumuha ng TT Racing gaming
Right
chair.
now, Escalera kind of already has information. But he's already done what he has to do. So now checking out the items, and I mean the emblems, Hajizi, it's been a while, so we're seeing Rupture.
Yan, this is
the
our
Wolf of
watch
Neptune.
party. Yan, i-share nyo
So
naman.
we might be seeing a lot more petrifying,
Konting lambing dyan, i-share nyo naman yung live stream natin para mas marami tayong makasamang manood ng bakbakan dito sa MPL PH Season 15. At ito na nga, Yawi.
Forcing out a response.
Kinabawi dito ng MP The King.
Ready to collapse on him too.
Yeah, they're ready for it. Again, leading into this first turn.
Naantok na.
A lot of kind of back
naman.
and forth. Lancey almost was
Wala na sa tulog.
Feather airstrike by the time
Diba
the fight
sisimulan
breaks
na
out,
ngayon ng
unless-
TNC yung
unless
pagkuha
Escalera
dito ng
tried to
ating
delay it.
turtle.
Oh,
Pero
shot.
jeez,
Escalera down, no flip
from
of his
the
hand.
back
And
with
King
MP
looking
The
to
King.
clap
Marereset
back.
yung turtle dito pero maiipit ba? Unti-unti na uubos yung buhay dito ni Lord GM pero wala namang
Yawi's already
babaksak
level 4,
during
so
that
all the while that was
small
happening,
team
he
fight
wasn't
galing
there.
sa
He
ating
was
mga
getting his
teams.
level 4. And fortunately for TNC,
Yan, shout
they
out
were
kay
safe.
AJ
No casualties
Villarreal.
for Twisted Minds, and all ultimates
Yan,
were
thank you sa
boosted
pag-like
for
ng
Twisted
ating
Minds since
official
they were
restream
able
ng
to necessarily
MPL
get the kill.
PH Season 15. Yan, AJ Villarreal, shoutout sa'yo pare.
They got it like that because of the fact that Twisted Minds just really didn't connect on what they were looking for, and they
Pero
might
nandito tayo
have,
sa
you know, attempted at least
laban
utilizing the ultimates they
ng
had. Once
Twisted
they
Minds
lost
at
all, TNC just
TNC.
knew, alright, we can go ahead and
Sikit
do
pa
this
naman yung
and
labanan
that
natin
they do.
dito.
And so they hold
Frank
on to a very
Carnetes,
lively
shoutout sa'yo. Salamat sa pag-like ng ating restream ng MPL PH.
As we take a look at
Yan.
just how they
Frank
rotate up here.
Carnetes, shoutout
Yeah,
sa'yo.
we've been given a lot of information too,
Kanya
but
mga gusto magpa-shoutout pa dyan, like nyo lang yung ano, i-like nyo lang yung stream natin or comment down below para mabasa natin kung saan ba nanonood yung mga viewers natin ngayong araw. This is tagal.
The damage from a joy has
From a long time bago tayo napagbalik sa restreaming, naging busy tayo sa ano, sa work natin. Pero hopefully, during weekend, makapag-restream tayo. Pero ito, ganda ng naipit doon. Hajizi na corner sa Gedli.
I mean, we were supposed
Ang ganda
to,
ng
or I was
feathered
supposed to
airstrike
do that.
doon.
Yeah, aside from that, MP the King can be able to keep up a bit more in this game. He can be playing
Medyo
a lot
matagal yung naging
more
first blood
connected
ng ating
alongside
laban,
Escalera,
ha?
the setups, and those are some of the possible plays from Twisted Minds, but
Yan,
not
shoutout kay Paring
even
Mendel.
always leaving
Mendel B. Sereño.
TNC
Si
have
Insan,
been
shoutout sa'yo.
kills onto this mid later. He hasn't been setting up the surprises just yet, even on the Kadita.
Mukhang balak dito gawin ng TNC is ano, mag-start ng momentum in favor of them kung saan.
setting up a pick here in the bottom.
Baga nagiging play safe yung bota natin pero ito 2v1 makakatakas pa ba? Lord JM nakakaligtas. Trigger out. Muntik na 2v1 on the bottom lane. Pero dahil doon nagkaroon ng opening o opportunity yung TNC na ma-secure yung turtle. Kumbaga yung call doon ng JM, sige simulan nyo na yung turtle. Nandito yung dalawang members ng Twisted Minds.
he's literally just hanging out there. How is he still there? They might go for it again.
Pero ito, ganda ng in-out doon. Masisipa pa nga. GC trying to burst out si Lord JM, pero Lord JM nagpapailaw pa nga dito. Tamang recall lang sa bottom lane, hindi siya makukuha doon. At makakaligtas pa nga. This is the tank badang.
On the badang. He doesn't seem to be threatened at all. And yeah, he's been doing a great job, even on the Hive, just making sure that everyone in Twisted Minds is within vision.
It's crazy.
Yan, meron tayong ano dyan Paul. Kung sinong tingin nyo na manalo, is it Twisted Minds ba o TNC Pro Team? Pero Yawi, kukuha ng pick-up play dito. Makikita niya dito at alakanin si James. James maiipit nga doon kung sino yung dakil. And GC man babawi din agad. 1-1 trade pero hindi pa matatapos dito. Zaida takes down the kill pero balikan lang 2-4-2 trade yung ginagawa dito at gapiso yung buhay ni Yawi at uuwi na muna. Nagiging mainit ang laban natin ngayong gabi.
Dance so well around the members of TNC, using the electrifying beats right in time to take down these two key members. Even had GZ prior
Yeah,
to
shout out sa mga viewers natin dyan. Comment down below kung saan nanonood or i-like yung ating live stream.
It was timed at a moment where Lancy had no
Yan, kay
Speaking of Lancy,
Lord JM, grabe, kumunat and meron na ditong damage.
Lord JM?
MP the King is down. Wala ngayong jungler yung side ng Twisted Minds. Pero Lord JM medyo lumalalim pero ang ganda ng pagkakabayad dito. Nahahatak na yung tatlong players to para hamulin siya. At dito sumali na nga dito si Yawi. Binibait in yung mga members ng Twisted Minds. At mukha nga mako-corner sila. Pero outlane naman makakuha ng kill. Hindi sapat yung range dito. Medyo malayo yung pwestuhan dito ni Lancy. Para sa period airstrike. At si Yawi ang babaksa nito. Siya yung magiging casualty ng pick-up. Sana balak nilang gawin with the help of Lord JM papunta sa mid-lane kanina. Pero sila naman nakuha ang huling turtle ng ating laro. Yan kay Frank Carnetes, AJ Villarreal, Mendel B. Zereño, Ed Morris Villanueva Zereño. Shout out sa inyo kay Ate Mitch, shout out at kay Jen Caraga, shout out sa mga ka-squad mate ko sa Belgians Guild.
And they want to make the work happen here.
And shout out the Infinix retail team headed by Sir Elton. Pero ito na nga tayo, hindi mag-overextend dito yung TNC. Nire-respeto dito o disiplinado dito yung TNC. Hindi nila hinahayaang mag-overextend sila or sobrang lalim. To the point na sila naman dito yung mako-corner or mapipitas ng mga players galing Twisted Minds.
Tries to reserve his skills, his ultimate, to engage and to set up against a member or two from Twisted Minds.
Yan, sa mga viewers natin, naka-ready na ba yung mga hapunan nyo?
Are forced to use their skills.
Yan, share nyo naman dito kung anong hapunan nyo or ulam nyo ngayong gabi.
Yeah, it's funny because literally Yawi is just cosplaying like a ward right now. Like he is just Vision, and he even went the Athena Shield first item because the most threat over here is literally Hajizi for him right now, and he can go ahead and continue to build up these defensive items. But now that the Lord is up, his defensiveness is going to help him out, but also just locking someone down at this angle. The odd angles we're so used to seeing Akai's find. And with the help of having Lord JM and just the massive amount of damage Lord JM's been able to do, that's something that Twisted Minds has to watch out for. There's Yawi just checking things out. Phoenix Shield there to help him out. So still no commitment just yet. We'll spot out two
Dito
from
na
the
nga tayo
upper
sa
side.
unang Lord ng
They
ating
might miss the
laban.
go here on the Lord
Ganda
now.
ng pwesto dito ng TNC pero ang ganda ng ultimate doon ng Gacha pero hindi enough to para makuha dito si Parsa pero Kuzin naman makakapitas pero balikan lang muna. Pero MP the King secures the Lord side na naman makakuha ng kill. 2-1 trade in favor of TNC pero meron ding baon ngayon. Pero Lord JM had GC. Only MP the King survived that plus the Lord
so much
na magmamarcha
TNC
sa ating mid
to get
lane.
you shut down, outplayed, who was able to use the heavy crossbow in
Kumbaga,
almost
hindi
perfect
magmamaterialize
position.
ngayon
But
yung
just the
Lord na
same, even
nakuha
despite that Lord secured by Twisted
ng
Mind,
Twisted
it
Minds kasi
costed
mabilis lang itong mababurst o matitake down
are now just able
ng
to clear out
TNC
the Lord
Pro
even before
Team.
it gets to do anything to any of their turrets. So Twisted Minds aren't able to do much with this Lord, and looking at
Kumbaga, hindi
the fight was kind
na-utilize.
of separated. It started from when Escalera was
Kumbaga,
able to
minsan
go in
diba
with the bigger
ang call natin sa mga RG, once na makuha mo yung Lord,
the targets, not
ano na kagad
going
eh,
in for the way of the
alis na
dragon.
kagad.
It didn't
May Lord
seem
na tayo,
he
nakuha natin
didn't
yung
seem to
objective,
find
medyo
the
dito
right
nangyari is
person.
medyo
And from
napa-overextend
that point onwards,
yung Twisted Mind
Twisted
against
Mind was
TNC
just
na kung
unable to
saan
respond,
isa
and we were
sila
able to
dito
carry
nagwatak-watak
out every
din
single
nakuha
Yeah, and again, even as we
ng
take a
TNC
little
Pro
breather here,
Team.
even with that
And
Lord,
we have technical
cost them
pause.
so much, and they didn't get anything. They don't have any turrets resulting into that. It was all
And
cleared
kung may
out.
chance na pumunta kayo sa
at
MPL
points,
Arena, yan,
Twisted
bisitahin nyo
Minds,
yung
when you look at that team fight, it just
Infinix
wasn't,
booth
it wasn't
doon
the right of
on the
choreography
on
they
the
were
third
looking for.
floor
The plan was
kung saan
there,
possible
but it didn't work
makakuha
out.
kayo ng exclusive
At least
merchandise
now,
coming from
approaching the late
Infinix.
game, their fight looks better. It seems like if they lean into TNC's initiations, TNC overshoots themselves. That's what that looked like to me, that last team fight. If they're able to overshoot where Yawi wants to position them, and they can compromise.
Yan,
land
shout
their
out
strike,
kay Sir
I think part of it,
Joms.
though, too, is in what we
Kay
saw,
Joms,
like,
kay
this is
Jomari.
the plan there, and
Yan,
maybe
the
they
community
execute
manager
better by
ng
the time they get to the next
Twisted
objective,
Mind.
is you have
Shout out
this
sa'yo,
huge
sir.
distraction with the Avatar of the Guardian, right, with your Gattacontra. And that puts so much
Ganda
like,
na ngayon,
eyes
Benyo,
on that
full
and where
pack
they're gonna
ngayong araw.
go. Then Hajizi has his angle to come in and burst someone down. Hopefully he's able to find the right target and alleviate some of that pressure there. But the plan is obvious for Twisted Minds, and I think they have the
Yan,
advantage
punta lang
when it
kayo
comes
sa
to
port
fighting around
tickets.
the Lord Pit
Punta lang
or
kayo
around
sa
those objectives. But,
ph-mpl.com/tickets.
Yep. Honestly, outplayed
Yan,
them
para makakuha
so much
ng mga legit
when it comes to
na ticket for
getting
MPL.
Yawi's attention or the forcing out the crucial skills.
Baga, iba pa rin kasi yung experience kapag napanood nyo ng live yung MPL. Doon yung mga, yung mga sigawan, yung mga hindi naman trash-talkan eh.
Target.
Tawag doon sigawan against sa mga sa friendly friendly
I was talking
banters
about Yawi and
ng
then I see
mga
a picture of
teams
Yawi with
sa tawag doon
an old friend.
sa MPL
with
Arena.
someone he once knew. These fans.
Parang ibang MP dating yun doon sa
Big Man Blastoise?
sa picture doon sa viewers doon.
Big Man
Kung nakuha nyo, gets yun na agad.
Lord JM on the down.
Dude.
Kasi sabi ng iba, di ba, MP the King, Manny Pacquiao the King daw yun.
Crazy this game. I don't know the last time that I saw Badang like on the top of the damage charts, man.
And he's not even building damage.
He's not even building damage.
People just keep rotating towards him.
They're just like, here,
Yeah,
go ahead and just punch me.
Try.
And he keeps punching them back, but he lives.
And based sa ating poll,
And the fist breaks, man. Right
mas
now,
marami
too.
sa ating mga viewers ngayong gabi
He
ang
is
nagsasabing
about as,
TNC
tanky as
ang
it gets.
mananalo sa laban ngayong
Badang
araw.
still pumping out the damage. They're gonna set up.
Pero
They're
we
still
are
a
back on
minute
our
plus
game.
away from that Lord, so we'll see if TNC actually wants to go for a pickoff, or even if it's Twisted Minds. Escalera gets some information. He's going to be a little bit more risky here because he's got the immortality at least now. So far it's just holding down the mid lane. That little minor advantage of keeping up that tier 1 turret, though. Twisted Minds might want to start taking some of these turrets down if they can.
Yeah. I mean, mean, when it comes to the team fights that can happen later on, Twisted Minds right now, they are likely confident
Pero
enough
di tayo ngayon
to
sa
really engage, look for the backlines,
middle block, diba?
do his thing, because
Sa
Emmy
Lord
the King
Pit.
will be able
Mukhang
to
nagkaroon ng
provide
build up
damage
dito kung saan
anyway.
maghihintayan.
And
Kasi sa
once
kabila
that
yata yung Lord Pit
happens,
natin dito
it
eh.
would be so
Bottom
great
lane.
for TNC to split up, unlike what we've been seeing in the previous games, because you would want the heavy spin to bring the opponents.
Yan,
or to
welcome sa
put the
ating watch
opponents
party
in a
dito sa
position that would
ChezyGaming
be
Plays
easier
and
for your
ChezyGaming.
teams to throw out the damage. And
Yan,
what has been happening
pa-like
is,
naman and
if he
papalo
either
ng ating mga
doesn't get
page.
the right targets,
Na hopefully,
he gets
isa
the
sa mga
tanky
goal ko
one,
this year is ano eh,
or he just uses
mapalaki.
the heavy spin
yung ano natin,
and keeps
TikTok.
trying to chase for either
Para
outplay
makapag-live
or
na rin tayo doon.
MVP.
Kasi
But
ngayon,
these two heroes are just
1,000
so
yung
high
kailangan na ano
overrated.
doon na
I don't think the heavy
followers
spin
sa TikTok para makapag-live. The
actually keep
problem
up.
is, wala pa yata tayong ano doon.
Lord is up
Wala pa tayong 100
Wind of
doon.
Nature. Keep an eye on their positioning alongside Escalera. TNC knows it. They'll go ahead and check that side, keeping it together. Hajizi also
Pero
ready
dito
to
mga
pull the trigger if they need to.
binabakuran
They
na
might
ngayon
do
ng
it here.
TNC, pero MP the King, ang ganda ng pagkakal dito ah.
Coming through, Lord JM with a
Tamang amba lang.
Pull the trigger. There's still massive ults here.
Pero
from both
Yawi and
sides.
Escalera,
Pushed out.
face to
Dino
face
willing
doon
to
sa
wait at the
bush.
Lord. James holding on this AOG.
They're gonna go for it. Half health now on the Lord.
Half
Can
health
he
na yung
contest
Lord
it now?
natin. Ito nga, papasok na si Saida. Makakasecure pa lang si Hajizi is down. Pero Estek na nga, double kill. At unti-unti dito, nababawasan yung buhay ng mga members coming from Twisted Minds. Tatlo yung bumagsak dito. Sa Twisted Minds plus the Lord na ngayon nakasama ng TNC nagmamarcha on the bottom lane.
Forcing him to retreat and regain
Ito na ba yung call ng TNC pa? Tapusin yung laban.
This could be the end angle.
They're going for it.
My
Like a
Lord,
phoenix
plus
rising
minion
to the
waves.
flames.
Kusin, makakuha pa nga ng
They're gonna
kill.
go for
Another
it.
Predator
An extreme
airstrike.
finish. Violence
Para
upon Twisted Minds' base.
maka-iwas or
There's still
hindi
minions
makapag-advance
left.
dito
TNC
yung members
taking
of
the
Twisted
They're
Minds.
still in the game. They're still in the game. They're gonna clear out the Lord here.
Pero
TNC
makiklear
gets
out
two
pa
of the
nga
base
yung Lord
turrets.
dito.
Not sure if they get
Pero
that last
mababasag
one,
na nga
but it looks
yung inhibitor
really dicey
tower
there
on
for
both
Twisted
mid
Minds.
and
Able
top
to stay
lane.
in the game, but man, TNC
And
with a dominant team
back away
fight.
muna
Yeah, I
ang
mean,
call
they-
dito. Iwas muna tayo.
Didn't have to worry about the damage coming in from Twisted Minds anymore.
Last
Again,
call
going
doon
back
ng
to
ano
the
ng
idea
TNC is
that
violence.
Once Lancy was
Bakbakan
able to
natin
spot
to.
out both Escalera and out
Pero wala si Yawi na pwedeng tumangke sa damage na pwedeng ibigay kasi doon ng members ng Twisted Minds. Kaya medyo umiwas muna. Mahirap na mag-overextend. Baka sila pa yung maubos once na nag-respawn yung lahat ng members doon ng Twisted
So
Minds.
just as Outplayed was trying to regain some of his HP, targeting some of the jungle creeps, that was when TNC decided to engage. It wasn't even perfect for them. There was a flicker fist break from Lord JM which did not entirely connect. But once they were able to out-sustain or stay longer in the fights, once they were the ones who had the higher damage output, then it just worked so well for TNC.
Yeah, with this lead that they
Pero
have themselves
TNC
now.
may build up
It
on
looks
the
like they at
bottom
least just
lane.
want to get this
Mukhang
last
dito.
turret, and then I expect them
Ang call
to
is
set up the
basagin
board
na
about a
yung
minute
last
away.
inhibitor
Feather
turret
airstrike being
dito na
used
meron ang
artillery-wise.
Twisted Mind.
Seal's gonna be used.
Yawi looking for the
Pero Kusin makakapitas doon, pero from the back.
Heavy spin
Ang
coming
ganda ng call dito.
MP the King dealing a lot of damage.
MP
Yawi
the King,
displacing
pero
MP the King.
Kusin pa rin
The King falls, the
makakakuha
King
ng
by
kill.
Escalera.
Outplayed
Saida,
Yawi.
double kill for Outplayed.
Takes
Down goes
triple
Yawi.
kill for
Double kill goes
Kusin.
well.
Outplayed na natitirang
back and
members
survive
ito
with the
during
naked
the
help
team
of
fight.
Kozen is a maniac.
Kozen is online
Hajizi,
with
the
maniac,
one
and you
remains
see the man
standing
in the room.
para sa
They're
side ng
ready to go
Twisted
for the
Mind. Kaya ba
victory.
itong depensahan para hintayin mabuhay yung mga members ng Twisted Minds, pero ang call dito is i-wipe out na sila.
By Lord JM. And
Nandito na nga, endable na yung ating laban. TNC takes game number 3 with the reverse sweep
And
against
TNC
Twisted Mind.
Pro team will maintain their streak now at 3-0. After the
Ito na ba
victory
yung
against Twisted
e-emergence
Minds.
ng TNC?
Maniac to finish
Ito na ba
off
yung
the
start ng
reverse
campaign
sweep.
nila na hindi top
What a
8?
way to close out the series!
with a groove and
Reverse sweep
finish.
coming from TNC Pro Team.
The moves and grooves.
The revamp
Great
members
dude, I can't
or
wait to look
players
at that again, that last
for
team fight. I mean, I'll probably
TNC.
go and look at it
Hopefully,
myself.
ito na.
The dance,
Yung
dude, the
pag-abante
dance,
nila.
the team fight,
Papuntang
that
playoffs
last
or yung
interaction
hinihintay
was
nila ang
so
unang
good, and
kampyonato
the fact that the whole
dito
time
sa
Poston was
MPL
protected
PH.
Yeah.
is what really highlighted there.
I mean, if I was Haji, right, I would see a stationary Farsa, I'd want to go for it. But it wasn't anywhere near Kuzen, and Kuzen was just free. Oh.
Again, great sportsmanship here. Yes, we built this up as, you know, it's a feud-fueled matchup. But again, much respect to all the players here between each other. You can see it on stage.
Yeah.
Just an amazing game.
I didn't see a feud, man. I saw friends.
Friends.
This was
Yan, mukhang tama yung mga hula ng mga viewers natin dito. Match 1 winner.
Over there.
We have here
I don't consider the
TNC
recalls,
Pro Team.
Something.
You don't do that
And huge
yourself,
shout out sa mga followers natin dyan na since day 1 kasama natin dito sa ChezyGaming.
Against people I don't know.
At your friends, is what I'm saying. Your friends.
Yeah.
And shout out din sa mga squad mates natin sa Vengeance Guild
Stogie there up
and mga
front.
ka-office mates natin
Gotta be
dyan sa
feeling pretty good, man.
Infinix Retail
TNC,
Team.
When was the last time, I feel like, I don't know, I'm sure the stats guys are on that we've seen them 3-0 this early on.
Season 9.
We have
This early on? Oh, they were, that was...
Even season 10 was a big question mark. And then onwards. So now is the close.
Yan, hopefully makapag-restream tayo on a weekly basis.
2022. It's been 3 years. Somebody put that picture away. It's been 3 years.
Gotta get rid of that picture, but again, celebratory interview coming up here with TNC Pro Team and our host. Let's throw it over to the stage.
What a heated matchup. Your winners, TNC Pro Team! Buhay na buhay ang So, this is a
Yan, see you again later. Once again, this is ChezyGaming. See you on match number 2.
Ano po? Focus lang po kami sa ano namin. Laro talaga namin.
Oo, tawa sila, tawa. Pero hindi. Sige, I actually wanna know more. I guess it's the same thing for Lord JM. Ikaw din, bagong adjust ka rin. Sige, Kusen, pwede mo na ibigay yung mic sa kanya. With that one, what are some of the adjustments that you had to do? Kasi bago ka rin sa team, right? Ano yung mga adjustments na kinailangan mong gawin?
Sa akin, ano eh, kung ano yung playstyle ko ng Blacklist, nilalaro ko pa rin dito. Parang wala namang masyadong adjustment. Parang may mga onti lang naman pero more on ano ako eh, yung playstyle ko pa rin eh.
And we did see it, right? I'm gonna ask you to give it back to Kusen because Kalusi has a question.
Okay, Kusen. Sa'yo muna ulit yung mic kasi pinag-uusapan na rin natin kanina yung mga duo-duo. And sa TNC may Zaizen na tinatawag.
Sabi ni Yawi.
Okay, Kusen. Ano pa ang aabangan namin sa Zaizen sa mga susunod na linggo?
Sino sabi nung kiss? Sige, tuloy mo na,
Walang
Kusen.
ganon.
Wala naman, same pa rin.
Consistency lang.
Ayan, oh.
Ayan, tuloy-tuloy lang kada linggo. Okay, si Yawi naman. Yawi!
Eto na. The man of the moment.
Idolo.
The man of the moment. Uy, parang iba yung dala mo ngayon. Iba yung dala mo ngayon kasi pag kinakausap kita sa loob ng playroom, shy boy, mysterious guy, ganyan. Pero ngayon, sinayawan mo eh. Paano ko nga yan? Ano yun, coach? Ano yun, coach?
Ano yun?
Sample.
Sample daw. Sample. Sample.
Isang bini ba, Yawi?
Ha? Sample? Hindi, wala na daw kasing kalaban. Wala nang kalaban. Okay. Nakita naman natin. Sige, arap ka pa konti. Okay? Medyo tumatalikod tayo. Ano na lang siguro yung mensahe mo sa mga nakalaban mo? Kasi parang iba yung gigil mo ngayong araw eh.
Nice game sa kanila, ano. Yun, nice game lang.
Nice game na lang daw. Next game na lang.
Ako may tanong pa ako sa'yo, Yawi.
Okay.
Kasi I'm sure marami kaming nakapanood dito ng vlog ni Boss D. And tuwing panalo nyo, may reward. Ano masasabi mo? Mas motivated ka bang maglaro ngayon? Hindi lang dahil sa reward, pero syempre, nandyan ulit si Boss D.
Actually, yung reward 5K per game, di ba? Ngayon 10K.
Ay!
Bigay mo na agad ngayon, ah.
Baka naman.
Sabi ni Boss Ian kagabi, ginawa niyang 10K ngayon eh. Kaya motivated talaga kami.
Kaya pala mas motivated. Pero sige, hayaan na natin sila mag-celebrate. Once again, everybody, your winners, TNC Pro Team! You may now take your walk of victory. What an intense 3 games that we have witnessed. And boys, you may now take your bow. Man, umpisa pa lang ng Sunday primetime, rekta na tayo kagad sa 3 games.
Basta TNC nga naman daw kasi only rice, only bawi, at only yawi na rin. At yan ang pinakita nila sa laban nila today.
They got 2 wins to end off week number 2. Let's see what the casters have to say about it.
Always great to see those interviews, of course, with the winning teams. And yeah, Yaoi's got the dance moves, and now I think that he's got 10K pesos.
Oh. Where was that bonus when I was working for TNC?
you need to, you could hit him up now.
Wolf and I have some qualms.
Doggy's got to feel pretty good though, man. You know, again, proud of the boys here for Doggy and the squad, TNC, and everything that they've been able to do from week 1 to week 2 now. This is a well-deserved MVP for this game, number 3. Kozin just popped off on the Granger, especially that maniac he was able to get at the end.
Yep, he did. And up until the very last moment, he just had his eyes set on winning. He made sure, even with that last-minute immortality buy, that he would have enough time to push the base, to take it down, and not prolong the fights any longer. Because Twisted Minds were slowly getting to find the angles, the entry points, which would make their lineup a lot more effective. We've seen it, at least, or a glimpse of it, in the last sequence prior to TNC eventually putting it close to the game. There was a better entry coming in from Hajizi, MP the King coming in from behind, as well as Escalera. But TNC, given the fact that they weren't able to take out Kozin first, and that is also due to Kozin just being able to position himself really well whenever there's a team fight, and I think you'd see it multiple times here in the MVP highlights, such as this. I'd also say it's part of his teammates being able to just show him immediately of whatever threat could possibly come up, but he himself, right? He was never targeted here by TNC, not even when we mentioned they had a lot of ways to find the backlines.
Yeah, even there, you know, towards the end, good try here, effort from Twisted Minds, and I think overall in the series, really good effort from them. I think this was, so far, I would say the best that we've seen them play up to this point. And again, they have gone with a couple different iterations in their roam. I'm really wondering what they'll do for week 3. Like, will they go back to maybe having Sensui, or I'm wondering too, could they actually put Sensui in the jungle with Escalera, like take MP out? You know, I guess that's the big question for Twisted Minds on what they can do with the lineup.
It's an option, but I don't think they should revert to that immediately just because they lost the series.
Yeah.
There's something here. It's a diamond in
magic.
the rough, Twisted Minds with Escalera in the roam, but all in all, Zyzen don't disappoint. Like the fact that this gold and jungle core duo have performed the back-to-back, earning TNC the reverse sweep, like the hype was real.
Yeah, it was multiple times wherein Zyda would come in at the right moments, even securing objectives right when we thought TNC were just about to disengage or not pursue the fights any longer. Some weren't entirely favorable for them. I'd say there were certain points in the game or in the series wherein it feels like they still want to fight a little bit longer, even though it clearly wasn't the best scenario for them anymore. But it just also goes to show how TNC just want to stay together, or it just gives off that feeling that until they know they can, they'll keep trying. And a lot of it is, of course, because of the best wingman once again. 2 games in a row. Yawi with 10 assists, earlier 11. This gave way to the rich guy and the carry to perform and get his MVP.
You know what? This week alone, for those of y'all who are fans of the big 3, you know what I'm talking about. Yawi, Renegade, and H2. It's a big week for these 3. Yawi, despite having a less than stellar experience, playing-wise in MPL ID.
Yeah.
H2 being in the MDL and Renegade doing Renegade things, like they're all flourishing in their own ways.
Yeah, I think that's why, again, when you guys might not know him, but when you get a glimpse of Dogi in the crowd, he was the one there that they were showing on camera during the interview. He's almost like a proud dad to them, or a proud bigger brother. I don't know how you would want to frame that, but
we'll say dad.
We'll say dad.
There are a lot of interviews which show just how close he really gets to his players. He becomes afraid of losing them again, or parting ways with them, but that's just how it goes.
Here we go. We got a little shout out, of course, from Liber Timor, Omambat, Batita. Apaka Intense, best game. That means, wow, it's so intense. That was the best game. But yeah, it was. I really think that I was personally surprised that this game went 3 games, honestly, because part of me was really just thinking that TNC has been so on fire, so hot lately in their games that they would have gone into this with a sweep. But then, yeah, like you mentioned, Leo, I think just that draft that they had in Game 1 was pretty questionable. So, but they still come through. They win the series. We're also going to hear how they sounded with their comms for that game win. Well, we heard them, but we didn't quite see it, so maybe we get to hear them in a little bit here. But it sounded pretty chaotic. It sounded pretty hectic.
I mean, it was at the winning moment, I assume. So they were just.
That is the perfect picture of Apaka. Apaka Intense. Apaka Intense.
Apaka Intense, best game.
Yeah.
Those comms were definitely it. So again, hopefully our next matchup is also Apaka Intense, because we have Smart Omega and TLPH, Team Liquid PH, going head-to-head here.
Everyone, say for Omega has a win, right? A game win.
Like a game win. Yeah, a game win, yeah.
So now it's high time.
Let's see if they too have a backup plan to show us in the coming series.
Maybe they do. Maybe they don't.
Maybe.
We're going to find out. But so far, again, what an intense series that we had to open up day number 3 here. We do still have one more match for you guys, so hope you get some refreshments. We'll be back after the short break for that matchup. Again, nice to Leo and Brigida. We'll see you after the break.
Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas with the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
And welcome back after the very short break. We hope that everybody got the refreshments they needed. We sure did after an intense matchup. Match number 1 between Twisted Minds and TNC. We went the distance, 3 games, but TNC gets the victory. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, and this is Leo and Brigida. And we're back here to bring you the last match of week number 2, and it's Smart Omega versus TLPH.
Did you just do the thing I did too?
I did a thumbs up instead.
Oh, okay, cool.
But it's in the same position and angle.
What is that?
Can I see it again? What was it?
Is that a reflex? You just mirror?
That's literally the emote, by the way.
Yeah, I stopped saluting because everyone started saluting too, so I guess I have to change.
You got to change the hand gestures.
Yeah.
You know, but again, we want to just go ahead and let you guys know if you missed it, the Phoenix Army. And they win that feud-fueled showdown. That's such a tongue twister. That's why I really slow it down. Feud-fueled showdown, 2-1, and it was looking pretty good. I mean, Twisted Minds, they won the first game, you know, but unfortunately they weren't able to win the series. We'll see what adjustments they make moving forward. But hey, it feels good to be part of the Phoenix Army, I'm sure, for all the fans out there.
Yep. It's a.
Are you the Phoenix Army, Brick?
Yeah, I'm thinking of something for the Minds.
Or are you the Minds?
No.
Or you're both?
I am both.
No,
I'm both.
she's
but
also
like,
the Brigadoons.
She's just never
yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
No, but for today, I think I'm on the Phoenix Army. It changes day to day.
So it changes, so basically you're a bandwagoner. All right, let's go ahead and shout out our sponsor, Time Zone, because they've got an exclusive promo just for you guys. Get 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos. That is a deal. You get double the amount, basically. All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. Don't miss out on this amazing deal because that's a whole lot of value for that code.
And in case you want a game at home, you better be gaming on a TT Racing chair. You get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using TT Racing X MPL's Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000. That's MPL2 3 zeros over at ttracing.ph.
I can't do what he did.
She can't because she's sitting on it. Don't miss out on the exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during the MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back. Or if you're Brigida, you're sitting on it. So
I need this.
I don't want to finish that. So
for my lumbar.
For your lumbar.
She needs it for
She's
her
got
hiney.
She's using it as a booster seat.
Yes. If not for this, I would be like.
Just show them. Just. No,
This.
there you go.
Now you understand.
It is a downward slope.
Now you understand.
There you go. That works. But yeah, and again, thank you to our sponsors for, of course, making this Season 15 possible for all of us so far.
And comfortable.
And comfortable, that's true. And I hope that at some point we get to go ahead and experience the time zone experience. Every time we go out there, it's being used. Like, there's a line for our time zone experience out here. So
I'm
if
sure
you guys
stood next to them, they would just let you.
Do you think so? Do you think if I just approach them,
You
like
just assert yourself, Joseph. Just,
I just don't say anything?
Wait, I can imagine the Naisu doing the claw machine.
you just go,
The claw machine I don't use because I actually feel like I would break it. Like the joystick is quite small.
Oh yeah.
You know, and I don't want to grip that one. So, but also we have to look at the standings here in just a second. The Infinix standings, of course, left in the Wims. We've got down here at the bottom, Smart Omega. They're about to play. We'll see if they can get their first game victory because they are the team that is the only team that doesn't have a game victory in their matches here. And of course, they're up against these Titans. Team Liquid PH now sitting at 6-0. There's something else about TLPH here.
They've started the season as if they really took the time off season to reset and to regroup, even with the new addition in their lineup. It didn't feel like an entirely new piece to what they've been doing constantly, because it seemed like it brought back the Cavalry, the Stampede, and it became a much aggressive version of it altogether.
Those guys, you know, in their off-season and everything else, even in-season, but off-season, they grind, and they grind on their streams too. And I feel like that even when you think they would be relaxing, like they're playing, man. They're training, they're playing. And up against them, again, for the highlight of this one, it's the streak versus the skid. Super Yoshi to the rescue. Now some of you guys might be wondering, Super Yoshi? Who's this?
Super Yoshi?
This is Super Yoshi, formerly of Euphoria.
Of Euphoria.
Super Yoshi, formerly of Onic, of TNC. He's part of the barangay now, in case you missed it.
Yeah.
Part of the barangay.
So does this tell something that there is?
We're hinting. We're using we need you guys at home. I know sometimes it might be hard. Use your context clues right now.
Yeah.
All right?
So there's a chance because as you can see right here, we're dividing the MPL teams in the regular season into 2 groups. 4 of them in a 3-match winning streak, whereas the other half aren't having that much of a great time. It's 4-match losing skid for Twisted Minds, 3 matches consecutively for AP Bren, and surprisingly, we're seeing Onic Philippines here, but they're in a 2-match losing skid too.
What kind of world are we living in where the world champions, the defending champions of our league, have less points than the winless team from last season? I'm just stating facts, right? Nothing against TNC. I'm actually on the bandwagon.
Yeah.
I was part of the Phoenix Army before the league was even, you know, the league. But you know what I'm saying? Like, how?
That's what makes this great, man. I mean, the fact that you're in this environment where the competition is so high, some off-season changes and, you know, roster updates and everything else have this kind of effect on the league, and makes this the standings that kind of jumbled after week 2. I think it's really exciting to see, you know, and also I didn't know that the opposite of a streak was a skid.
Oh.
I'm just sitting here thinking about that. Did you guys know that?
It's just a way to understand what it means to lose, you know?
To not be on a streak.
It could be a backslide.
Oh.
That's true, that's true.
He's here.
There he is.
Yeah.
Why? Who does he look like, by the way?
He looks like someone who played earlier.
Oh, he's showing us the jawline. Super Yoshi to the rescue. Super Yoshi's all-time MDL stats. He has a totally different look, by the way, in his photo.
Yeah.
And so does Jome, by the way, in his other photo.
He had blonde hair here. When he was in Onic, he had silver hair. And now he's back to dark brown, I think. And here it's kind of black. So he's been through a lot from MDL to MPL, not just in terms of hair color. He's been with different groups, again, be it Bren Euphoria, Onic. But we haven't seen him for quite some time now.
The meta looks so different when Yoshi was playing in the main lineup. So now here, I guess, Omega's giving him the nod.
Yeah, and also we got to go ahead and address the duo that we've heard about, the Baby Cakes duo. From the, and like, how do we explain this? Which one's baby, which one's cakes?
Of no relation to RSG Baby Cakes from MPLSG from previous seasons, all right?
That's such a throwback.
Daddy JP's trying to wonder too. He's
pointed it out. It's like, no relation, all right?
Yeah, this is a similar stat line to what we've seen earlier in terms of like how participative Yaoi was in the kills of the gold jungle duos, because we're putting a lot of highlight onto these 2 roles specifically in terms of how they're able to carry the teams and lead them to victory. And a very similar pattern is reflecting here in terms of how JP is able to carry out that job too. He's been a very efficient setup player here. I don't know why Carl and Oheb don't want to sit as close to each other. Maybe because everyone was they just kept saying baby cakes, but you know.
TT Racing Chair is just too comfortable.
It's just too comfortable.
They're just deep into that.
It was so comfortable that there was one specifically for the hydration of the team. The liquid of team. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, part of it though, I have to wonder, because I was sitting I think I was sitting there being like, man, where did this baby cakes even come from? But we do want to ask you guys a quick question too. Are there only 2? I guess there's only two answers here.
You gotta read this.
Can Super Yoshi save the barangay?
A, yes. Or
B, hanggat may buhay, okay lang. Who said that yesterday? The Mamba. Okay, what does that mean, by the way?
What does
Hangat
it
may
mean?
buhay, okay lang.
Tell us.
As long as you have life. Oh, wait. As long as you have life, you're okay.
Right.
Okay lang.
Yeah.
Is that right?
As long as you have life, it's okay.
So
Wise words from Chaknu.
So it's a non-answer. It's a non-answer. Like, you're not saying no, but you're not saying yes.
It's a safe answer.
It's a safe answer. I mean,
Like
that's the
me.
answer. Yeah. That's very Brigida-like.
But at least, you know,
B for Brigida.
it can go both ways.
Our chat is probably putting B for Brigida too, which is probably out there. But hey, that is a phrase you could technically live by.
As long as
There's
if
life.
if you're really thinking about it, you know. And so I'm wondering too, is for Super Yoshi? See, you can't you're thinking about it.
that's too many words. You could just say whatever.
No, it's not the same. That's not something.
This feels a little bit more optimistic.
Leo, that is not something that you would have, you know, like written down in your book or maybe your note app. You're not just gonna put whatever.
It's complacency with layers, bro. You're
It's not-
accepting.
It's not something you're gonna put on your body permanently, you know? I'd rather put that Hangat Buhai. Okay, long. All right, let's throw it over to the stage to have our marshals and teams walk in.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Chico, Patrick, JJ, and Juvin. Can they find an answer with a super change in their lineup? The barangay marches once more. It's Smart Omega. In EXP, it's Lewis. In the jungle, Andoryu. In mid, Ukir. In Rome, making his Smart Omega debut, Super Yoshi. In gold, Big J Jome. And their opponents, comprised of duos from Sansan to Baby Cakes, it's Team Liquid Philippines. In EXP, Sanford. In the jungle, Carl Teasy. In mid, Sanji. In Rome, Daddy JP. In gold, the Filipino sniper, Oheb. And their coaches, Coach Lembot and Coach RC.
And here we go. We're going to take a look first at the lineup for Smart Omega. This is the one with a change in it. Brigida, how's it looking?
Yeah, I think a lot of us are asking what could be next for Smart Omega. What can they do next? And apparently they're trying something in as early as week number 2. They're bringing in Super Yoshi for their roam today instead of Chaknu. So we're about to see and witness how will this change the dynamics between the players of Smart Omega. Will we see a bit of a more composed in the sense that there will be more direction in terms of what they want to do?
Yep.
Or will this need a little bit more time again for them to fully grasp in terms of how they want to execute it?
I hate to be the pessimist, but different isn't always better. I hope Super Yoshi proves that he deserves to play more than the Mamba.
Well, we'll see if he is able to do that. And also, once again, this is Team Liquid PH. Leo, take us through the lineup.
From Sansan to Baby Cakes and Daddy JP in the sandwich. I mean, the last time I remember seeing them this dominant was season 13.
Season 13.
And they won that season. So, again, who can stop the Liquid Stampede? That's the question. Is I haven't seen a single gap in their play just yet.
Yeah, it just seems like every single game that they've showed us so far, they're the team playing the cleanest. And a lot of people, when they came into the season, just off the back of, M6 or even SPS, are thinking that's going to be Onyx Philippines. But you were seeing how they're struggling. And for TLPH, you can see it from the breakdown here in comparison to Smart Omega. Obviously, there's really so many areas that Smart Omega can work on to improve.
Yeah.
And when you look at the breakdown here, really it's just heavily in favor for TLPH.
And imagine TLPH are performing this good, even when you talk to them and they just say that they're just enjoying every single game. They're having fun together, and I think that's a key word. It hasn't felt that way for a long time because, of course, after being in the top for so long, they found it difficult to bounce back when they suddenly found the other teams catching up and eventually dethroning them from the top. And it felt like a desperate way to come back. But now that they have a different outlook, a different mindset, everything just seems to be falling in place for the Cavalry.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed with them as well, is just how well composed they are as a team, how well their synergy is working. And, before every game, they definitely have to have a ping test. So let's see how the players took this one.
Magkamali ang sang tulad ko. Ang kulit mo, Magnus! Isa-isa muna. Pwede kapit si Ozzy. Malakas lang boses ko! May nais pa, kuya. Sarap maglaro.
Bato sa akin yung mic. Pwede ka nga dito. Mag-mic check.
May jacket ka agad, Ken?
Oo, entrance daw jacket na siya.
Okay lang.
Okay lang? Parang siya,
Boy, vlog ka nga, boy.
libero. Huwag nyo nga ito, Ban. Kailangan ko ma-warm up to. JP!
Okay. What was that? What's the end? J. Was he saying his own name?
JP.
Was he doing an impression of his own walk-in?
JP. But again, that's Super Yoshi and that's JP there, and. Yeah, I really feel like I think a lot of the guys, especially for the fans of Smart Omega out there, are going to be looking toward to see, is this worth the switch up? Because a lot of people do gravitate towards wanting to see Chaknu play. We know how much of a monster he can be in the roam position, but also you got to give an opportunity for players like this, for Super Yoshi, to step up.
And I'm worried because he opened the ping test while singing a song that talks about making mistakes. That was a song by Looney featuring Quest from 2013, Tao Lang. It talks about how it's okay to make mistakes, I'm human, does that give you optimism? He's like,
well,
maybe that's to get the bad luck out.
But towards the end, right, he was saying,
leadership role.
Yeah, but towards the end, he was saying something along the lines of, it feels so good to play. So
he's eager. He's eager.
I'm happy for him in that sense.
Yeah, he's looking forward to this.
And, part of it, again, we've really seen how, this has been the case for a lot of our seasons and everything else, but the roam, especially right now, because of just how quick that early game rotation is going to be, how important it is, how much vision you give to the team in the early portion of the game and throughout is so important. So because of the fact that we haven't seen too much of Super Yoshi, at least here in the MPL, I want to see how he's improved, man, especially over the time. And yes, we got a glimpse of his MDL stats back when he was in the MDL. But again, this is one of the players where it's like, if they want that opportunity to step up, let them step up, and maybe it's actually one of the keys for their own victories here. Speaking of, whoa, right on cue. Thank you, Direct Infinix keys to victory. Brigida, take us through.
Speaking of the keys to victory and focusing much of it onto Super Yoshi and his responsibility coming into this game, it feels like, based on what we know from Super Yoshi and his previous performances, he has quite of a shared hero pool with that of which we commonly see from either his lookalike, which many consider to be Yaoi, or Chaknu even. So he's expected to lead from the front and direct his team, whereas for Team Liquid Philippines, the tendency to be a little bit more alongside his teammates whenever there is a team fight. But for both, it's very important to not just lead wherever specific direction they are strong in terms of it. It's keeping all sides covered and making sure that, again, the fundamentals to start things off, it's very important for these two teams to know it.
Yeah, this is one of those very fundamental checks, I would say, for Smart Omega. Looking for, again, their first game win even. And what I'd also like to see, and not just, of course, what Super Yoshi can bring to the table, but allowing Big J, Jome, to get activated. Like, he just has not had that opportunity yet, and he's mostly been shut down in the gold lane, and you're going against someone like Oheb, you've really got to be able to go ahead and step up and rely on the team here. So we're jumping into this draft for game number 1. We do have Smart Omega taking the blue side for game 1. TLPH will be on the red. Look at that 100% win rate for TLPH.
Their stats are so skewed because they've
skewed.
never lost a single game in Season 15 yet.
So everything's 100 right now.
Yeah.
Keep it at 100.
It's on either side, and it just feels so hard to find a way to respond to this immediately. But a first pick Joe coming in from Smart Omega, and the smile on Super Yoshi's face is kind of giving it away.
How do we feel about this? I mean, is this? I guess this is just the big question mark that we've been talking about leading into this.
It's a flex pick, but we often see power picks being prioritized first. The jungle trades, the gold lane trades. So it's a different approach to it, which allows Team Liquid Philippines to get their hands on 2 of their preferred jungler gold
How often do you see a Harriet picked alongside a Suyo, man?
It's not often, man, but
to be fair, they did open up quite a bit because the Granger still came through on the swing.
Yeah.
And the Farsa. So I think both teams are just happy with their openers here.
It's a strong mid duo immediately showing up from Smart Omega, and I don't think this is a common trend nowadays. Most of the time, it's the Roam XP being flexed in the first phase, and then we see the mid laners being picked up in the second phase of the drafting. But now we just revealed it immediately for Smart Omega, assuming that this is going to go into the Roam. But JP responds just the same with a Jawhead that regardless of who he decides to pair it up with, since there's also the Vixana that's still available, there's also the mostly the Vixana still available. It'll work out pretty well for Team Liquid Philippines.
Leo, this is the combo, right? The Suyo, the Jawhead.
Very fast.
Very fast. And very just kind of true to the playstyle that TLPH has been showcasing us so far. So if you're Smart Omega, you don't want to be getting caught off from that Jawhead and right into Suyo's blades, obviously, with the Soul Sever, and that combination works so well. So how do you build up around this? What do you go ahead and take for these last 2 picks here for Smart Omega?
For Smart Omega, since they took out the Joy as well, it seems like their options are now either the Nolan again or the Hayabusa, since it's still available. But this is a Jawhead that you have to take into consideration. The Mathilda's banned out for Omega too, given the fact that they already picked up the Cho, it's likely that they might want to really go for the Assassin though, since they also banned out the Hilda.
It looks like they're setting up for the Haya.
Yeah.
Given that they banned out the Vixana, very good hero, but one of the main things that Vixana does is adds an extra body.
Yeah.
So if you throw a Shadow Kill in there,
Yeah.
you're compromised.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's like a 50-50, slightly leaning towards Haya, Nolan.
Yeah, it's a Hilda ban now too, so
I
very
think safer if
possible.
they go the Nolan here.
Oh.
So there's a Valentina.
That's a good Valentina slot right there.
It's a new series, so yep. we'll go ahead and talk about this Valentina.
I don't let things go that easy, but that's a good Valentina slot.
It's a good Valentina because, again, you got already 2 options. You can take the Feather Airstrike. You can even take the kick if you want to with that Way of the Dragon. We have seen that in the past, where a lot of Valentina players in the past, even the past season, will do that. So these last 2 picks are crucial. And it sounded like, there it is. Hayabusa will come through.
Yeah, he goes for the Hayabusa, and for their EXP lane, they have to be extra careful since Sanford hasn't revealed his pick just yet. And Sanford has been performing really well these past few days, so it's either the CC is still available if ever they want to. Oh, but they go for the glue. Looking great for the team fight so far for Smart Omega, but Team Liquid Philippines, there's a CC, there's a Lucas, there's a yeah.
They need a man-fighting hero, because Omega aren't playing much with like a full frontal,
Yeah.
Let's fight to our heart's content.
There it is.
It's a Lucas. It's man-fighting hero.
Beast man fighting.
About as beastly man fighting as it gets. I'd much rather see Lucas in the XP lane than jungle. I don't know.
You and me both.
You.
And maybe
You're
a lot
not
of
letting
people.
it go too. He's not letting go of the Valentina, and you don't want to let go of the Lucas jungle, which appeared the other day.
It was out Friday, I think, day one.
Oh,
In the
yeah.
hands of King Kong.
Yep.
We don't talk about it.
Hey, shout out to my boy King Kong, but that Lucas jungle was not working out. So this is what we have for game number 1 here, setting up the pace in this best of 3. I'd love to see it, go the distance here with 3 games and maybe get to see Smart Omega actually, come together and show what they have cooking, because this lineup, it does look pretty good. I mean, even when we look at the index here, it's actually going to favor Smart Omega, at least in the lineup rating, a little bit. And the early game, as long as they don't get picked off, I think that's the biggest thing here. As long as they deal with the Jawhead Suyo combination, they should be okay.
Yeah, and they should have ways to do just that. If we are talking about the presence of Blue in the EXP lane, just being a really great disruptor, and also them just being able to dish out the damage from their mid duos. That's the Farsa and the Cho. And I think we've seen it also earlier this day. It's just a really powerful duo that you wouldn't want to fight up against.
Okay, early action already. A lot of poking on Sanji. So he takes a couple shots, not only from Super Yoshi and the concussive blast, but also Ukir.
He got frozen on, man.
He did. Oh.
Here we go. JP, Carteezy, looking to deal extra damage. All right, Sanji's gonna try to salvage the situation with the XP.
He helps him up enough. Looking at the emblems, anything sticking out here, Brig?
It's typical emblem combinations we're seeing so far, even on the Glue and the Lucas. Definitely looking or eager to battle it out when the team fights happen in later on. But at least for the early game, Sanji might just really have to bear with all the aggression that might come out from Smart Omega. Again, this is the Cho Farsa duo. And if JP and Carteezy really want to make their early game fast rotations work, then they have to play it safe in the mid lane so it doesn't cost them as much when the first objective comes up.
Yeah, we'll see again. As they focus down here, waiting for that first objective to come up. Carteezy's already level 4, so at this point too, JP could make a play, but he doesn't also just want to burn that flicker too early on. So Sanford not level 4 yet, neither is Lewis. As they go ahead, they take a couple shots though with the Queller, so Super Yoshi wants to make sure he's not too low, because he can rely on flicker if he has to use it defensively. There's JP.
There's the ejector, Super Yoshi, not gonna be able to dash through the wall. First blood drawn by the young goat, plus the turtle to boot to go.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about, the combo.
Yeah, JP was able to position really well, making sure that whenever Super Yoshi decides to enter or even just check the brushes, it would be an immediate kill towards him. That's what the patience was for. They were able to get the best possible pick off and secure the objective as well.
Okay, so now with an objective, with a little bit of this, Oheb also making his way. Super Yoshi.
Super Yoshi trying to find one. Zaman Force dropped in by Oheb. No one home, an ult for an ult though.
Yeah, he's going to go back up. Doesn't want a lot of that extra gold to go over here to Jome. Jome will wait up for him, but also JP's just around the corner. So with some of this information, to go ahead and play around it. And that's the thing, Oheb has been pretty proactive in a lot of the games when you see him taking up what he can. Now Super Yoshi, formation.
Unstoppable force, locked in by Daddy JP. Behind enemy territory, Ukir very low, he gets punished. Nothing for Liquid.
That's the only downside of the Jawhead. We've all been there. You press the unstoppable, you're not stopping it.
It's kind of tricky to pull off against this lineup of Smart Omega with both the Cho and the Farsa. The Cho again has the Shunpo. The Farsa on the other hand, not on the Purify, but has the Flicker and the Wings by Wings. So just one wrong timing could cost you your life.
Lewis here with a split. Not gonna be able to get the grab. He does stay and he does click it. Let's go though.
Okay, Sanji holding on to the Way of Dragon too. Lewis will be fine, but the rest of the TLPH is actually just rotating now together. Again, waiting for JP. JP is just 10 seconds away on the Flicker, and a lot of the times once that's available with the Jawhead, they'll usually try to make a play before the objective comes up just to have the numbers advantage. And once again, some of these items already come into place. No first items locked in just yet.
Yeah.
Super Yoshi will be spotted out though.
Yeah. They haven't picked up any items just yet, but it's still looking good, especially for Team Liquid Philippines. But Smart Omega might want to take on this fight.
Sanji has the Way of the Dragon, so he is just as deadly does not have a flicker, though. He has a double dash. Super Yoshi checking in on that bush, and it's a rock, paper, scissors game here. JP can force Yoshi to do something, but all the while, Omega's controlling this brush.
Yeah, they're all at this point, too, given the vision that they need. Waiting for that turtle. JP will go ahead. There he gets kicked.
Yoshi gets the kick. Followed up with a feathered airstrike. He goes down himself. Serving him another kill to KarlTzy. 1 for 1.
Roamer's out of the picture. Both teams can still contest with the turtle, though.
Yeah, there's no Zaman Force for OHEV, but Sanji has his ultimate still.
Grab on a KarlTzy. Sent them all the way back behind the turret. And there's a fight here. Unleashing the beast is Sanford, the Apex Predator, cornering the Shinobi. Down goes Andoryu. OHEV gets the kill. This might be a sure turtle for the Cavalry. Zaman Force by OHEV. How on half of the baby cakes? Both of them doing work right now. And another turtle goes to Liquid.
That was a beautiful timing from Sanford, just deciding to go all out against Andoryu once he knew that the Uki Shadow kill was already used and there was no way to contest anymore.
Unstoppable force on the Yoshi. He answers with a kick, but OHEV takes him down. A rich play by OHEV.
Very rich, gets himself some gold, and that turret is just going to go down here too. One more shot from the cannon minion, and OHEV clears out that lane. So Super Yoshi really struggling right now, at least in this point, trying to find up those picks that he can with the Cho, but it just doesn't seem to be working out. Maybe they need a little bit more time to just get online here.
Another one. Sanji finds him. And now Andoryu's backing off. Sanji with a stolen combo. The way of the dragon. Not enough of a follow-up, but still put the fear of God in Andoryu.
Yeah. Team Liquid Philippines, a very impressive management of the waves, but hold on.
KarlTzy guilty of Grand Theft Orange. Lewis gets taken down. KarlTzy taking everything.
Man, JP just tossed him right outside of the circle, too, of that feathered airstrike, and they go ahead and follow through. Now the focus here in the mid lane, a very comfortable gold lead at almost 5K.
Shadow kill by Andoryu. They're trying to scavenge the situation. Super Yoshi gets taken down. And it's just him who pays the price. I mean, they were just trying to defend.
He's getting blasted.
That was a desperate Uki Shadow kill too, coming from Andoryu, just wanting to clear out the minions that were coming in. And at least for him, it was successful. They weren't able to push the tier 1 mid lane turrets, but that didn't prevent Team Liquid Philippines from still getting the kills. And Super Yoshi has already been taken out 4 times.
That's what we're talking about, the man fighting. Liquid's almost unstoppable from this position. Look at JP just walking through the back. Ukir gets caught, forced to flicker away. The Zaman Force sent in by OHEV. Blasting Lewis, the kingdom come.
Sanford.
Yoshi trying to fix the situation. Shadow kill. Fails to find Sanford unless finds that quad shadow in the back. Finally taking down the mid lane genius. 1 for 1.
I just love all this interaction too the whole time. KarlTzy's like, I got the Lift Wanderer, I got the turtle. You guys got the fight, and he gets the third one.
That's discipline coming in from the young GOAT. But Team Liquid Philippines at this point, they might just not let go of the control all over the map anymore. Smart Omega are yet to take even a single turret away from Team Liquid. And this is becoming very difficult for Andoryu, still level 10 on the Hayabusa.
And this whole while, look at OHEV, he's just pushing.
OHEV's having that experience right now. Conceal's going to be used. This is what Super Yoshi wants, though. I'm not sure how much more of a beating he can take. I mean, it's sad when Sanji...
Flicker! Ejector! Putting away 1, but they do survive. Lewis is okay. JP gets taken down by Andoryu. Traded out for finally Lewis falls. Andoryu gets taken down by Karl.
That's 2 members, including your jungler, who just wanted to probably transition and secure his purple buff without any fight, but Team Liquid Philippines did not allow that to happen. Not even Luis could withstand the damage coming in from Team Liquid Philippines anymore. And the quick check onto the gold differences. There's a significant difference between both the junglers and the gold laners. The jungle gold duos, which we've been constantly highlighting.
Yeah, this is tough. Like I was saying, you know, looking for any type of angle for Smart Omega seems so difficult right now just because of, you know, you throw Super Yoshi in there and oftentimes there's not even an option to do that because it's usually JP just being like, well, I got it, let's go. And he's done that time and time again. So when you have this kind of lead, 7,000 up at the 9-minute mark, you can continue to do this and just punish Smart Omega. It's them just constantly looking for something until that Lord is up. And so they now get down here on the bottom side.
Conceal play starting up. Feather Death Strike, the response by Omega. The Zaman Force, safety ejector, defensively used. TLPH back off. Lewis looking for one. Where's the grab? Force the flicker back. And in comes the Barangay. Sanji goes down. Hasa, hasa, hasa. Andoryu, the nightmare. Taking down Oheb, the shutdown. Yoshi traded out for another ejector. Andoryu found by Carl Teasy. Currently the trade 2 for 2. Blood and bodies everywhere.
That's a roamer and your jungle in exchange of the gold lane and mid lane of Team Liquid Philippines. But it seems like it was more costly for Smart Omega since there is an objective. There is a lord that they have to secure up top.
Again, it's almost, you know, you're finding Smart Omega kind of taking these risks because they're like, we have to somehow get back into this game, but again, at what cost? Andoryu gets a double, but he's still so far behind Carl Teasy.
Yeah.
Carl Teasy's just been farming up just constantly, and that's what the Suyo does so well. It's like he never stops, and then when they decide to fight, the way that JP just throws someone into the arms of Carl Teasy, they're dead before they can even blink. So now the Lord is up, TLPH will go ahead and get in position. And this is a massive deficit overall in terms of gold and itemization for Smart Omega. So they're going to have to choose the fight very carefully as they approach this. Sanford will go ahead and find Lewis, keep him at bay. Super Yoshi goes with the kick.
Oh, starting up, taking down the Apex Predator. He became prey. Carl Teasy secures the Lord, though. As the kick gets Andoryu, Sanji helps one score. And that's a Zaman Force pushing everyone away. Oheb saying this is my domain.
Oh, Lewis is still there.
Lewis! JP, one more pulse, and the conceal the answer. Lewis gets punished hard.
I conceal and the ejector to get additional shields. And just when we thought that Smart Omega could have potentially contested that objective, Andoryu was stopped. That was a precise usage of the copied Way of the Dragon, the IMU from Sanji, just to make sure that he will not be able to press on that retribution.
Yeah, there was no chance really for them, maybe the slightest, but TLPH has been in that position before, and not only do they go get that Lord, they'll get everything else, even putting the pressure on the purple buff now, as that's also stolen. So you got Andoryu with no buff, and they have to rely on the lineup that they brought to go ahead and defend against this. It is only that first Lord push in. You still got a Holy Shield up there on the top to deal with. But it's TLPH. Leave it up to them to go ahead and even force a fight within the base if they want to.
Yeah.
Sanji doesn't have an ultimate just yet, so we'll see what he ends up taking. It's been that way, the Dragon from Super Yoshi, most of the time.
Yeah, Ukir and Jome have a lot of range and ways to actually deal with this, but let's see what Team Liquid Philippines is planning to do.
Oh,
Feather Dare Strike, answering back, popping JP. He still lives, but only for a second longer as Jome takes him down. Unfortunate we have to pause the action, but this is definitely a siege Liquid's ready to take.
Yeah, it looks like this is maybe on TLPH's side too. Interesting, you know, timing there, but it did. They at least it seems like they're going to have a successful base defense for the first Lord. So with that, again, Smart Omega. How can they turn this around? You're 12 plus minutes into this game. It's looking pretty dicey, you know, across the roles here.
Yeah.
How do they crawl back into this game, Brick?
I mean, I think they found a number of openings here and there. When Team Liquid Philippines are the ones a bit more unsuccessful in terms of the fights that they start, they get to just keep on going. They have the mobility, they have the range. Super Yoshi taking command. Also earlier we've seen an instance wherein he just decided to commit, and it was somewhat a successful engage for them, taking out Oheb. It kind of reflects in the way Oheb isn't necessarily topping the damage leaderboards as of this moment. He's kind of in the middle, about to climb it though, since he has the 9-minute Holy Crystal already in his hands, but it still somehow minimizes the threat, the damage that Smart Omega could potentially take. But if Oheb were to become free enough to find a perfect spot to land that Zaman Force and just dance around the members of Smart Omega, then that would spell disaster for the Barangay.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the placements or positioning for Smart Omega just seems a little bit off right now. Part of it too is just actually being able to go and fight around those objectives, and maybe in a little bit of more time they're actually going to be in a position to go ahead and go toe-to-toe with TLPH. But so far it's really just been the team fighting potential that TLPH has and the way that they're positioning themselves, which is making it so hard for Smart Omega.
Yeah, even for Andoryu though, I'd like to note that he hasn't had the best time so far. It's been so hard for him to find the right targets. I think there's only been one team fight wherein he was able to pinpoint Oheb. It was when he was able to take him down during that one trade which
Near
they
the orange
had
buff.
near the
Yeah.
orange buff. But other than that, it's so hard for him to find the openings by himself. It has to be set up by Super Yoshi. But when Super Yoshi himself finds it so hard to maneuver around the Team Liquid Philippines, it's like a domino effect for them altogether.
So we're going back in. So, okay, they did defend all base turrets, it looks like, as we catch back up here. Still a pretty big lead for TLPH, 8,000 ahead at the 12.5-minute mark. They're still a minute and so away from the next Lord. So right now for Smart Omega, they have a little bit of time. Get what they can, farm up what they can, get some of the items caught up here, but still have a lot of work to cover. Again, it comes down to just positioning when it comes to the objective.
Oh.
They're actually quite confident just kind of forcing themselves towards this side of the map, at least in the mid lane.
Super Yoshi finds one, plays with the range and gets a kick. Sanford slain. Super Yoshi though traded out for Oheb with a vengeance. And Sanji with a kick of his own, serving up a kill to the Filipino sniper. 2 for 1. They're not done, JP. Fainting onto them, forcing a shadow kill. Andoryu will get the assassination.
Oh, the blade surge didn't connect in time.
Oheb with a Kamehameha to the face. Wrong anime, but he does find the right guy. Ukir falls.
You know, he's got the aura around him that kind of looks like it. Now they're going to work on the mid turret of the base. We'll see if Joman and Andoryu is going to be able to keep it together.
I think they call it Nen. Oh, Joman and Andoryu very low. Another Zaman Force. Yoshi with the immortality pop, and Oheb finds both. Serving up a kill to Carl Teasy. Lewis falls as well. That's just 2 left to defend the cores of Omega.
It's the baby cakes. They're doing it.
Yeah, now they have the opportunity to set up for the Lord. Andoryu though still has his retribution intact as well as his Ogi shadow kill, but he's being blocked off.
Yeah, you don't take that. Even though with Hayabusa, you try to pull a miracle off, it's better to go ahead and just regroup with the team. You might still live to fight another fight in this game, even though this is now another Lord pushing in favor of TLPH. Taking a glimpse at the items, how's it looking, Brig?
Yeah, Sanford really opted to go for additional sustain and defense since Smart Omega might be looking at taking him out consistently. That's a pattern we've been seeing 2 times in a row already prior to them starting the team fights. But what doesn't make it really work for them is the fact that Team Liquid Philippines is just able to respond so fast. They are immediately able to take the trades, and they win the trades at that. So now they also have the Lord alongside them marching in the middle lane. This will be a very difficult defense for the Barangay.
Charged up in here, both lanes all pushing in alongside with the Lord in the mid lane. A conceal's going to be used. Sanji moves forward.
Coming through, stealing a Death Sonata. The answer by Ukir trying to clear these waves. Top lane inhibitor falls. Andoryu still holding on to a shadow kill down to half health. And now it's just the bare base left for the Barangay.
Well, Sanford jumps in, is going to go for Lewis.
Lewis going for the split. JP with the flicker in. The answer, the kick from Yoshi. Taking down Daddy JP. Salmon Force coming in from Oheb. Baby Cake's doing work. The shadow kill from Andoryu, putting Oheb down. Popping his immortality. Joman's down. Carl Teasy, the young goat doing work. The base is exposed. Oh no, but there's not enough from Liquid.
They're still pushing in with the minions, though. Oheb and Sanji are together.
And Carl Teasy falls. Omega holding on. Oheb is coming in. His coach is watching. His mom is watching. Social media's gonna talk about it. Game 1, Liquid.
All eyes on Oheb. And TLPH will take game number 1 in the series.
Team Liquid took advantage of that one missed attempt from JP to cast the ejector accurately. Who would have thought that that could already give way for them to put an end to that game?
You know what?
Who was watching?
A wise man, his mom, his coach.
I thought you said his goat.
Oh no, his coach.
Oh,
his coach. A wise man said, don't believe what you hear on social media.
Yeah.
And sometimes don't believe what your eyes show you, because if you watch that closely, you could have sworn Oib was dead.
You could have sworn.
And what was that? Did he juggle the crown?
He got the immortality.
And he
came back, and then he had like a massive shield because he had Zaman Force.
That's why.
I'm not sure if he picked up the crown too. I have to go back because I was also watching Carl Teasy.
Yes.
Because Carl Teasy was focusing on a different side, and then he tried to go in, catch the Farsa, and then he couldn't.
I could have sworn Omega was going to defend.
Yeah, because down bottom it was the JP Sanford duo making things happen. And then on the other side, there were the damage dealers desperately trying to end the game. And Sanji didn't even get like a Way of the Dragon or any other ultimate. He got the Death Sonata.
He got the Death Sonata. And I don't know if that was planned or he just grabbed what he could. But then even later on, he had the Way of the Dragon. Here, the stacks.
Got money.
He's got money this time. MVP. Game number 1 on the Harith once again. OHEB here, 9-1-9 on this Harith. And really, I mean, he had a phenomenal game throughout, but it really, if you guys just go back, break down that last sequence in the base, it really shows just how good OHEB is, especially with positioning and his game sense and dealing with a lot of those pressure team fights, because that was pretty chaotic when you think about that push to that win.
It was. And the 919 KDA, the Holy Crystal at the 9-minute mark, everything just worked so well for OHEB during that entire game. And even though we felt like he wasn't able to make the most out of the Zaman forces in the first few minutes of the game, it was the perfect usage of the Zaman Force when it mattered the most, when they were already knocking at the base. And it was made possible by the, again, constant aggression shown to us by both the JP and Carl Teasy. We've seen the Baby Cakes duo make things happen in their own little ways. And as much as I was hopeful for what Smart Omega could potentially bring to this game, we've seen Super Yoshi actually multiple times really attempt to do something and initiate something for Team Liquid Philippines, but it was always the 5-man response coming in from the Cavalry which got the better of the Barangay.
You know what? Credit to the Barangay's new roamer. I'd say, 9 out of 10 of his kicks or setups did lead to something.
Yeah.
If it was a good thing or a thing that the rest of the Barangay was ready for is another entirely different issue, but hey, he was trying.
Yeah. He actually got to slowly get a grasp or understand what needed to be done as the game developed. He was transitioning from targets to whoever was most available. Even the kicks onto Sanford, it did result into a pickoff. But again, Team Liquid Philippines, even despite losing Sanford, still had their damage dealers alongside them, still had other modes or means to set up. They have Sanji, who either picked up the Way of the Dragon, or they had JP on the Jawhead, who also has the Ejector or the Unstoppable Force, and this was the sequence, the final sequence, which surprised us with the massive amount of shields OHEB still got after popping his immortality.
Yeah, he had that immortality, and this is where they go push it in again. Zaman Force dropped down, gets Endoru, and then works on that base. So just a great try. And I do have to agree with you, Brigida. You know, Super Yoshi, he had a hell of a time here on the show, I feel like, just overall. But he was trying to get those setups. It was more so the fact that Smart Omega was pretty much down by thousands of gold throughout the entirety of the game for the most part, right? And like, even if you get those pickoffs, those setups, yes, they're going to work, or maybe you get one kill here or there, but there was still some fighting potential for Smart Omega. It's just when you're down that much, it's pretty difficult to overall win a team fight, and maybe that's something that they can adjust from going into the next game, because TLPH is that team that plays these fights really cleanly, and that's exactly what they showcased here in this one.
Yep. It's, I think the draft wasn't that bad. It was it was a great exchange. Even the glue, just unfortunately, whenever he tried to go in, he just gets immediately punished. And
Omega had the right pieces. They just weren't in the right places at the right times. Lewis was right in the right dude for the most part. It's just they couldn't capitalize. What was that? 2 or 3 times in major team fights, he found Carl Teasy. So I'd say that's a good job. It's just, where's the artillery from that? Big J, he was playing, but
Yeah.
He wasn't playing in the right places.
You just didn't feel the impact of the gold lane, and that's I don't want to completely say that's Jome's fault here. It's
Entirely?
really, yeah,
Not
entirely.
not
It's not entirely his fault
yeah.
at all, but. Really, when you look at the games, like you just don't feel that impact yet from that gold lane in comparison to for TLPH here for OHEB, for example. So you've got the rich guy here. It's actually Carl Teasy because he was farming out of his mind.
He was going to be my silent MVP,
Silent
if not
MVP?
the real MVP, because
Yeah.
he had a wild game on the Suyo.
Yeah, he did.
So that's the Baby Cakes duo getting both actual MVPs.
Still wondering who is the baby and who is the cakes.
I don't think it's.
Or are they not?
it's
Are they
one
not
or the
separate?
other. It's like
They're just baby cakes.
correct.
But they assigned the baby and the cakes yesterday.
they?
They did.
I think it was Sanji who assigned it because he was the one who gave the name Baby Cakes. So it's all started because of Sanji. And,
It's his fault.
I don't know if OHEB and Carl are happy with that.
We
He should
gotta
open his
ask him.
eyes.
We gotta ask him.
Sanchez opened his eyes. That was him.
We didn't even get to mention it, but his eyes were closed.
Hey, that can work. If you want to close your eyes and throw things out like that, that works. But also, I think in just a second, we have a packed arena in here, by the way, yesterday and today. So we're looking for the Smart Power pose. All you guys have to do is put your game face on and make your Smart Power pose. We'll see which one of you guys are going to be winning some in-game codes. No, we don't want to see your phones. We want to see your poses, guys.
They're showing it alongside their poses.
No smiling.
No smiling.
Look at Carl's face.
Carl's not smiling.
No smiling.
Oh, I think that's
No smiles.
That's
Oh.
almost 99%
There's
accurate.
no movements either.
No movement. Look at the angle on the elbow.
Okay.
These folks are doing it right on.
These folks are doing it
I
right.
can't decide between these two.
Stable line.
I think this guy gets a buff because he's wearing OG Echo merch.
That's true. That is OG Echo merch.
Who's the guy on the phone?
I think that was a Chaknu.
Shaqnu. That's pretty good.
He has the idea. It's just not well executed.
Are they going to pick him? Or okay, he did. He
Okay.
Congratulations, sir.
Fortunately, it's not up to us.
It was a... Carl isn't slouching, though.
Fortunately,
gotta-
it's not up to us.
But now, oh man, now he gets the movements again
Because it's done.
because it's done. Oh, by the way, what? That's a box they hand them, right?
It's an envelope.
Oh, that's an actual
That
envelope.
immediately contains their prize.
The codes.
Ooh. I really wish I had diamonds.
I really wish I didn't spend all my diamonds earlier.
He spent a whopping 53,000 diamonds today.
Why does it keep increasing?
What do you mean?
We went from 45,000 to now 53,000.
No, I just said 73.
Dude, Leo,
I feel so bad
we're
for
gonna
you.
dishearten the people that want to go and play the KOF. Bingo.
I mean, you get free tickets by playing, right? Like, you just follow the thing. There's an event
Yes,
where you can
you
pull
can get free tickets.
and not spend 153 diamonds like Joseph has.
But if I would,
1,000 diamonds.
that's a whole lot. If I would suggest you guys out there, maybe wait, because there's a lot of great things coming out for MLBB skins.
Like
and
what?
I don't know. We've been throwing out hints all around.
Yeah.
Since week 1, man.
And if you've been watching earlier, we
You
had
know.
a special guest who was wearing...
His name was Exort.
An old RSG tribute skin line?
Yeah,
but he had another guest.
could you imagine? No, we don't want to give things away, Brigitte.
Who was
never
our
mind.
other guest today?
I just remember someone with white hair.
And sandals.
You wearing
Right.
sandals here?
Yeah. Alan Tanon is also wearing sandals, probably. Prime OHEB is back. What do you think about this? Do you agree?
I'm afraid that whatever's happening here and come playoffs, whatever we see there is more powerful than Prime OHEB.
Oh.
Whatever we see in playoffs,
Yep.
what is more powerful than Prime? Like, if
Because
you say
look-
I'm in my prime,
Here's the thing.
what is higher than Prime?
Here's the thing. Is Prime OHEB Filipino Sniper M3 OHEB?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
He was playing with a team. He was playing for a team.
Yeah.
Here, he's literally just baby cakes mode. He is MVPing back to back to back.
That's true.
So I dare say this is a stronger form of OHEB. I mean, we've yet to see it get real results consistently, but
I'm really wondering now what the criteria is to be a baby cake.
I think there's just like room for two. Why? Why does it even matter? Why do you want to try to?
No, I'm not saying I
you?
I don't want to be a baby cake.
You're saying it, but that's not.
I'm
what
just
I'm
curious.
seeing.
No, it's based off curiosity.
Oh, you just want to know.
I just want to know.
So, I don't know.
Bring it out. I thought you were going to answer that.
No, I also don't know or can't imagine how it feels like to be a baby cake.
Maybe
no, you don't have to know what it feels like. You just have to know what
the criteria is.
What it takes to be a baby cake.
I don't know.
You know how like sometimes you have to do like, what is it, 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups?
I can't do that.
I don't think being a baby cake is a physical state.
Okay, it's just a look.
It is it's a connection.
Ah, you can be a baby cake.
Who?
You three. The wee bear
Well,
room.
I was going to say, there's not a third person here except you.
So yeah.
So,
are we baby
are
cakes?
You know? By the way, the baby cakes right now is the golden month for MLBB. I'm not sure if that's connected or not, but hey, that's that's definitely on the criteria. Big shout outs to Flap. But yeah, get a chance also, guys, to just join and also get on a video call with your MPL idols when going to our barangay communities out there. There's a whole lot of them, actually.
So they went to a couple of barangays, even out of Metro Manila in Dau, Mabalacat.
Aren't some of our friends out here right now also?
Yeah, Rockhart drove out.
He flew out.
Makabebe, Pampanga too. So we're going to the vicinity of the north here.
Yeah. Imagine wanting to video call your idol so bad. And
Who would you video call, Brig?
Like,
quick.
As the players?
Yeah,
yes, of course, your MPL idol.
Who should I video call?
You want to video call, what is that, 7 times 8?
I should pick a coach.
56 players equally.
Okay, maybe that's the...
All of them equally.
Yes, that's the perfect answer for me. Thank you for putting it into words.
You're welcome. Also, shout out to the live streaming players out there, all streaming. Well, there's so many actually amazing streams and restreams going on. Catch them out, and you can also watch their streams for a chance to win and get codes and the opportunity. I think more people would actually be interested in this.
Yeah.
Get the opportunity to play with some of their favorite players out there.
Yep, so every Monday following, you get to play with the likes of Kirk, Renegade, and...
I think that was Sanford, yeah.
Sanford.
Play with 40.
You get to have a follow back and play with them.
Hopefully. Hopefully, you know, they follow you back and maybe they gift you a skin. I don't know. I think they can do that too. Also, that's blue side pick now for the 100%ers, TLPH.
Ooh.
We jump into the draft here. Game 2. I'm just wondering, man, you know, if we're actually going to see the potential for this Game 3 through this draft. We've already got the bans coming through. TLPH will take out the Phobius, the Moskov, and the Bedang. These are kind of a little bit different bans.
Whoa. I'm sensing...
What are we sensing?
Liquid wants to go back to the situation they were in Game 1.
Yeah. What?
Where all holds... no holds barred.
No, I was going all holds bar or no holds bar?
That's not a fight at
all.
all.
No bars holding.
Yeah. It's literally anything goes, because that's what's going to happen here.
But they took out the Harris.
Did you go Grenier?
Grenier. This is a Grenier.
There's a Suyo Joy.
There's Suyo Joy.
How did we forget? This is surprising because, like...
There's a fan. Nay.
Carl Teasy is known to have a love-hate relationship with
Yes! That's exactly why this is a surprise for a lot of us. Oh my goodness, okay.
Year in, year out, Carl Teasy has to prove he deserves to play Fanny.
I feel like when I've seen him playing it on stream, like he's usually either really happy or really frustrated.
It's the same situation in high-profile tournaments, man. Yeah. He's done it internationally, he's done it in league, and it's never 100% sure what the young goat does with this Fanny.
Oh, so it's been a very bold move for Team Liquid Philippines to go with this, but at least for the rest of their members, I feel like they're getting their comfort picks so far. The Tro can be potentially flexed still, also somewhat of a deny against Smart Omega, but we might be likely seeing this in the hands of JP. Instead of Sanford, since there are a lot of XP lane matchups that are still available, and XP lane heroes too for both of these teams later on. So,
Smart Omega looking to ban out mid laners, I'd assume.
Yeah, I want to get rid of that.
And then
Farsa Valentina, maybe?
Liquid wants the... How does Liquid play this?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, see? Omega wants to get as... Oh, yeah. Liquid's going to take out possible counters to the Fanny. There's still no roamer.
Like, what would that be?
There's a Tig.
Would we even see, like, a Kufra in the hands of Smart Omega for Super Yoshi?
Well, I do feel like he plays a very similar hero pool to what we know of
Hilda ban.
Learn from the Mamba.
Yeah, but...
Maybe ban the Hilda here.
Yeah, it's either the Hilda or the Tig if they really want to deny that
Yeah,
crowd control.
Wow.
Oh, they take out the Kufra instead. So the Hilda and the Tig are available for Smart Omega.
They'd rather the Kufra because the Hilda does nothing against the Cho.
And they took, and I mean, they also took the Cho, right? So what's left to actually go ahead and pick up in the roam here?
So there's a... Oh!
There's a debut. That's a Super Yoshi special.
This brings me back to Escalera days, where they keep picking up the Ruby. I think that was against the Joy, but now it's against the Fanny. Pretty similar in concept, but okay. Team Liquid Philippines, what do they decide to pick up against this? There's no Badang. There's a Fovia. Oh, there's no Fovius.
Fovia got banned.
So they might want to go for the Hilda won't have an easy time too, since there's a Ruby. But it's been working pretty well with Sanford yesterday, and they might want that additional information too. Not unless they still want to keep going for the fights.
Yeah.
There's a Lucas too.
They don't go for a Valentina here, do they? I mean, they could take a Louis Yi or the I'm Offended. Oh, it's a Veil.
Oh.
Veil got a Contra. Okay.
Whoa, wait. Is it a side lane Cho then?
Yeah. No, maybe... maybe it's gonna be...
I think it is.
Oh, okay.
We don't see
Then a Hilda.
XP very often.
Yeah, we don't anymore. So they do go for XP Cho. It's a Cho Hilda matchup in the XP lane. It's just purely rotation and clearing.
They just both want to get out of there.
Okay, so assuming that, yeah, there wasn't any swaps there at the end. We'll get a look here in just a second once this is loaded up. But yeah, interestingly enough, even so though, like the Cho is still going to be serving the purpose. Like, you know, Sanford's just going to be using that kick to lock someone down or maybe even peel. Carl Teasy will be looking for the momentum setup with this Fanny pick, and I'm sure a lot of people are interested to see how Carl Teasy will play the Fanny here.
Yeah.
Looking at the lineup rating, it's heavily favored, at least rating-wise, for Smart Omega.
Yep, it does feel like to some extent there are a bit more risks involved in terms of how Team Liquid Philippines will have to execute their lineup. Ultimate dependent, mid laner, at least for the damage, but they can tend to interrupt every now and then too with the Veil and the Cho in their hands. But the Fanny might just really be the X factor here. We'll have to see whether or not it will be denied by Smart Omega, or will it be able to play out of his mind and just get the constant pickoffs or pressure on the map.
And it's always a showcase when you get your chance to go ahead and watch one of the professional players play the Fanny. But I think that's the thing too, is especially seeing what Carl Teasy did with the Suyo in the previous game. And Doryu can actually do the same thing here. He can just go ahead and farm out of his mind, get that pace and momentum in his favor, and hopefully that can translate to a lot better of an early game and even the mid game for Smart Omega. They don't want to fall behind this lineup, because if you fall behind, then it's going to scale heavily in favor of TLPH and probably be one of the quicker games so far that they've played here. So again, I feel like Smart Omega should be able to match this out, but we'll see how it all plays out in this best of three. Right now, TLPH up 1 in the series. Can it be evened out and played through here for Smart Omega?
Yep. So far, we'll be expecting, again, just for the explainers to keep doing their best to rotate faster out of their lanes. But for this Ruby-Luyi combination, it might be a bit tricky to find yourself right in front of them.
Yep.
It'll be hard to disengage once they catch you on.
We'll see how they play out this Lith Wander here already.
Carl Teasy coming in with much gusto.
He didn't get it.
Rarely do we see a Fanny run into 3 this early on, especially with a lineup with that much CC. Again, you land in front of Suyo the wrong way, you get stunned, son.
Yep, and that Suyo was the one who actually got the Little Wanderer early on. So looking at the emblems, nothing too different as well. Really mostly relying on damage as well for Carl TZ, making sure that he gets in the right amount of damage. And pretty typical item pathings for the first few minutes of the game. So we'll just see if this will be indeed a better rotation for Smart Omega, since by the looks of it, they're somehow able to move out more often.
Whoa, Young Go, take it easy. Big J's trying to farm here.
He's just doing a check here for now. So again, waiting for that. Oheb will actually go fight with him.
He's freezing him, you see that?
Yeah. He's avoiding the bullets really well, too. So now there's a turtle up top. Luis is already level 4.
This should be Omegas, right, JP? Whoa.
JP goes down and Dorio slays him. And this is all but sure as the Barangay scores a turtle.
I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, JP even popped the Revitalize. There's diversion.
They're coming in through the purple buff and the ult coming through the wind blast by Sanji. Caught easy cleaning house.
Man.
And falls, double kill. Ukir falls too. The purples are standing retribution. Carl gets slain by Lewis.
He wasn't able to survive it, but he got 2 kills there.
Yeah, them not taking the purple buff just yet worked so well. The wall was still there, and so Carl TZ was just able to spam his cables and take out 2 members of Smart Omega, although there was an immediate trade from their side, and that still is the best possible trade for Team Liquid Philippines, since it's still Carl TZ and they weren't able to take the turtle. So Smart Omega are somewhat in the lead, but now we see the threat of a Veil whenever they sense and have an idea of the diversion.
Dear God, Ukir down to 1/10 of his health. I was about to say, I think if that happens again, or the second turtle goes over to Omega, it's going to be on Sanji to help Oheb get the farm.
Yeah.
MPL PH all-time hero stats. Only 7 games in the MPL Philippines. He's got a KDA 2.19, a 57% win rate, and it went 4-3. So we'll see if he adds one to the list here for Carl TZ.
See, told you, close to 50-50. Love and hate, man.
Love and hate, and that's usually the case because it's just banned out all the time, right? Like, Fanny is typically from season to season banned out. Now it looks like they want to put the pressure here on the bottom side. Oheb's going to get a little extra gold. Meanwhile, up top, some mirroring happening here, but I don't think they catch Sanford.
Yep. Both teams are able to just really defend and prolong the early game really well. But the invades just keep coming. They won't let Carl TZ easily get his purple buff.
Mega here, applying a pressure pain point onto this purple buff. Lewis very low. The pride of Cebu gets kicked up into the air. Answering the Carl TZ. He goes down to diversion. Coming through, dealing a lot of damage with the yin yang. JP falls. And Carl TZ loses his purple here.
Loses his purple. They just don't have enough damage yet. Even with this Veil combination here, they'll take the diversion. Good thing Oheb went back, but that is going to be now another objective, a turtle secured for Smart Omega. So they are doing everything correctly right now, at least for this portion of the game. They're shutting down Carl TZ every single time that purple buff does come up. They're there on cue.
Yep.
And so far, there hasn't been an answer for TLPH to deal with that pressure.
All attention towards Carl TZ this time. All eyes are on Carl TZ this time, the other half of the Baby Cakes. And Luis has been performing really well, 3-0-1 on this Hilda, which pretty much sums up why you really would not want to have a Hilda in the enemy lineup. But they catch on Doryu!
40 gets the kick, serving up a kill to Carl TZ. Finally finding sweet revenge. I don't think Andori was ready for that.
Yeah, I don't think he was at all. But again, how do they shift forward from here? TLPH looking to go ahead and close that little gap that is building. But look at the focus here on the bottom.
He's cutting that wave, trying to make up for lost time. All this while, Daddy JP protecting Oheb.
Yeah. Another thing is Super Yoshi, when he finds the right openings, there are some really reliable flicker combos. Another I'm offended.
Pops the Revitalize, ready for war. Sanford knocking up on another kick. The AOG, the answer back, the Wind Blast. Ukir falls. Sanford traded out for, though, as Super Yoshi walks away. 1-for-1 the trade.
Wow, this, you got to give it up to Lewis, man. Lewis is on point right now. He's 4-0-1 on this Hilda.
Yeah, he's been stopping every single person, and look at that, even JP He's not letting his eyes off that member.
Oh, Teasy underneath tier 1 once more down bottom. He was happy Lewis wasn't there, so he's going to take every single chance he could with Big J.
Gosh, what does Lewis even have right now? We got to get a little item check here in just a second because
He's got courage.
He's got more than courage.
I think it's just the Dreadnought armor.
Oh, kick.
Oh, finding the knock-up and the wind blast. Not enough of a kit to finish the job. Ukir walks away.
Yeah, not even that Sansan engage had enough damage. They won't be getting another turtle.
Oh, Birdie with a knock-up. Can they finish the job here? Super Yoshi gets knocked out.
It's knocked out. Lewis going to be focused by 4.
All right. Can they finally end the Cebuano Prodigy's onslaught? No. Lewis is kidding. Keep going.
Gets a sprint out. That's about it. There's just not enough damage yet. You know, coming out from TLPH's lineup, and Sanji needs a little bit more time to get the items on this Veil to really come online. He's been hitting the combinations and really even utilizing it with JP when he jumps in with the Avatar of the Guardian. Yeah. But they're just not converting it. Here's the item.
Kick! Big J! What? We only saw the tail end of the sequence.
I was just supposed to say that at least for Team Liquid Philippines, they have Carl Teasy. They have the Fanny to at least manage the waves, manage the map up until the point where they feel like they're confident enough to fight. But that was just so perfect for them to find an important kill towards the top. I feel like Joe just wanted to defend that lane, but he had no idea that Sanford was probably there too.
Oh, Carl Teasy, it's as if the first 5 minutes of the game didn't happen. Sitting at 5-2-0, pulling 187s across the map.
He's just doing work on this, especially the side lanes. Lewis will go up, and yeah, we did Google him. He had the anti-Karas. He was working on his next item, but man, Jome. Oh, hold on, Carl.
Whoa. He can't go one-on-one against Lewis, man.
Yeah, you can't. You can't go there.
So once Lewis is there, he can't.
Lewis is the biggest problem right now, and especially when that sprints up, you know, you're not going to be able to really catch him. So it's just buying time.
He fears no man,
yeah.
except the Cebuano Prodigy.
Oh,
I'm offended by Super Yoshi. Sanford down to a third of his health. The answer, the wind blow. JP charging up, throwing a little bit more damage. No caution to the wind. That is a Queller canceled. JP fighting with 3 here.
Yeah.
JP just staying on that course now in the mid lane. This is a Lord up now, and I have to say, Smart Omega controlling all turtles. We'll see if TLPH actually wants to go ahead and contest this one now.
Sneaky chubby wave down bottom pushes 1.
What JP's trying to do might just work for Team Liquid Philippines if they're able to block off Lewis and allow Carl Teasy to just get to his targets. Because if again Lewis is present in the team fight, I don't think it'll be.
They're gonna go for purple again.
Yeah, I don't think Carl Teasy will be just pursuing it. But hold on.
4 members of the barangay, ill intentions. Carl Teasy gonna get to secure.
Okay, secures his buff at least. Lord still untouched for now. Managing those waves. Pressure in the mid.
Sanford knocks up 2, gets the kick onto Antonio. The AOG, no one home. 40 down, gets a kill for Big J. And that's going to be Oheb taken down by Joe as well. All that Liquid get is Super Yoshi. All for 3. Even JP falls.
Oh, Sanji trying to run for his life. He does pop the flicker. Jome with a triple, though. That's what he needed to come online. Are they actually going to go for this and take the risk to try to steal the Lord away?
3K for Big J, enough to force Carl Teasy to respond. He gets out of dodge, but will not be able to steal. Omega gets a big one.
And you would have sworn that it could have been a really good start for Team Liquid Philippines. It was a perfectly targeted way of the Dragon from Sanford onto Andoryu right before the objective. But aside the fact that they weren't just able to burst him down immediately. All other members of Smart Omega were just within the area too. They were immediately able to respond, and that didn't work for Team Liquid Philippines. Now they're on the defense.
They're on the defense now. Position that they have been in the past. Diversion's going to be used though. Placing the team here. Conceal used.
Super Yoshi looking for a hook here. This Lord gonna continue, finds Sanford, gets popped by Jome. Point blank pistol blast to the face, and they'll take down this Holy Shield down bottom. It might even get the inhibitor as well.
Lord's gonna go down here, so they hold on. Carl Teasy won't get his purple buff again, so it's Smart Omega not letting up.
They're starving the goat, man.
Yeah, this is not looking too good. Sanford doesn't have any magic defense just yet,
Be
so
very
he
quiet.
really the damage.
Sanji goes into the back line, shutting down Big J. Ukir falls as well, and Doryu takes down Sanji, and Yoshi falls. 1 for 3, real quick for Liquid.
Man, what a placement and utilization of everything they have, all the tools there.
Sanji on that position just made so many possibilities for Team Liquid.
Sanford with a flicker set up. Fails to find a kill. All just to zone out Omega as they take that tier 1 in mid. JP coming through. Pops are revitalized. It's a lot of damage. And Doryu barely alive. Surging away. Trying to survive, running away. Lewis survives with just 2 more basic attacks in the tank.
And it looks like JP got the purple that they stole there. A diversion to cut them off. You're going to be a little bit too late, though. Not the right placement. So Smart Omega still holds on, but we got to look at the replay here because look at this. The setup from Sanji, Avatar the Guardian. Carl TZ comes in, cleans up, and Oheb just runs on to the side to help finish off of that fight. Again, that is something that Smart Omega has to watch out for, but they do hold control of this game by a little bit.
Technically speaking, to explain what Sanji did is he blowed him up.
He blowed him up.
That was such a surprise attack coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. And again, if Team Liquid were able to actually get the kill onto Luis too, and on Doryu, that's a lot of bounty.
Conceal, but I'm offended. Displacing Daddy JP survives. The clapback from TLPH incoming. Loading it, taking down Lewis. The shutdown by the Filipino sniper.
Got him.
We just mentioned it. They weren't able to get the bounty earlier, but now they did. And guess who the gold went to? It went to Oheb. Oheb got the kill. And now, if we were to take a look, he's just leading up. He's now crawling the leaderboards in terms of overall gold.
We ain't in Cebu no more, son. This is the big leagues. Lord started up. JP holding the pixel brush.
They're holding it. Oh, JP.
I'm offended coming through. Popping Daddy JP just as quickly. Come easy on Jome. Wind of Nature. Lord still standing. Down to 1/3 of its health.
Wind of Nature out. Super Yoshi trying to get in position. Are they going to be able to contest this one?
Big Lord knockup will not harm Carl Easy. Yoshi, as he walks away, gets taken down by Oheb.
The fadeaway. Sanford on the hunt, though.
The kick finds Ukir. Not enough of a follow through. The wind blast. 40 taken down by Jome. Sniping him. Carl Easy looking to finish the job. Finds Lewis. Serves another one up. Baby Cakes online.
Oh, man. Carl Teasy, how's he doing this? As much of a pressure was on him in the early game. Look at where he's standing. 7-2-3, and he's actually ahead of Andoryu right now.
And you'd think they just want to reset after getting the objective, but no. Sanford still called for an engage, and Sanji was there to provide the damage, forcing out the flicker from Ukir, and that'll mean a lot for Team Liquid Philippines now that they are about to engage.
AOG, preemptive use of the ult, does gonna lose himself as JP falls.
That seemed a little off, a little early on the Avatar of the Guardian. There's diversion, though, right to the mid. Whoa!
Does find Sanford and forces Sanji away, and the shutdown onto him. Carl TZ looking to get the revenge kill. Jumps onto the little wanderer, and Doryu trying to back off. Sanford looking for it, the retribution, the kick. Carl TZ looking for the damage, and Doryu's so chunky, and Sanford's gonna finish the job here. Serve up the kill, the shutdown.
Oh, in the flex mode at the end, they made a play, but it was a good attempt from Smart Omega. It was the right idea, send the diversion, but they just couldn't catch everybody.
Yeah, and they didn't want to risk it anymore. So when they knew that Team Liquid Philippines were already chasing after Andoryu, they just decided to head back, retreat to their base, because they couldn't afford Team Liquid Philippines to just keep going at their base after, since it's already exposed. They already took down one inhibitor turret in the middle lane. But so far, Smart Omega, it seems like Team Liquid Philippines, Carl TZ specifically, is always able to find the openings to avoid these possible interruptions from either Super Yoshi, from either Luis. He doesn't feel afraid anymore of the Cebuano. And we have to check that instant replay to see how things turned out after that diversion, which Team Liquid Philippines were clearly aware of. But Smart Omega just had their eyes set on Sanji. Sanji is becoming such a huge problem for them now, and not to mention that missed cutthroat, but still they were able to make Andoryu go down, still making it in time though for this next objective.
I think Andoryu exited that situation the wrong direction.
Should have gone the other way.
Yeah, if he did, then he would have he would have survived. But you know, regardless, to take down Sanji,
Yeah, I mean, even with that happening here, Carl Teasy will go ahead and get his purple buff. Same on the other side. They're still working for it. Lord is up in 10. So item-wise, too, I mean, even Oheb really has just been having kind of free reign when he pops the heavy crossbow, and then he's kind of just following up on a lot of this. So Smart Omega, as they approach this next objective fight, they should get a little creative here, having that diversion. Maybe they use that to go ahead and find a better positioning. You're still going to have some pressure, though, at least on this side lane. You're seeing it here. There's also a glimpse at the stacks right now for Jome. 630, and then he's got 48. He's got the 48 at least on the Sky Piercer.
Yeah. Smart Omega just have to be extra careful of wherever they are planning to use the diversion, because once Sanji gets to sense wherever they're about to come up, then they will have to face the Wrath of the Windstorm. They will have to face the Sansan duo, either running towards them or the AOG denying them of whatever they want to start and try to do prior to the objective. So now it does feel like they will be planning to go for the diversion, but let's see how they're planning to time this. Luis can provide the information anyway, and Andoryu is just nearby if ever he does need to use and contest with the Retribution.
Okay, so it is going to go for a reset. You got Carl Teasy. Might actually go ahead and put some of that pressure. Does want to get his orange and possibly his purple before the fight breaks out. Andoryu knows his timing is actually going to go ahead and start this. I'm not sure if they fully commit to it, though, as purple's already being worked on by Carl Teasy. So it's at half health. It looks like they might actually want to go and just try to blitz this, but the information is already there from JP. Quarter of the health.
Coming in, the knock-up and the response. AOG coming through. Andoryu still secures. Carl Teasy jumping through too. Looking for that pocket finish. Super Yoshi down. Oheb gets the kill. So far, a Lord for a body.
That's actually okay.
Yeah. It's a good deal for Omega.
Team Liquid Philippines, they were just focused on the heroes. Smart Omega, on the other hand, with the sacrifice that Super Yoshi did, were able to secure this Lord and, again, minimize whatever Team Liquid Philippines could have potentially done if it did go into their hands. But I'm pretty sure Team Liquid Philippines will just decide to take down this Lord right here. But they have to be aware.
He's going for Jome.
Carl Teasy finding Big J. I think Big J popped the Wind of Nature there.
Yeah, he did. He already popped the Wind of Nature. He does have an immortality, but that's what Carl wanted. He just wanted to get that out of the way. He knew the rest of the team could go ahead and work on that Lord as they did. Now they just need to clear up the lanes.
Masterful by the Young Goat, isolating the main damage dealer from Smart Omega, making that Lord pretty useless.
Yeah, currently leading in terms of damage leaderboard too. Carl Teasy is just really making it happen with this Fanny. He seems to want to put an end to the love-hate relationship allegations that people have in terms of his Fanny, but it doesn't feel like they have this in the bag just yet. Smart Omega are really starting to fight back, and they're slowly getting a hang of what they need to do in order to prevent Team Liquid Philippines from getting the successful fights once again. If there is another unsuccessful attempt from Team Liquid Philippines to engage, it is so easy for Smart Omega at this point to just go for the punish. They already have enough damage, even just from Okir, even just from Jome. And mind you, Okir is also on the Brave Smite. This has been a common trend ever since the past few months, so it isn't an easy task entirely for Team Liquid Philippines to just take him out whenever they decide or they want to.
This is, again, where you get to the point of the game. We're reaching the 20-minute mark. This next Lord, very crucial. Also, the immortalities and everything else. Sanford might be going for a play here.
40 going through. That is the kick on a Super Yoshi. He goes down. The AOG by JP coming through. Lewis pushed out of his push right there as Andoryu comes in. Charge surge, stunning JP. Sanford tracking Lewis. Where you going, son?
Oh, they might actually want to re-engage here. So they do get out. They go regen up. JP still holding on, but Sanford, does he actually want to make a play again?
40 full on dashing through. Does not have a kick. Threatening one from Omega.
They might actually disengage here. They do take a couple shots. A lot of this little heat checking right now. The Lord's going to be up in 13, and Super Yoshi will be back up in 20. So Smart Omega, they can just place themselves if they need to, utilizing the diversion. Jome finally picks up that Wind of Nature again, though, as he traded it out earlier on.
Liquid strong-armed Omega in that engagement. Something tells me they're not happy with the trade because Sanford used his flicker.
Yep.
It's off for a minute. He's not going to have it for this Lord.
Yeah, and he was low at the time. You would think they would just want to reset after taking one successful pickoff and prepare for the upcoming objective, but they just really wanted to force another engage against Smart Omega before doing just that. But Super Yoshi is already back in the game, though they won't be able to position themselves first. Again, they have the diversion. They can just go whenever they need to since Luis is already giving them the vision. But they have to be careful. Sanji and JP are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, that's the advantage right now with that Louis Yi. So it's a half health on the Lord right now. They're going to blitz it. It looks like they have to make a move here.
Going for the burst finish, the response. Can the diversion come in time as JP preempts it? Coming in, the I'm offended, already spent by Super Yoshi. Lord still standing at the end of its health. The reset. Carl TZ backing off.
It's going to be a reset. They take the safe route. Jome also swapping once again, picks up the immortality, and so does Carl TZ here. So we're back to square one.
Yep, but there's no flicker. I'm offended from Super Yoshi. That was close for Carl TZ, nearly went down, but fortunately he has the immortality now. Oh, he's going for Luis.
Carl TZ does not know Andoriu's here, but he smells something's fishy.
Half health for Luis. Again, immortality. Multiple members on both sides at this point, so it's going to be a crucial fight of just kind of mechanics for this Lord as we reach almost that 23-minute mark.
Yep. Smart Omega just really has to take into consideration wherever they're plotting the diversion, because similar to what happened earlier, it wasn't Sanji who used his skills in anticipation of the diversion. It was JP with just the taunts, the unbreakable that could that the members of Smart Omega could potentially face. So they have multiple tools and resources that could actually allow them to respond to these surprise diversions from Smart Omega. And similar to now, where are they going?
The diversion down bottom sends a handful of barangay members. Carl TZ senses it and gets out of there.
Yeah, he gets out of there, then Lord is up. So diversion not available, at least for now. TLPH will go ahead and slowly start this up once again. They give it a go here, still positioning, trying to get that orange buff for Andoru as they set up for this fight, possibly again. Taking a shot with the Queller. Lord under the half health mark.
And this might be the point of no return. Lord down to a 10th, the kick by Sanford, and they collapse in. The blast, the blow, the jump. Carl TZ down to a 10th of his health as well. I'm offended by Super Yoshi, taking down JP's immortality, and Super Yoshi still alive, wailing away. The Lord gets reset one more time.
Oh, diversion.
Oh, there's a diversion.
And wind blast into that brush. JP says, let's re-engage. We can do this. As they blast away at Andoriu. Popping his immortality. Down goes JP. No one from the barangay falls just yet. A whirlwind of nature. Super Yoshi still alive, popping his immortality as well.
And immortality goes down. They re-engage.
Yoshi gets knocked up. Kick.
Carl!
Blasted here. Carl TZ is godlike.
Oh, he gets out of there. He gets out of there at this point again. It's just one. He's down.
Oh, flicker by Sanji. High risk maneuver coming in. Does not get punished.
The Blade Surge didn't connect, but that was a very brave move coming in from Sanji. Though Carl TZ, was he able to get his purple buff?
Yes, he did.
Smart Omega might just be able to secure the Lord this time.
They might actually be able to get this. Again, a little item swap for Jome. Carl TZ gets the information he needs, relying on the rest of the team to show up here. Can they go ahead and take this one?
Carl TZ running through the back here, trying to compromise Ook here, and the combo coming in from Sanji. Down goes 40. Down goes Ook here. The Lord goes to the barangay. Andoriu trying to survive, gets taken down by Oheb. Baby Cakes pushing forward.
Those are such long death timers, but they do get the Lord, and they still have Jome up alongside Lewis. But there's 4 members of TLPH. Are they going to look to go ahead and try to end the game after they clear this out? They've got the decisions to make, but first they'll take this purple buff.
Yep, and they have to mind the Lord, which is marching down bottom.
Or do they ignore it?
But they might just go for the ignore. There's 3 members from Smart Omega who can potentially attempt to defend this. 2 tanky members at that, but they still go for it.
JP with the unbreakable, compromising Yoshi's position. The pickoff. Lewis, 2v1. Now a 4v1. Cebuano's pride trying to take down OHEB. OHEB survives. OHEB survives. Lewis down. Just Jome left.
OHEB survives, and there is still a Lord to deal with in the bottom side, so Smart Omega will stay in the game again. 26 minutes into this game 2.
Could this be the longest game we've seen so far?
What is our longest record right now?
We might just be breaking records. We'll have to confirm whether or not this is going to be the longest game. But meanwhile, while they clear the Lord, checking out the instant replay again, Carl TZ this time around was able to gain much more access towards the targets of Smart Omega. OHEB too, as much as Smart Omega wanted to focus on this gold laner of Team Liquid Philippines, he was just free enough to keep on throwing out the damage. He even swapped out his items, already picked up the Rose Gold Meteor too, just in case. There's another attempt from Smart Omega!
Oh, Sanford!
Sanford finds one, kicks him to the wrong side. Ukir closer to his fountain.
The base!
Jome gets blasted with a wind blast, and 40's down. This might be too much. TLPH bit off more than they could chew.
They thought they could force that one in for the end, but not able to get. There's the diversion to cut him off.
Into the river brush as Sanji gets popped here. He's gonna survive, but only for a second longer. Look inside the base. OHEB here. JP in the back line. OHEB versus 2. It's 2 of them on him. AOG by Daddy JP back. Lewis and Super Yoshi versus 1.
Gets Lewis, he's healing back up.
What?
OHEB's healing back up. How did he stand that long? And here comes Carl TZ now. I can't believe OHEB's alive.
And he walks away.
And he literally just swerved. He saw that people were going after Sanji. He decides to, oh no, I'm not going that way. I'm gonna fight the members left here near the base. And he still gets 1 from all that. Just goes to show how much damage already coming in from OHEB. Also has the Wind of Nature.
Those Haas claws, man.
Gosh.
He didn't even break a sweat. He was like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen.
Oh!
Carl TZ here walks into a brush. Didn't know there was company. Gets shut down.
Oh, right in time for the Lord to come up. What a play for Smart Omega.
That play's going to haunt Carl TZ.
Whoever made that call, I salute. That was a very well-timed decision from Smart Omega, now earning them the advantage for this upcoming Lord. But Team Liquid Philippines just the same. They might not want to just give this away. They will somehow gain some information, but they don't have the retribution in their hands.
Oh, you're still 40 seconds away from Carl TZ being up here. So TLPH, do they delay this? Do they contest it? Do they let it go? It looks like right now for Smart Omega, they'll start up the Lord. They'll take it slow. They want to go ahead and see exactly what TLPH wants to do, and Sanford moves forward alongside JP. Lewis holds down the front.
Lord here down to 1/10 of its health. Big wind blast, AOG back. OHEB just barreling away, firing at everyone who's in his way, and Dory secures the Lord, and Liquid get nothing in return.
He decided to fight, but JP also used the AOG just to get away, so there was an attempt from Team Liquid Philippines. And at least Carl TZ is about to get back, but he won't be having his purple buff anytime soon.
Miraculous how Liquid did not lose anything.
Yeah.
They didn't lose anything at this point, but right now this is a pretty big base defense they have to pull off.
At the flick of a wrist, a twitch of the eye, Smart Omega could have turned on them and killed 3 members.
Woo! Stacks!
Almost 1,000!
Almost 1,000! We have to be getting close to the longest game here. Almost a 30-minute mark.
Yeah, we are.
1K for Big J. Can he make it?
Sanford has the flicker and the Way of the Dragon, just in case they want to try and attempt to go for a single pick-off against Smart Omega, but I don't think that the Barangay will make that easy for them. This is a very chunky Lord that they have to take care of.
Oh, there's a charge in already. Clearing out a couple more minions to go. They're going to have to fight.
I'm offended by Super Yoshi coming through. The Lord still standing alongside a wave. Sanji blasting away, already spent his own. AOG knocking up 3. Liquid coming
the Lord,
through.
Though.
Inside their own base, they're dealing a lot of damage. Down goes Lewis, down goes Yoshi. Big J blasting away at that base. Down goes the Lord. Finally, Sanji's fallen. JP as well. Big J gets 2K. and they're forced out. They're waiting for that wave.
Oh, Carl on the hunt.
All 5 members are still up. Carl TZ will force to cut the waves. OHEB fortunately still alive, so they have some form of wave clear still. But that's a quick diversion onto the top lane.
It's just baby cakes left.
It's just baby cakes at this point. They're trying to cut OHEB. He's left to his own devices. He gets pulled.
OHEB can only do so much alone. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 3.
And there you go, another game 3 to round out week number 2 here. Finally for Smart Omega, they get their first game win. Can they win the series going forward against TLPH?
My goodness, we made it to the 30-minute mark. I am now firmly believing that this is indeed the record-breaking longest game so far of the season, and it has been an honor to be part of it.
I thought you were going to say you are now a believer in the mother and daughter of all series.
Yeah, because again, mine's the long game kind of curse. And it did happen. Kudos to both of these teams, though, for really prolonging that game.
Yeah.
They were really holding on, especially for Smart Omega, who multiple times Team Liquid Philippines felt like they were just forcing the end to the game. But I think at the same time, it really backfired. Like those decisions to force the game, even when it clearly wasn't endable just yet. It was a risk, but yeah.
This right here is Liquid's first game loss in all of Season 15.
So one first game win for Smart Omega, one first game loss for TLPH.
And it was 30 minutes of that. Okay.
Here we go. Again, our MVP of the game has to be none other than Ukir. This was the game-winning. I feel like, yeah, it started with that diversion where they caught Carl TZ, and from that point, it really just went in their favor. So great usage, and that's what I was saying, man. You know, at that point in the game, when you have all these item swaps happening, you're capped down on everything that you need. What's your play? What's your advantage? Well, it's the Luigi's diversion that allows you to have those surprise effects.
For a minute, I could have sworn I forgot that much like a Franco or a Cho or a Kufra, all you need with a Luigi is a singular perfect diversion to earn you back the game.
Yeah, because for majority of the game, they were read out or they were anticipated by Team Liquid Philippines. There were diversions that either had the Windstorm ready to welcome them or the Unbreakable from JP. This is one of the first few diversions which again received the Windstorm and was a clear win for Team Liquid Philippines, even though Carl TZ did go down because it still resulted in him getting 2 kills either way in the first 5 minutes. And eventually, Team Liquid Philippines just felt like they were finding ways to deal with it. Even the knockups from the Jeet Kundo were already enough. And there were a lot of, I'd say, really good or well-timed AOGs too. Similar to this, what we're seeing right here, a precise way of the Dragon onto Andoryu, but when the game just got to a point where both teams just can keep juggling their items even and just can make those really risky decisions that in the end were rewarding for Smart Omega, it just really cost them the game. I don't think it was even a matter of chemistry at that point. It was just like
This was just really good. I like to see this from Smart Omega with the change that happened here too with the lineup. Yeah, it's not really a question of chemistry or anything like that. It's just really, you got to remember too, these long games like this. Talk about the endurance test. This is, it's funny because this diversion was the one that just changed the course of that, you know? So it's like the one that you're not really expecting, like, hey, let's throw it over to the top lane in that bush, get a surprise, and then it results in this. And also, even this base defense is quite impressive from TLPH. This is what, the 5th Lord of the game? And they're able to go ahead and juggle through and mostly clear it, but then unfortunately couldn't stop that push from the top side. You know, that's why Carl TZ went down there to stop that lane pushing in from the bottom, but, you know, OHEB, he can't just defend that himself either.
Yeah, even towards the end where I was really looking at OHEB if he's going to be able to survive all that. Smart Omega, they were really going in. They were trying to take down every single member of Team Liquid Philippines. And yes, he did survive alongside Carl TZ. You mentioned the Baby Cakes were the last two members of Team Liquid standing. But there's no one else to protect him at that moment. And with the multiple item swaps which already previously happened, he definitely already used up his Wind of Nature right there, had the immortality, but nothing after that. I don't think even
I wonder
the
how many
Winter
item swaps
Crown.
happened.
How
many item swaps probably happened there? Like I saw Joam like switch out the immortality and the Wind of Nature like half a dozen times.
I can't believe we're actually seeing 6 games again. Last Friday, this was the exact same scenario.
And yesterday was all what? Sweep?
All sweep. So we had all 3 on Friday, which who was on the desk? Brigida. And then we had Saturday all sweeps. Brigida wasn't there. And now we are here on Sunday.
All 3.
All 6 games again. Who's on the desk? Brigida. So obviously, if we put 1 + 1 together, it equals Brigida.
Yep. So there's 2 things that's guaranteed when Brigida's on desk.
What's that?
Equal favor.
Equal favor.
And all 3 games.
All 3 games. Oh, man.
I was okay with the long games thing happening, but since Chantel's on the other side, it's a combination.
You don't get to choose.
Yeah, I don't.
You have no say in this.
I don't.
None of us have, literally, because it's these 2 teams who are playing for our entertainment.
Yep.
And boy, oh boy, am I entertained.
Yes.
It'd be hard not to be entertained after a game like that.
And I'm enlightened.
Why are you enlightened?
For once, we see now where Team Liquid PH might falter. This game.
but by the way, big shout out. You guys have
it's not a curse, it's a blessing.
By the blessing of by the mother and daughter of all series.
Folks in the arena are thankful. Oh, my ticket is worth more. I got to see so much action.
Yeah, I mean, look at our audience.
It's packed in here, yeah.
Yep.
It's absolutely packed.
Liquid played for themselves here in game number 2. A lot of them were singular plays, individual moments of glory.
Yeah.
I feel like when you have a fan in your composition, it's kind of that way.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the case here. That's why I think they weren't as connected.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to capitalize on the leads that they had in this 30-minute game.
Yeah.
They were always like, oh, Sanford, get a kick. JP was the one who was chasing everybody. Like, oh, and
jump.
Was there not like a one or two weird jumps?
There was. I remember saying it, being like, yeah, I think that was a little early, you know? But let's go ahead and do a little meta check here. Selena MPL PH Season 15 stats.
Oh.
She has been interesting because she's picked up a lot.
Yeah.
She's banned a lot, but she's 1-5. I thought she's 1-6 now, actually. But yeah, she win-loss is 1-5. And, you know, she's had quite a few buffs here, if you look at this.
20% win rate.
It's a rework. It is borderline rework because the way that the hero plays, so different because of the recent buff in the patch.
Yep. The way that the Selenas have been coming up even prior MPL, it wasn't just limited to the vision it was able to offer anymore. Unlike before that, it was just really mostly that. I think one of the biggest things to consider here is the arrow speeds that have been improved overall, have been faster overall for them. Some even like just decide to keep throwing them in your face. And the cooldown, I think, it's one of the most important. It's the cooldown. Like, you go for the cooldown boots and the magic boots, and then you just find yourself spamming all those traps and arrows, which, again, they're not there forever anymore, but you don't get to see them after some time, and it just allows for a lot.
Oh, speaking of, we got a little update here from MPL ID as well. AE, Alter Ego, survives. I'm not. This is a tongue twister, man. Nile led. Nile led.
So they sat Kyrie down and they still lost.
Why did they sit Kyrie down?
Again, why did Omega sit Chaknu down?
I think it's maybe it's just a thing for this week.
Yep.
But yeah, that's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of surprises. Yeah, Greg mentioned this earlier.
It's called a skid for Onyx.
It's a skid for, man, there must be something about Onyx right now in general, huh? Would you say Onyx PH is also on a skid?
Yep, they literally are, a 2-game skid.
Yeah, it's sad to think that they only had one game this week, so they didn't have any chance to redeem themselves if even they wanted to. But that's also good for them, 2 days rest, because their first game was back on Friday, so they have like complete 7 days to actually regroup and rethink of what they want to do and fix.
For everyone watching at home too, by the way, if you guys want to regroup here with us next week, you can also join the MPL Arena and watch with us live and join all the activities outside. You can also purchase your tickets for next week if you guys want to online. And also we have to give a shout out to join our official MPL Philippines groups. We do have an official one out there. I know there's a couple big groups out there, but we do have an MPL PH official group. So also a big shout out to Normal. That's a great name. Absolute Cinema. Okay, Absolute Cinema. That game was. And this series, this whole day, actually the whole week has been absolute cinema, I'd say. Even the matches that we've seen in sweeps, I feel like we're actually really good showcasing of what's possible right now in the season. And this is what I'm always saying is, I like the fact that, imagine, TLPH, top of the standings, going against Smart Omega, who is just looking for their first game win, gets it. And there's a clear chance here that Smart Omega can actually win. If they win, that's also a big shakeup to our current kind of environment for the season so far.
It's just 1 point, right, on the board.
Yeah, it's just 1 point.
But you beat Liquid.
That's what I mean. The statement to beating TLPH and your Smart Omega, and you also brought in Super Yoshi.
Yeah,
it was without Chaknu. Like, think about the statement.
It's like how AP Brent felt when they got a game off of Aurora.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Whoa.
Okay.
Look at this change right here.
Oh.
It's up to Omega, and they still chose red.
So they still chose red because, honestly, with the draft, man, in that first phase, there's so many good options you can go for. I'm just wondering if they change the bans a little bit this time around.
Yeah. Unless they play the same way. If Coach RC decides to just leave everything open, then red is definitely stronger. But if Coach RC bans to normal like what we're used to, then maybe Omega has to think about that.
Which is crazy, though, because overall, isn't blue side still the more winnable, like the more win rate side right now, overall?
Still is, yeah.
So they really might want to...
They're cooking, Brigida.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if we're seeing the Fanny again this game.
I think it might just go to a ban again. I actually expect to see the Fanny ban again. Not to say that, you know, it can't be stopped, but I think it's just also probably after a 30-minute game like that, it's like, all right, let's just not build a lineup that's meant to go ahead and also deal with a Fanny, like, so to speak. Because part of me also expects the Louis Yi to be banned out, like, for Game 3.
The Fanny, the Louis.
Yeah. There was too much on the board for Game 2.
Yeah, there was a lot open.
It was ridiculous. Like, you don't see that very often.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out here in just a second as we get into the draft. The last one for the evening, last one for week 2. It's been one hell of a week for us. So TLPH.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, blue side. Smart Omega, we got on the red. And as you can see, we got the Fulvius and Badang banned out, Matilda and Jushin. We'll see if it actually is going to be the Louis Yi and Fanny as those last bans, or they go somewhere else with it. We'll see.
Because right now, the Jungle Trades 2 are still up. So, yeah, hopefully either of those two get banned out. Or if they have a different priority in mind, like the Louis, for instance, then they might want to ban one of those junglers out. But
oh, there it is.
They ban out the Fanny themselves, okay?
They take it out.
Okay, will Omega ban out the Louis, as you've mentioned? Because if I were Team Liquid Philippines, I'd also want to think of the Harith, right? The Harith in Oheb's hands, and not allowing that to go into...
There it is. Louis banned out. So I think they prioritize Harith here.
Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say, makes sense. You prioritize that. You give that to Oheb. This, on the flip side, is probably going to be a Granger Suyu, maybe? Suyu Granger?
Yeah,
I don't see we change that much unless they have a different plan, but...
Like, the the Cho's there too. Although I do agree that it might be better to go for the Granger and then reserve whichever other options you have in mind for later, since you wouldn't be revealing much.
You don't need the Granger technically right now since the Harith is up, but
it's just an option if you guys want. What else is there? Well, I mean, the Jawhead too is a possibility if ever later on.
Anyway.
Yeah. So Team Liquid Philippines right now. The Badang? Ah, there's no Badang. The Hilda's there. If they wanna take it out of Luis' hands and
the Farsa.
The Farsa too. Although they might want to opt for, they will not go for a Fanny this time.
Nope.
So
Joy for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Joy,
now or never,
probably.
right? What else will you do if not a Joy?
Joy, so I mean, they're taking their time for these.
Although
picks.
Harith Joy is magic overload.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
That's the thing.
Among the planes exists the equilibrium.
Yeah. Okay.
Eve Hilda. Okay.
Okay.
So you secure your mid lane. This is a combination we see so often. Zaman Force, real world manipulation works really well.
Omega's gonna ban the Nolan, man.
Ban the Nolan?
Yep.
Yeah. The options are narrowed down. The glue again from Luis. Okay, that's a second time he'll be using it. So the Nolan.
Ban the Nolan, ban the Haya.
So what would that leave? Like, wouldn't you just go Joy then?
Yeah, but that'll ruin your damage profile, dude.
Yeah.
Too much magic?
Yep.
There's an Eve too on your side. Not unless they have something else.
Unless we see a utility.
Yeah.
Alpha?
And there's the Martis.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been playing that in ranked games, but ranked games are different. So, I don't know. Probably ban out the...
Time to drop.
Oh,
there's a
they
Joy.
banned out the Joy.
They're just covering their bases here.
They ban it out anyway, even if it's going to be a magic overload. They're just like, you know what, let's just not deal with it. So, I don't know. Part of me almost thinks, like, what if we you do end up seeing some form of utility hero in the hands of Carl Teasy this time?
Fred.
Yeah, like a little bit of a throwback.
Yeah, the only thing is there's no Mathilda too to go with it.
Yep.
So it will be, in terms of rotation, since we don't have an idea yet of whoever the roamer is for Smart Omega. Like the Tro's still up there, if they do want to go for that. And now they even take out the Nolan.
So I guess they'll allow the Haya if not anything else.
Yeah.
I guess you're okay fighting against the Haya if you want. Last band's probably still going to be a mid lane option towards Ook here, unless they just want to... okay, it's actually the Jawhead.
Yeah, so the Vexana's still there.
Vexana, the Farsa.
But if they do get the Vexana, then that'll be better for Smart Omega if they're going up against the Hayabusa.
Yep. Extra body.
So Team Liquid Philippines will really have to think about who they'll be getting for Carl Teasy later on. But if they don't go for the Vexana here, there's the Roamers available. There's a Tro, the Katot that's also available too. I mean, the Katot Eve might be too much to handle if you were Smart Omega. Okay, they go for the Cho.
Injustice in the world.
Okay, Cho's picked up. They cover their grounds. They've got good pick-off potential. They've got a good front line with the glue. We'll see if it works better this time, I should say, for Luis.
What does Carl play?
Carl, Hayabusa, I guess. Unless he does bring out like an Alpha or a Fred.
Yeah.
Barrett's, I don't think you'd want to play a Barrett's.
Yeah, we saw Julian earlier, but that's still that's Magic too.
That's also, yeah.
So.
Hey,
Lucas Jungle.
It's both.
Yeah.
No, let's not Lucas Jungle, please.
Come on, come
Why do you
on.
keep bringing it back?
Let the GOAT bring it out.
Oh, well, yeah, so it's we're talking about the Hayabusa, the Julian, or any utility jungler just in case.
Okay, yeah.
They'll still go for the Hayabusa.
Oh, and JP gets his chip.
Ooh.
So do you Vex?
I think you do Vex. I think you Vex or at least the Hayabusa, but
body. Yep.
Okay, yeah. And part of it again is it's swapped, right? At least last time, Smart Omega is the one with the macro pressure with the Louis Yi. This time around, TLPH bans it out, or it is banned out on the other side, and they're just like, all right, we'll take the chip because, and JP is probably, I don't know, it's a little bit of a tie between him and Ogwin for me with the chip play, but like JP I feel like is really good at utilizing the chip as a kit, but also when he uses a shortcut to allow TLPH for the Cavalry to come through on the right points.
How about overseas? What if we add Witty to the mix?
Because it's a witty.
It's a witty party, yeah.
It's a witty party.
So what would you rather? I think that's still one of the most significantly, impactful witty chip plays.
Not just because it's a witty party?
No.
We need another.
Literally. I enjoy his chip.
We need another community ball.
Put up another. No.
I can't decide on it too.
Oh, here's one last look. Lineups, whole lot of flickers here for Smart Omega, and a couple purifies here for TLPH. They're going to definitely need that, and we're going to have to see how they go ahead and play into having a chip on their side. And will Smart Omega be able to start once again momentum? Having the Suyo, he should be able to farm up quite easily. We've seen Hayabusa struggle, I feel like, statistically, for a lot of teams that do decide to draft him in. But this time around, will TLPH bring it to the table?
Hold up, wait. It begs to be mentioned, when glue splits,
do you hit the globs?
Yeah, those glue links take each individually, right?
Oh.
So that's a hard counter.
Does he actually hit each globe? That's a good question.
I think it does.
Like the shadows.
Shadow kill, yeah. Every slash, instead of counting the big glue, you're also considering the small glues, the glue links.
If that's the case, it's broken.
It's disgusting. No,
that's terrible.
If that's the case, Carl Teasy, sad noises.
Sad noises.
That'll be so hard for him to pick a fight whenever Luis is there. It's like a recall to what happened in game number 2. It's just that it's not a Hilda, it's a glue, which you need to be a lot more mindful of.
All right, chat. Looks like we got a little time here. Chat, let us know.
Have y'all seen that before?
Have y'all seen?
Going split, and then the Hayabusa comes in and just individually slashes all of the glue links, leading to the glue just saying, ha ha.
That's how they sound.
In gluish.
In gluish.
No, he speaks English. He speaks English. He speaks English.
Oh, man.
That makes me want to try it.
Or in the Land of Dawn,
Hold
common
on.
tongue.
Hold on.
That's true. Common tongue.
All right,
Orcish,
so
Elvish.
You're gonna open MLBB?
I am.
I am too.
Wait, can we do a 1v1?
Or just check chat.
The chat doesn't know. Chat's not letting us know.
Our chat is smart.
Oh, okay.
We have
we do have some time.
an
We do have some time.
international audience of very intelligent and informed MLBB fans.
Yeah, but it seems like they're also stumped.
Why are we not friends on MLBB?
Who?
Oh, you're not online.
I'm not online.
Aww.
Well, I understand why people aren't answering. They're too locked in. Like, nobody's...
Yeah.
They're too locked in with it. But okay, if that... Brigitte, why do I keep seeing your pictures in the crowd? Okay.
I also don't know.
You don't know why?
What? Are those the Brigadudes?
The Brigadudes.
Is that what you're calling them?
Yep.
Have you
You
named
gave
them
them
yet?
that name.
No, but we want to know what you're giving them.
Yeah, what do you call your fan club?
What do you call your fan club?
I had this made-up name, which is not publicly available for consumption.
It's not publicly consumable right now.
But I call them Brigisaurs sometimes.
Brigisaurs.
No, they're just like my group of followers.
Of
Whatever.
Brigadutes. All right.
Or whatever. It can be anything at this point. Whoa!
Look at these stats from OHEB. 73% win rate at 41 games
No,
played.
Oheb, you can't start the game yourself. You wait for the marshal.
You wait for our man.
30-11, a whopping 73% win rate. Career-wise with Harith.
This is why you really want to prioritize it.
All right, I just want to, as we get to witness the stats here from OHEB.
What did you see?
Chat says.
Wait, wait.
Chat does say that Hayabusa's ult does go for small ults.
See?
Oh, yes.
I don't know if that's right or they're trolling us.
Ruined. No, I think it's true. I think that's right. Ruined.
The gluelets.
Yeah, because if you're, let's say you're an Atlas, right? And you go for perfect match.
Yeah.
Hayabusa will hit both Atlas and whatever the big piece of armor is. By the way, folks.
Beta?
No, sorry, Atlas.
Oh.
Yeah, Atlas is the thing inside, not the armor.
Yeah. No. The perfect pair.
Perfect
pair.
pair. Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
So like.
What are we seeing here?
I'm seeing a lot.
There's the #1
That's
cheer.
Mima.
Is Mima secretly a Leonin?
Oh.
Like Joy?
I like Harris.
Oh, Brigada!
That's you.
Brigadudes! Why do we keep seeing
Look
Brigada?
at how committed he is. He's also watching the MPL in a small screen. That guy pays for YouTube Premium.
He does pay for YouTube Premium.
I'm never going back.
Everyone's showing pictures now.
Everybody is.
Oh,
Oh man, that looks like a
Congratulations, join the Fansiklaban.
Fansiklaban.
I'm seeing a crying child.
Join the Fansiklaban too.
Yeah, why is no one showing their pets?
I would love.
Like
to see
I would
pets.
love to see some cats and dogs on these phones.
Yay!
Oh, I'd love to see him jumping back into the game.
Yes.
Game number 3. Dude, everybody needs to put his face on their phones. That's what we need during those.
To manifest the resumption.
Just manifesting that. Let's go. Game number 3. Last one of the night, last one of week 2. Will it be TLPH or Smart Omega? They already got their first win, as TLPH already got their first game loss. Will Smart Omega get their first match win here after this one?
A lot at stake for Smart Omega and Team Liquid Philippines, who have been on top for a very long time.
Super Yoshi here. Force in response from Sanji, flickering back. You were saying?
Oh, that was tricky. This is Super Yoshi again on the throw, and I feel like after game number 2, he feels a lot more motivated now to play around with it.
He's settled in.
Items. Nothing too different in particular. I'm just looking at the timings here for Team Liquid. Because again, considering first turtle, Luis will definitely be there. So like, how do they take that into consideration if they do want to go for the engage? But at least they have the shortcut. I'm not just entirely sure if they will be immediately getting their ultimates right before the turtle spawns.
Yeah, and the fact that Sanji had to burn his flicker early on, that early, he has to be pretty defensive here.
Yeah.
That's why he's just hugging the turret for now. Knows that Super Yoshi's around the corner, and he still has his flicker, so a couple shots on JP, though.
Wow. Early pop of the Purify on JP. A lot of damage let down on him by Omega.
Yeah, so TLPH is kind of down for this first turtle coming up. I'm wondering if they actually want to contest it.
Yeah, not the tankiest roamer available for Team Liquid. Chip has been poked quite low, but they're still going for it.
Turtle very low. Andoryu is in range. So is Carl Teasy, but Omega scores the turtle. Down goes 40. Gets that grab by Lewis. First blood drawn by the Nightmare.
It was a great team fight for Smart Omega to go ahead and play the part where they had the advantage from the start of the game. Again, because of just that interaction where they got some resources. Oh, Super Yoshi.
Oh.
Real manipulation by Sanji. Swiping away. Super Yoshi gets hit with a shadow kill. Ukir all the way in the back. Happy with the body block right in front of him. Grab onto JP. Lewis, let's go. Alleviates the pressure in mid. And Sanford waiting. All right, that's a full dispersion of the fight.
Yeah, I consider that as an athletic usage of the real world manipulation too. Like it saved him.
What kind? What'd you say?
Yeah.
Athletic?
I consider that too.
That's a good job.
Those reflexes
Proud
coming
of
in from
you.
Sanji. Oh!
Way of the Dragon onto Daddy JP. Calling in the shortcut. 40 gets taken down. Oh, it was 40 who caught all the damage. He caught the smoke. Diamond Force in. And the retreat. Down bottom. Taking down the flicker forward by Big J. 187. Suspect is a Granger.
Oh, man, Big J. I've been waiting to see him activated, and finally in this series against the #1 seed right now, TLPH, at least in the standings, he has been activated, so he gets a nice kill against OHEM.
Yeah, imagine you get an assist, but by the time you get back to your lane, you miss a card, and you get taken down by your opposing gold laner. So clearly there is an advantage in Dome's hands right now, more than 500 around that amount. But now Smart Omega, they're transitioning, even putting in their attention towards Carl Teasy.
Oh, they're compromising his purple already. 4D forces out a split, grab, and that's all she wrote. Sanford gets taken out by Ukir.
Sanford having a tough time, 0-3 now already. Lewis able to find him multiple times with this glue. You know, this glue it's only been picked up twice now, right? Twice by Lewis, so they're gonna go ahead and start up this turtle. Smart Omega with the control, a nice lead too, and JP looking for the angle to come forward.
Real revelation by Sanji, swiping away. Andoryu securing the turtle, dashing around. Andoryu gets taken out by Carl Teasy. Baby Cakes doing work as Sanford gets taken down once more. The kick by Super Yoshi. Sanji gets popped. Big J gets one.
This isn't the scenario you would want to be in if you're Team Liquid Philippines. Their lineup, we're now seeing the pros and cons of having them up against Smart Omegas. The glue, there's no one to stop the glue. They have little to no crowd control. And on the other hand, they're being overwhelmed with the amount of crowd control in Smart Omega's hands.
Wow, so just look how much work has to be done here to just keep that turret from falling. TLPH really looking to scrap things together, trying to find a way to go ahead and go toe-to-toe with Smart Omega right now. Very just something you're not used to seeing with Team Liquid Philippines. And right now for Smart Omega, they can continue to go ahead and build up on this lead that they have. Jome obviously will continue up. We'll see if they have an answer for it. Super Yoshi now here to help him out. JP though too. But it looks like they're just going to clear it out. So once again, for Smart Omega, this will lead into the next objective. They're putting pressure now at once for Carl Teasy.
Smart Omega attempting Grand Theft Purple, pushing out on Doryu very low. Carl Teasy waiting to get hit one more time. Finally taking down the Nightmare. Sanji down on 50. He'll the grab by the Cebuano Pride as he's taken down. In comes the shortcut. Who's coming through? Oh, Heb! Dropping the Zaman Force, dancing through. Down goes Big J. Carl Teasy gets one. Yoshi as well, dashing through that wall. Oheb missing the corner of the wall, stopping him. That is one more. Carl Teasy shut down by Lewis, and he will get squished.
Oh, he finally goes down to Oheb, but what a team fight that was in the mid lane.
It took so much from Team Liquid Philippines just to get the kill onto Lewis, and he's been in front of them for the entire team fight. Forced out the Aoki Shadow kill from Carl Teasy even when he didn't want to use it, when it just got back from its cooldown after him using it towards Andoryu, and this will be the third consecutive turtle that'll go into Smart Omega's hands. But fortunately for Team Liquid Philippines, they've minimized the gold lead. They've been able to take down both side lane turrets. It wasn't that noticeable since it was mostly Carl Teasy and Oheb just forcing the lanes to be shoved up, and the shortcuts just allow them to keep participating whenever they're needed. But Smart Omega, from this point onwards, they can just go back. They can continue what they were doing earlier and start establishing the lead.
See if they are able to do that. You know, they hold on to nearly the same lead. Oh, no. Andoryu?
Looking for the shortcut. Swiping away. Sanji does get one. Look at the back line. Underneath tier 1. Andoryu forced the surge out of there. And Ukir gets a kill. Zaman Force oddly placed. Oheb gets ridden down on him. Lewis, let's go. Look at this, the front line. Sanford barely survives. Finally, Lewis falls, but Chome gets a push.
I can't believe it. You know, he was able to, it was JP that went in, dropped the shortcut under the turret, and they couldn't catch Andoryu, so then he ends up getting punished there.
Yeah, Luis is becoming a really big problem. Aside the fact that they were unsuccessful in taking down Andoryu, they have to be mindful of whether or not they'll be pursuing the fight when they start and don't get to take out whichever member they've been trying to take out in the beginning. Looking at the in-game equipment so far, yeah, Oheb is behind by at least 1,000 up against Jome, and Jome just picked up the Malefic Roar too, so that'll be an additional layer of damage that Team Liquid Philippines will have to consider, and this is not looking so good, especially since those members who are expected to soak up the damage and be in front aren't that tanky either. That's JP and Sanford who can get easily bursted down by Smart Omega.
God, look at that massive chubby wave Oheb left on bottom.
And it's already going to get that turret.
Free income.
Free income, tier 2 falls. Conceal's going to be used here. It's all for positioning. They might be able to find Sanford.
Oh, Super Yoshi does dash in, pushing him out of that rock Ursa brush, and Omega reposition.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think Oheb's going to try to do something similar up top. They know he's up there, so they might actually blitz this Lord for Smart Omega. It's at half health already. JP, though, might drop the shortcut.
Conceal, waiting for that shortcut, and he calls in the Cavalry. Literally, here it comes Oheb. Carlini takes down Super Yoshi. Jom falling back at half health, and they do stand their ground. JP does have Lewis on him. Sanji swiping away, gets a shield, and punishes Andorio in the back. That is a trade for Daddy JP, 2-for-1 in the end.
They won that fight only with a well-timed shortcut and the Zaman Force immediately used by Oheb. The follow-up damage from Carl TZ also finished off the job. And to think that they were able to reserve the real-world manipulation up until the very last minute.
Zaman Force dropped in. Lewis does ride Carl TZ. Ukir, half health. Chom, hiding them. Carl TZ, where are you taking Lewis? All the way down south. Sanji does blast him, and Lewis far from home.
Lewis is like, I stuck to the wrong person. I'm being taken through the shadows.
He just found himself in between the tier 1 and 2 bottom lane turrets of Team Liquid Philippines, but I guess that was enough time. He was able to distract them long enough for them to not proceed with getting the Lord, and that is also, or that allowed Smart Omega to reposition themselves once more. Oh, wait up!
Real world manipulation.
Good kick.
To find one. JP sacrificed himself underneath tier 1. Down goes Jom. Down goes Yoshi. OM Zaman Force is good.
Zaman Force is good, and it looked like they wanted to make a play under that turret. Smart Omega still holds on to the mid lane tier 1. So they'll go ahead once again, get in position, even without Super Yoshi and Jom, though.
Yeah.
It might just be TLPH going and blitzing down the Lord, even without JP. They're going to go ahead and take it under half health for now.
Oh, that is Sanford compromised. Lewis very low. Andoryu gets one.
Oheb.
Zaman Force dropped in by Oheb. Andoryu very low. Oheb gets one. Ukir looking to punish Carl TZ. Baby cakes doing work.
Just one wrong movement could have costed him his life. Carl TZ very mindful of where he was supposed to go, and that Ogi Shadow kill was timed right after Sanford's sacrifice. The split, the grab was used onto him, and so he received it right after going
got kicked.
down. What?
To the wrong direction.
To the wrong direction.
Oheb didn't even need to use the purify. He knew midair. I'm fine.
He's going one direction, and that's where he's going. Right now, didn't even have to use the Purify, so with that, they caught up. You know, look at this across the board here. I mean, look at the lead that Carl TZ has on the Hayabusa.
He's at 9-1-4, man.
It started with that double kill that he got in the early game, and now he's just massively ahead of Andoryu. And Andoryu's been doing a good job at least getting the retributions off, but can they actually deal with this push in from the Lord now? It is only that first one, but they are going to have to clear things out.
Those are the first 3 turtles that successfully went into Smart Omega's hands, but that's a conceal play.
Oh, conceal.
Will they go in? Oh.
Lord's going to make it way there. They're going to actually force it out. Took a couple shots, though. Again, Jom has plenty of damage. So they do take some damage themselves, but they'll work on the turrets now. They might just get these tier 2s down. They still have the top one as well. But Smart Omega is so far holding it together unless they force a fight again on the turret.
Real world manipulation set in by Sanjay alongside the Zaman Force. Sword in the square. Jom shuts down Oheb. And now it's pandemonium right outside the barangay.
Okay.
The punish.
I don't think they follow. Dude, they still want to fight this, Lewis.
They're going for
Carl!
Carl TZ here. Can he get out of here? Quad Shadow out to the east and the south. And he's barely alive. And he does have a few stacks on him. Shadow kill.
JP's around the corner, though. Carl. Still quad. He bought himself enough time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the young GOAT. Mechanics.
He just showed us the best way to escape and get away from 5 members running after you. And to think that everyone else, they were just also running for their lives, but he still decided to go in, cast the last minute Ogi Shadow kill, and by the time it was done, he already had the Quad Shadow again.
Here's how and why. Maximum cooldown reduction build.
Oh, man, I could just see everybody watching that moment. We're going to take a look at the replay here, too. Whole lot of pressure on that side of the jungle, but look at this. Right, it started out, he's so low here. Andoryu jumps in, and Carl TZ goes back because he knows that he'll get caught, so he shadow kills. buys himself enough of that time with all that cooldown reduction he's got, and Quad Shadow's back out to safety.
So wait, that means his Quad Shadow's cooldown's at 4 seconds.
About 4 seconds.
Give or take.
That's max CDR.
Can't believe it. And even when Dome kind of like...
Oh! Sanji already burned the flicker.
Yeah.
For Yoshi.
These are full or almost full item builds though. Dome has the full item build, but OHEB still lacking one item. But still, they will have plenty of time to prepare and set up for this upcoming Lord.
Oh, they want to fight this one.
There's the RWM. Sanji swiping away, spacing out the Lord. Can Andoryu go for the steal? Karki uses secures.
He secures it. Super Yoshi!
In comes Yoshi, and the shortcut for good measure. Down he goes. OHEB gets a kill. And the Omega squad backs off. OHEB gets a double.
Power of wildness and the crash course from JP. Just to ensure that there will be no follow-up from the way of the dragon. They could not connect. The members of Smart Omega could not connect anymore. Now Super Yoshi's down as well.
And at this point, Smart Omega finds themselves with a tough task ahead of them. Defending this base, this push in, as Sanford leaves some of that charge here on the top side. The mid turret will fall, and Lord is still making its way down the bottom lane.
The barangay is quarantined, the cordon off inside their own base. Bottom lane slowly going to crumble. Top lane, a lot of pressure, I'd assume, from Team Liquid, and they're going to take their time here. One inhibitor stands.
Lord's got to be worked on. Not sure if TLPH actually wants to force this fight. They still respect what Smart Omega can do with this. And so far, the Lord goes down. Smart Omega holds on to the one base turret. JP has an immortality. Could take a risk here if he wants to.
RWM set in. Super Yoshi down to 1/10 of his health. That's the inhibitor first. Things first. Liquid, clean up house.
Yeah. All right. There's no flicker from Super Yoshi to attempt and look for a setup just yet. But
he comes in, gets punished hard. The 7 Force, the EG committed. In comes Lewis, flickering, finding a target. Who can I ride? Sir! Gets popped by OHEB even before anyone gets grabbed. And now Sanji looking for the Void Crystal. Ukir blasting him. No waves. Omega defending.
Waves on the top side. They're going to clear out the base minions, and Smart Omega 3 strong. Have to go ahead and deal this. Still, there's no waves pushing in, but TLPH waits patiently. Do they still want to end it here as bottom and mid push in?
3 members from Omega holding on for dear life. RWM plus a shadow kill. Down goes Andoryu. Salmon forced by OHEB. Ladies and gentlemen, the streak continues. The Cavalry rides strong. Liquid takes game 3.
And another game 3 to end our night here in week 2, and it's TLPH staying at the top. And for Smart Omega, again, a lot of potential here showed tonight as they get their first game win, but TLPH, the Stampede is too strong.
Yep, it's just week 2, and the teams we're looking at the bottom half are slowly showing that they are on the road to finding what needs to be addressed, to improve, and to just show up stronger in the coming weeks.
Oh man, again, there's something here with this version of Smart Omega. I mean, I even, yes, Super Yoshi was there.
Yeah.
That ending, I'm wondering, you know, what if he didn't go and get caught? Could they have defended a little bit longer? Could they have turned it around? But that's sometimes just the job and the way that it works for these roams. You know, they have to sometimes scout things out, and sometimes you get punished for it. But also for Big J, he finally had a game where he was able to go ahead and shine here and there. But who they're up against, TLPH, that's a daunting task ahead of them.
Well, even against the Cavalry, again, top dog in Season 15 so far, this Yoshi-led Omega has promise. I was a skeptic, but hey, they won their first game, so that's something.
Yep. I saw him with the entire idea of leading from the front. He, to some extent, did show us how it was to pull off the keys to victory. But for now, it's Team Liquid's time to celebrate once more.
It is, and it's their time to go ahead and hear them for their winner's interview. Let's throw it on stage.
getting the victory para matapos ang week number 2. It's Team Liquid Philippines. Still alive and well, Kalusi. Napakaganda ng pinakita nila and what an intense of a series.
Definitely. And first, I want to talk to Sanford. Sanford, grabe yung pagiging dominating nyo so far this season.
Sure.
Ano nang masasabi mo na this week, anong meron sa week 2 na kahit naka 3 games kayo ngayon, panalo pa rin kayo?
Ano po, yung observation ko po sa mga laban namin is, habang patagal pahirap yung mga games kasi nag-evolve po talaga yung mga teams. And so far, yung Omega po talaga nagpahirap sa amin.
Honestly, we saw it and we were talking about it and sobrang nagkakaroon talaga. I actually have another question kasi in terms of the matchups that we're seeing from you, meron pang mga teams na hindi nyo nakakalaban. That's Onyx Philippines, Aurora, and TNC. Alin ba doon ang pinaka-excited kang makaharap at bakit?
Sa akin po, personally, TNC po talaga.
TNC. Alright. Mind explaining why?
Wala lang po. Na-miss ko lang po yung mga kampi ko.
Alright, and you'll probably see them soon, later on, kasi baka magharap sila next week, right? Now, we want to ask the person right beside you. It's JP.
Okay.
Right, Kalusi?
Yes, JP. Okay, eto, ano lang tayo. Chill na tanong lang. As Daddy JP at maraming nabubuong duo ngayon sa team nyo, ano naman masasabi mo sa Baby Cakes and Sansan duo?
Ano po yan, solid. Kasi
Solid.
sila.
Proud siya. Proud si JP.
Proud dad, proud dad. Sabi mo, dalawang duo yan, di ba? Now,
Siyempre.
I actually want to ask Carl. Carl, yung pinakita mo kanina, using your Hayabusa, a lot of people weren't expecting that. Going back to the question a while ago, Prime Carl TZ is back. Tinanong ka namin kahapon, how did you feel after your game? Kasi nasabi mo sa amin na nahirapan ka kahapon. Now, how are you feeling on a scale of 1 to 10 with your performance?
Siguro po mga 6 po.
Okay.
Kasi kung Prime Card TC talaga, malamang dominating lahat ng games.
Alright. We see it, we see it. Kumbaga, kailangan mo pa ng more convincing, right? And we love to see the humbleness from the young GOAT. Now, I just have one more question para kay Coach RC naman. Coach RC, you don't usually get the mic, so I really want to commend you kasi nabanggit ka rin ni Carl TZ kahapon na ikaw talaga yung isa sa mga... Parang kinikilig ka din. Parang kinikilig ka din. Pero nabanggit niya kasi kahapon. So, with this game na natapos, specifically in game number 2, Team Liquid Philippines holds the shortest game of the season and the longest game of the season. Para ba sa'yo, personally, ano ba ang Team Liquid Philippines? What kind of team are you? Are you guys, or are you the team that dominates in the early game? Or do you want to take it to the later stages? Ano ba ang Team Liquid Philippines?
Siguro simple lang, pasisimplihin ko lang. Ang Team Liquid ngayon para kaming blank sheet na minomold sa kung ano yung dapat i-mold this season. Yun lang.
Alright, they'll do whatever they can to make sure that they get their victory. Congratulations once again, Team Liquid Philippines! Congratulations, boys. You may now take your walk of victory.
Wow.
Just an incredible performance. They may have lost one, but again, boys, you may now take your bow. Continuing what I said, Kalusi, they may have lost just one game, pero hindi natin may tatanggi na sila pa rin ang pinaka-dominanting team so far in this season.
Exactly, Hans. Tuloy-tuloy nga ang pag-arangkada ng Cavalry. And it makes you wonder, may makakapigil pa ba sa kanila?
Well, we're about to find that out in the upcoming weeks, pero sa ngayon, tunghayan muna natin kung ano masasabi ng ating mga casters.
Thank you so much for the winning interview there, Hans, Kalusi, and also for TLPH. Great victory there. I like what they said, too, especially the fact that, you know, the teams are just getting better. That's one of the main things there that we heard from Sanford, and he's just like, you know, they continue to improve, and that's what we've been talking about through this week, too, already, is just how much improvement has been there. But for TLPH, they stand on top, and the MVP of Game 3 is none other than Carl TZ on the Hayabusa, who just had, again, a phenomenal performance. And what did he give him his rating? Was he a 6?
Yeah, he said he was a 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10?
Because if it were really Prime Card TZ performing right now, he said it would have been dominating for all games, or it would have probably been a sweep. But that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So according to him, he rates himself a 6 out of 10. But based on what we've seen, at least for game number 3. Like, not to mention the highlight, which we're all looking forward to see in this sequence. He's just been really focused on farming for the most part, knowing that they were already sort of behind in the first few minutes of the game. And it is also because of Carl TZ why it's not just one tier 1 turret that was taken down we're seeing here in the 6-minute mark. It was both the bottom and top tier 1 turrets that were taken down, because he was just very consistent on managing the waves alongside OHEB. And it was just the placements and the timings of the shortcuts just allowed them to be very consistent in doing just that. So they were really able to minimize the advantage that was in Smart Omega's hands. And eventually, once they were able to find the openings and work on their team fights, shutting down Luis and the threat he was able to bring in when OHEB already had the right amount of damage to deal with whichever commits they wanted to go after, then Team Liquid Philippines, they were just unstoppable. I mean, even towards the last few minutes wherein there were supposedly some plays that could have been made by Super Yoshi to get a trade away from Team Liquid Philippines. That just didn't happen anymore.
It feels like Omega fell to the folly of Liquid in Game 1. They could have gone much faster, but they instead took their time. I couldn't say completely that was it, because Liquid were also very aggressive even when they were down.
Yeah.
So this is just Liquid getting their licks in faster, then Omega could come back.
Yeah, because you got to remember too, in the early game of this one, it was Smart Omega being aggressive, and they actually were able to pressure, for example, Sanji to burn out his flicker early on and make some of those plays. But again, it was like a strong start, but then it fizzled out really quickly, and TLPH really showed up. And even in that last little base push there, Carl TZ was able to just zone out your main damage dealers, being Jome and Ukir, just with that shadow kill, because he was just scaled up so massively on the Hayabusa. So it was kind of hard for Smart Omega to go ahead and really find that adjustment, especially when Super Yoshi was taken out. And so, again, it's just TLPH really utilizing the lineup that they had. I think even JP, like, he had a couple shortcuts that were like, oh, did he mean to put that there? And yes, probably so, because JP, his idea is, let me put this here. Sometimes also, you got to remember, the shortcut takes the attention of the turret too. So it does buy some of that time, and then it allows OHEB to just kind of come in with his Amin Force, and that's what we saw here. So again, a great performance all around from them. And I know the glue, it's still winless. It's 2 times that it's picked up. It's 0% win rate. But I got to say, man, Luis played that glue really well.
Yeah, he did. It was a really great start, too, for Smart Omega. Again, unfortunately, they were unable to sustain it and put an end immediately. The lead was always minimized. It was always, or Team Liquid Philippines, they just found multiple ways to catch up.
Yeah.
And once they did, those major threats, such as the glue, it just felt like they were already immediately able to burst him down. So, yeah, props to Smart Omega for showing some improvements here. We're looking forward to see more from them, especially as they probably found the first step.
Well, let's see if that moving forward, but also calling all college students. Join the MSL Collegiate Cup Season 2. You can register for the March Open qualifiers. That'll open on March 10th for you guys. There's a 500,000 peso, I was about to say dollar, 500,000 peso prize pool, 100 million diamonds.
No, 1 million diamonds.
Sorry, 1 million. 1 million diamonds.
Not how much you spent today, but how much you can win.
You've been throwing me off with all the diamonds. Plus a chance to qualify for MDL PH Season 6. That is the big part. You get to qualify for MDL PH Season 6 through this. So visit the MSL Collegiate Cup Facebook page for more information, or moontunsiph.org/MCC to register. Make sure you guys check that out. Man, imagine if it was 100 million diamonds. That's a whole lot, right? So also, we want to go ahead and give a big shout out. The Athena League is happening very soon. It's coming soon. This is an exclusive league for all the female pro players and the official qualifier for MLBB's Women's Invitational. So again, big shout outs to all the female players joining that, competing to go ahead and represent, of course, the Philippines over at MWI coming up soon.
The tournament will take place from March 7th to May 27th, so it already started by the time you're watching this. You can catch up to it and, of course, show support to this growing league that empowers more women to become esports pros.
Yep, especially for the Filipino community who just recently won the MWI. So, who
All the
knows?
mega empresses.
Yeah, you might be next. You might be playing against them, alongside them. This is a really great place to start.
Brigida wishes she was there.
I do. How did you know?
Well, you know, again, any final thoughts for you guys right now before we wait for some of the updated standings and everything else here for week 2?
I would like to say in MPL Philippines and in life, there are a few things guaranteed. One of them is we always get a mic check after a match.
I wish I had a mic check in real life. Let's throw it over to the mic check for this win. That is probably the mic check that I would like to have in life.
We got it technically. I mean, came out.
You know, like
the intent
they're
was
just
there.
they're just so locked in that there were no comps. They were just linked up together and making it happen.
I can imagine how it went in their minds, but they didn't say anything while it was happening. But I don't know.
I do have to ask, what were the two things that... Do you even remember?
What?
The two things
that
in
are
life
guaranteed.
We'll talk about it after the important stuff.
This is guaranteed. Infinix standings. Right now, as we end week 2, TLPH staying at top. They're 8-1 now. They've lost 1 game. That was just what we witnessed right now. Aurora, of course, sitting there at 3 points. We got 3 teams at 3 points. Onyx, Philippines. Interesting, right? For a lot of people that have been tuning in, they're at 1 point right now. They're 4-4 in their games. And then, of course, you still have Smart Omega, AP, Brennan, Twisted Minds here looking for that first match point.
So the streak and the skid continues for the upper and lower half of our standings in week 2.
Yep.
Next week, though, some of the teams, such as Onyx, who were only able to play once this week, will get to play twice. So let's see if that will bring some significant changes to our overall standings. Because here in the Fansik Laban standings, it does look like the opposite.
Yeah, this is, for those our international viewers out there, the Fansik Laban is basically a tournament that happens, brought to us by Infinix, and this is the fan bases of the MPL PH teams here. So, you know, right now, still sitting at the top, you got the Bees there. They're 3-0 right now. And down at the bottom, you got a flip-flop. We had this after week 1, too. The Cavalry is down at the bottom alongside the Auroras. So, again, they are competing every week. They also will have their own playoffs leading into the playoffs.
They're on season 2 right now. So last season...
Who won last season? Which fan?
Was it last season? Was it like...
Nobody was ready to walk down memory lane like that.
Oh, man. Well, you know, that's going to wrap it up for week 2 here. We got to give a big shout out, by the way. Direct, Jungmin.
We call him JM. It's much easier.
We call him JM, but yeah, JM, advance happy birthday, man. You did a great job this week. I'm really proud of you. And I know they are too. So, again, guys, thank you so much for watching week 2. We'll be back here next week for more action. I'm Naisu. This is Leo. And that's Brigida. And we're going to be thrown over to stage to close out the show.
What a week it has been dito lamang sa MPL Arena, right?
Hans, iba talaga ang lakas na pinapakita ng ating mga teams.
You know what? Speaking of that, nakita natin all throughout the day, TNC Pro Team with a hard-fought match kontra sa Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, sa kabilang banda, ganun din naman ang Team Liquid Philippines as they stay undefeated with the threat coming in from the barangay.
And let's do a quick recap of what happened in the last few days. With Team Falcons also on their winning streak, is this the return of the Titans of MLBB?
You know what? I'm about to figure that out probably sa mga susunod na linggo pa. Pero ang hindi natin pwedeng makalimutan ay yung nangyaring MLBB Golden Month Celebration na nangyari kahapon. Alam mo, Lucy, iba talaga sa pakiramdam.
Iba.
It really hits different when you celebrate it here at the MPL Arena.
Kaya sama-sama ulit tayo next week para tunghayan ang Lakas ng Pinas!
See you guys next week!